Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The purity of the pure heart burst forth, tearing a rift in the void right in front of Liche. Behind the rift, there was actually a space contained within. Mount Samuro in a mustard seed. Liche's emotions couldn't help but surge. According to the feedback from Pure Heart, the jade pendant he had obtained from Mubai was a divine object, possessing divine attributes with incredible characteristics. For example, the jade pendant had a characteristic similar to a storage space. And Pure Heart had swallowed this divine object of the jade pendant, obtaining this characteristic, or rather, it had merged the jade pendant into itself. His mind connected with the rift, and the contents inside were all emerging in Liche's mind. It was as if a pair of eyes were meticulously inspecting everything within the space. I say, Mubai, a noble scion, how could he flee without taking anything? At the very least, silver notes, gold leaves and so forth should be carried on his person. Turns out, they were all hidden inside this Kinkan jade. The jade contains the universe, able to store all things. Isn't this the legendary storage equipment? The rain continued to wash down, and dark clouds roared over the whole city. Liche meanwhile was under the eaves, happily inventorying the gains from this instance. Mubai truly lived up to the expectations placed on him by the Si family. The good things he took were indeed too many. Gold and silver treasures were all there, and apart from those, there were various well-carved wood carvings, many of which even had faint divine fluctuations, clearly the work of a master. Liche glanced at them and then shifted his gaze away. He had no interest in wood carvings. After all, he could carve similar things himself, which naturally couldn't be considered treasures for him. But Liche had already started planning how much money these wood carvings could sell for. They wouldn't be cheap, after all, coming from the hands of a wood carving master. Therefore, these wood carvings were all money. Apart from the wood carvings, what attracted Liche the most was a fist-sized fragment, emitting a dull gray glow with an intense degree of divinity, which spilled out from the fragment. Divine Foundation Fragment. Liche's breathing stiffened. Even without recognition, just by looking at it, Liche understood that this was indeed a Divine Foundation Fragment. The overflowing divinity almost made Liche feel like bursting into tears. Inexplicable angry thoughts lingered in his mind, and his eyes slightly reddened. Such pure angry cry divinity, much stronger than Mubai's divinity. With such divine assault, I can't hold out, my spirit can't hold out. Liche's expression became serious and alarmed. This was only a fragment, yet if a divine base cultivator personally took action, he feared he would instantly have his consciousness penetrated and be invaded by divinity, completely losing his thoughts. To deal with a divine base cultivator, perhaps only from afar, using Namo Gatling Wooden Crow, could I barely threaten a divine base cultivator. But it's just barely a threat. Ultimately, my strength is not sufficient, my firepower, far from enough. Liche took a deep breath. Just a glimpse of the fragment made him aware of the horror of divine base cultivators. However, now that such a divine foundation fragment had fallen into his hands, all surnamed Li, without extracting the divine foundation fragment, Liche was now reluctant to touch it. After all, in case the out-of-control divinity exposed his own position, it would be a loss not worth the gain. Moreover, within the space of the pure heart, Liche discovered that pure heart seemed to be slowly refining the divine foundation fragment. Liche couldn't help but look forward to what would happen after the refinement was finished. His gaze shifted, focusing on other gains. Apart from that, the greatest gain was the scriptures. Si family's superior blood exchange technique, Si Taekong 9 shifts blood exchange technique. Liche's eyes suddenly brightened, his mind moved, and he took out a booklet from the Kinkan space, which appeared out of thin air. It was indeed the 9 shifts blood exchange technique, a blood exchange method practiced by the direct lineage of the Si family. It was also what Liche needed most at the moment for blood exchange. With this volume of 9 shifts blood exchange, Liche would be able to complete the 9 shifts blood exchange and achieve blood exchange perfection. There's also Si family's superior internal strength technique, Prison Lotus subduing ghost internal strength scripture, which can be cultivated up to the 6th realm of internal strength, reaching the summit of meridian connection. No wonder Fei Lei City's noble family and clan that had stood for hundreds of years had such a rich collection. What thrilled Liche the most, however, was the divine method. The divine method he had long been dreaming of. Finally within his reach. 9 luminaries angry cry suppressing ghosts nourishing nature record. Si family. Divine method. Liche's lips could not stop curving upwards, stifling the urge to burst into loud laughter. Indeed, killing people and burning houses as a means to wealth. Getting rich was just that simple and direct. The divine method, which he could never find despite being willing to spend a great deal of money, now fell into his hands just like that. However, Liche did not choose to start cultivating immediately. There was time ahead, and he was no longer in a hurry. After checking his belongings, Liche realized that he had inadvertently become enormously wealthy. Standing up, he patted the Namo Gatling and with a thought, the massive thing was tucked away into the space of the pure heart. With another thought, the Nemo Gatling fell back into his hands out of thin air. Playing with this large device, making it appear and disappear, delighted Li Che so much it brightened his eyes. He collected all the hidden weapons like the 1,000 spider threads and Guanyin blood lotus. Li Che felt that he truly had no vulnerabilities left. Isn't this a natural military arsenal? If I were to procure more wooden crows and make 100 mechanisms like the Nemo Gatling, I could rely on a continuous supply of firepower when encountering divine base cultivators, to suppress the opponents. Mubai, truly a good man. Li Che felt overwhelmed with emotion. The gains from this time completely exceeded his expectations and imagination. The greatest gain was the transformation of the pure heart after devouring the Kinkan jade. The strategic significance was too great. Li Che walked under the eaves, watching the relentless heavy rain pouring down. Feeling the gradually dissipating divinity from the clash of divine base cultivators in the air, he slowly exhaled. He knew that the matter with the Si family was probably settled. It's over. It's time to pick up my daughter from school. Li Che changed into a set of clean clothes, opened an oil paper umbrella, and stepped into the gradually easing rain. Li Che hurried toward the direction of the Divine Cultivation Institute of the Su family. Although the Si family was finished, and Mubai was dead, Li Che's sense of crisis had not completely subsided. After all, Shishi's true safety had not been secured yet. The entire Fei Lei city still remained under the oppressive and stifling influence brought by the Spirit Infant sect. Shishi, being a spirit child, was already on the hit list of the Spirit Infant sect. As the sect grew more powerful, they would certainly show their fangs and make a move on Shishi eventually. Therefore, Li Che naturally still felt anxious. The noise within the city had ended, the powerful suppression from the divine base cultivators receded, and the entire city seemed to come alive and lively again. Upon arriving at the Divine Cultivation Institute, Li Che saw that the gates were tightly closed, knowing it was because of the Battle of Divine Bases. The uniform sound of marching feet started to echo. From afar, Su Baihu, with a side knife strapped to his waist and a figure broad and sturdy as a bear, moved against the wind and rain, followed by a group of the Su family. Seeing Li Che, Su Baihu paused slightly. Master Li, it's been a long time. Su Baihu's expression was somewhat complex as he looked at Li Che. Second shopkeeper. Li Che greeted. Su Baihu was the person who had taught him martial arts and guided him at the entrance to the martial path, so Li Che naturally retained a sense of respect and gratitude. Outsiders cannot enter the Divine Cultivation Institute. I will go in and call someone for you, Su Baihu said. In the past, Su Baihu wanted to recruit Li Che under his command, or at least to have him side with himself. Unfortunately, seeing no hope of persuasion due to Li Che's good relationship with Su Yu, he gave up. Later, as Li Che displayed his talent, Su Baihu couldn't help but feel some regret. Especially after the examination by Nurse Momo from the Divine Cultivation Institute revealed that Li Che's daughter was a superior grade spirit child with extremely rich divinity. Superior grade spirit child, oh, as long as she grew up without being cut down midway, there was a high probability of up to 80% that she could forge her divine base in the future. Su Baihu's eyes flickered, thinking of the divine talent in Li Che's daughter. An idea began to form in his mind. He missed out on Li Che, but he must not miss out on Li Che's daughter. Master Li, I have a son who is 8 this year, with an excellent divine physique, and even praised by the old lord himself. Shishi's divine talent is also very good and she is cute and lively, which I greatly adore. She would match well with my son. I wonder, Master Li, if you're interested in becoming in-laws. Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Che's face gradually faded. Rain poured from the sky in torrents, utterly ice-cold. Just like Li Che's state of mind at the moment, so cold it yearned for murder. The smile on Li Che's face slowly vanished as he stared deeply at Su Baihu. Despite Su Baihu being his guide on the martial path, he actually coveted Shishi. Shishi was only 2.5 years old, and this man was already thinking of making her a child bride? It wasn't just about finding Shishi adorable. Undoubtedly it was because he had set his sights on Shishi's divine talent, wanting to tie her future to them. As a father, how could he possibly throw Shishi into such a pit of fire? The warmth on Li Che's face cooled. Even the slightest gentleness towards Su Baihu disappeared without a trace. Second shopkeeper is joking. Shishi is still young, it is far too early to speak of such matters. Moreover, when it comes to Shishi's marriage, it primarily depends on her own will. I won't interfere, Li Che said indifferently. Sensing the indifference in Li Che's words, Su Baihu's eyes narrowed. Master Li, the marriage of children is inevitably linked with us as parents, and the words of the parents are of utmost importance. Li Che couldn't be bothered to talk to Su Baihu anymore. However, Su Baihu felt somewhat embarrassed and annoyed, as if he saw a trace of disdain on Li Che's face. As if to say, what right did his Su Baihu's son have to be worthy of Shishi, who possessed such high divine talent? Master Li, nowadays Fei Lei City isn't safe, the threat from the Spirit Infant sect is growing more severe, and after all, Master Li is not a member of the Su family. The protection provided to Shishi by the Su family might not be comprehensive. If Shishi were to form a good match with my son, then she would be part of the Su family, and naturally, the protection we provide would be different. Su Baihu said blandly. Li Che's gaze remained steady as he looked at Su Baihu. Second shopkeeper, are you threatening me? His calm words seemed to bring silence to the world. The pitter-patter of raindrops hitting the tiles and bluestones grew deafeningly loud. Su Baihu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, his cultivated divinity boiling uncontrollably as if a terrible crisis was approaching. Big brother, she is like my goddaughter. As long as I, Su Yu, live another day, I will give her the greatest protection. Out of the blue, from behind, within the Divine Cultivation Institute, a resounding and angry voice could be heard. Then, Su Yu came slowly walking over, leading Shi who carried a small school box on her back. Daddy. Upon seeing Li Che, Shi called out in surprise and joy, her voice soft and shy. Outside, Shi was always very timid and quiet. Li Che immediately looked at Shi, a gentle expression flooding his face. Daddy's here to take you home. Your mother made your favorite braised prawns today. Let's go back early. Greedy Shi's salivation seemed almost uncontrollable at the mention. However, as if to maintain her image, she quietly covered her mouth with her hand. On the other side, Su Yu stood in opposition to Su Baihu. Looking at the rarely angry Su Yu, Su Baihu's mouth twitched, but didn't completely fall out with him. Enough, it was merely a suggestion. My attitude has been very sincere, Master Li, think it over. Su Baihu couldn't be bothered to say more. He only glanced at Li Che before turning around and leading his team away. Second brother's children, basically have too low divine talents, and his sons are already 8 years old, too old. Su Yu turned to Li Che, somewhat indignantly muttering. Even angrier than Li Che, the father. Li Che simply wanted to kill silently. It wasn't too obvious on his face, but Su Yu's anger was written all over his. Shi's future must belong to the divine sect. She must not waste her potential at the Su family. In the end, Su Yu looked at Li Che, speaking seriously. We as parents must take responsibility for our children's future. Li Che smiled sincerely from the heart. Don't worry, my daughter is my little padded jacket. Whoever dares covet her will have to bear my wrath. Su Yu sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Shi came bounding over, throwing herself into Li Che's open arms. Li Che kissed her tender cheek with a smack. Shi, have you been good at Divine Cultivation Institute? Did you listen to Nurse Momo today? Did you make any trouble? Old Su, who is he? Li Che narrowed his eyes at the boy with the Neza braids following behind Shi. This Neza braided boy seemed familiar. Wasn't he the child that accompanied the mysterious elder? When Li Che previously encountered the elder in Golden Splendor Pavilion, he had wondered where the boy had gone. Never did he expect the boy would actually approach Shi. A strong sense of danger emanated from Li Che. 2 words seemed to slowly emerge from the depths of Li Che's mind. Young suitor? At 2.5 years old, this brat dares to show up before her father? Lu Qi, who had been all smiles and feigned ignorance, suddenly sensed a strong intention to kill, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Lu Qi, who followed the mysterious elder, was well aware of Li Che's true identity. This fellow was the lone hero of Fei Lei City, Bull Demon? A bull demon with the blood of many lives on his hands? He, is a familiar face to Nurse Momo, placed in Su's Divine Cultivation Institute to cultivate his divinity. He's sort of a little friend to Shi. My Shi is so adorable. How could she possibly be little buddies with this big-headed kid? As a father, he couldn't stand the sight of a boy constantly clinging to his daughter like a shadow. Besides, this boy had an unusual background, traveling with that old man capable of killing a divine base cultivator. Su Yu's lips twitched as he fully understood Master Li's wariness as a father. It's not like that, old Li, it's really not. Su Yu almost burst into laughter. The kid is quite well behaved, and his divine talent is excellent. Nurse Momo couldn't be bothered to take care of him, so she dumped him on me. I plan to take him over to your house for a meal, Su Yu said with a smile. But as he smiled, his laughter suddenly faded away. Li Che glanced at him, and then cast a glance at Lu Qi, with his Neza-like braids. Uncle, Lu Qi braced himself to speak. He didn't know why his divinity was boiling uncontrollably, as if some great demon had set its eyes on him. This bull demon was just a mere blood exchange warrior, after all. Once he transformed into the wrathful third prince, he could slap to death a whole bunch of them with a single palm. Why should he be afraid? Don't talk, come here, Li Che said indifferently. All right. Lu Qi obediently took a couple of steps forward, and Li Che, holding Shi with one hand, gently patted Lu Kai's head with the other. Not bad, your head is quite big, it should be quite comfortable to twist. Lu Qi. Finally, Su Yu couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Oh boy, the usually approachable Li Che suddenly becoming cold and fiercely protective was quite amusing. And about twisting heads so comfortably. You, Li Che, have never killed a person, but you do know how to scare someone quite well. Eventually, Lu Qi was still brought along for the meal, although he actually didn't want to go. But for some reason, Li Che let him go anyway. After the meal, since it was raining heavily in the courtyard, Shi and Lu Qi played there. This was the first time Shi had brought a friend home, and the little girl had a lot of fun. But to Lu Qi, the sight of Li Che sitting under the eaves, holding a carving knife, carving the wood bit by bit, felt like the knife was always gesturing toward his body. After dinner, Su Yu spoke with Li Che about the divine base battle and then took his leave to go back to the Su family to take care of matters. Although the Su family hadn't notified him of such a major event, after all, he was still from the Su family's direct lineage and should go back to help. Li Che didn't try to keep him. For Su Yu of the Su family's direct lineage, he just felt sorry for him. Su Yu, Su Baihu, and Su Heli, 3 brothers from the same father but different mothers. Su Yu's mother died early, and the family head father didn't pay much attention to him because Su Yu's divine talent was too low, and whether he could reach the cultivation as river-like stage was uncertain. Furthermore, Su Yu's personality was too good and too honest. The more honest a child is, the more the parents think you are sensible and the less attention they invest. Su Yu's status within the Su family was really not high, and Li Che sometimes felt heartache for him. Su Yu left, and the now staying Lu Qi felt as if his only support in the small courtyard had collapsed. Fortunately, Li Che didn't put on that cute bull mask, which killed without blinking an eye. Night fell. The rainy night was deep, and the dense clouds were so heavy they seemed impenetrable. Li Che gently put Shi to sleep, then handed over the provisions to his wife Zhang Ya, and arranged for mother and daughter to sleep. Then he got up from the master bedroom, made sure all the mechanisms set in the master bedroom were intact. Li Che arrived at the study, changed into a black elastic outfit in the darkness, and carved out the cute bull mask, covering his face. Putting on the cloak hat, he vanished with a flicker. In the side bedroom, Lu Qi, with his Neza braids, sat cross-legged on the bed, slightly closed his eyes, and nurtured his divinity. The quilt Zhang Ya had prepared for him was neatly folded like tofu blocks. He had never covered himself with it. Suddenly, Lu Kai's eyes shot open. Boom boom boom. Behind the dense clouds, ferocious thunder tore through the night sky. Lu Qi looked towards the abruptly opened window. There, a figure in a cloak hat and dark clothes stood still. The howling wind whipped around, the air currents turbulent. The occasionally bright and flickering lightning cast light upon the grim and unsettled cute cow mask beneath the cloak hat. Lu Qi watched the towering bull demon slowly enter the house. Overwhelming vitality interwove, creating swirling waves of air that dispersed wildly. An inexplicable pressure made Lu Kai's hair stand on end. Could it be? During the day they said it felt good to twist a big head. Were they not joking? In the dead of night, were they really going to practice it? Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Lu Kai's face subtly trembled, yet his well-cultivated divinity was already ready to burst forth, with sparks leaping from his pupils. If the bull demon indeed intended to kill him, he, Lu Qi, would have to summon the third crown prince. Li Che glanced at the tightly tensed Lu Qi. Of course, he did not come to kill Lu Qi, for he, the bull demon, though not a good person, was not one to kill without reason. What relation do you have with that senior? Li Che said gravely. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi immediately understood whom Li Che was referring to. His tense heart slightly relaxed, realizing his master must have forewarned Li Che. He is my master, said Lu Qi. Are you people from the divine sect? Li Che glanced at Lu Qi again. In the house, the currents of air whirled wildly, and the storm outside intensified. The pushed-open window clattered incessantly. Lu Qi stiffened all over, but slowly relaxed, yet he did not answer Li Che because someone would provide the answer. Under Li Che's mask, his eyes narrowed, his 5 fingers clenched, and a wood raven slid from his sleeve into his fingers, while his other 5 fingers flicked, and the extremely fine and sharp 1,000 spider threads were already tense and ready. This was because an unexpected figure had suddenly appeared in the room. The half-white-haired old man, whose face was full of deep lines, bore a gentle smile, had appeared at some unknown time. Li Che didn't even realize how the old man entered the room. Young friend, do not worry, if the elderly wanted to deal with you, your resistance would be futile. But I am quite surprised, how did you manage to kill Simubai? The old man said cheerfully. Under Li Che's black elastic shirt, 9 major muscles tensed up, and every muscle in his body roared angrily, vitality intertwined. Although Simubai lost his divinity due to Lu Kai's beating, he still possessed the peak capability of nature nourishing like a stream. Logically speaking, with your cultivation uncompleted, you shouldn't have any possibility of killing Simubai. The old man looked at Li Che in amazement. Li Che's fingers pressed into the 1,000 spider threads, remained highly vigilant, and narrowed his eyes under the mask. It was just a sneak attack, nothing to be proud of. A sneak attack on a divine cultivator? Divine cultivators have extremely keen sensing. The moment you make a move, even 10 yards away they can sense your movements. How could you sneak up? The old man shook his head, but he was somewhat concerned. Being able to kill Simubai meant that Li Che's martial skills were commendable throughout Fei Lei City, and if he was looking for the headquarters of the Spirit Infant Sect, there might be an opportunity to cooperate. Young friendly, indeed, Lu Qi and I come from the divine sect. We are cultivators sent down the mountain by our sect to select spirit children. We just came down the mountain and entered the city earlier, without alerting the noble families and the city lord. They were indeed people from the divine sect. Li Che's heart tightened slightly, but he did not relax. The old man smiled, brushed off the rain on his body, glanced at the still vigilant Li Che, and said with a smile, you do not need to be so tense. We divine cultivators are not interested in your martial secret techniques. Your breath-concealing bone-hiding technique, though decent, is not very tempting in the eyes of divine cultivators. Divine secret techniques, nature-nourishing divine objects, divine weapons, etc., these are what divine cultivators pursue. Everything related to divinity far surpasses martial path, vitality, and inner strength. Let me introduce myself. I am Li Qingshan, a cultivator from the Yunzhou subsect of the Qianyuan sect. This disciple is my direct disciple Lu Qi, in the nature-nourishing like river realm, belonging to the inner sect of our subsect. The old man looked at Li Che earnestly, giving a formal introduction. The Qianyuan sect? A truly colossal entity, this Li Qingshan, although only from a branch of the Qianyuan sect, was still considered a gigantic figure for the entire Fei Lei city. The Dying Dynasty encompasses 11 circuits, 36 provinces, and 126 prefectures, 1 divine sect per circuit, 1 subsect per province, and along with the Temple Control Bureau of Dying Town, they jointly supervise the mysterious temple. Fei Lei City is part of the Golden Light Prefecture, which is located in Yun Province, under the jurisdiction of the Lingnan Circuit, thus governed by the Qianyuan sect subsect. The old man Li Qingshan gave Li Che a brief overview of the regional divisions. Li Che felt a vast expansiveness coming at him. Shi's talent is excellent, highly suitable for cultivating our sex fury divinity lineage. Therefore, I came to you to inquire whether Shi might join our Qianyuan divine sect branch. With Shi's talent, if she can build a divine foundation before 18, there is still hope for her to enter the main Qianyuan divine sect. Li Qingshan stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Build a divine foundation by 18. Li Che was startled. Building a divine foundation by 18 is the most basic requirement to enter the main sect from the prefecture branches. Shi has a chance. I have assessed her divinity, she is a supreme spiritual child." Supreme spiritual child? Didn't the Su family say she was only superior grade? Those naturally imbued with divinity from birth, along with the initial divinity, are not results of later cultivation, hence they can be called spirit children. Li Qingshan burst into laughter. My Qianyuan sect's observation skill can glimpse the essence that is not comparable to the experiential foresight of local divine cultivators. Young friend, would you be willing to send Shi to our divine sect? Li Qingshan asked again. Lu Qi, sitting on the bed, also blinked his big eyes, curiously looking on. After a moment of thought, Li Che asked, letting Shi join the divine sect is not out of the question, but I have one question to ask. Ask. Does the divine sect perhaps allow accompanying mentors? I wish to accompany Shi to cultivate together in the divine sect, is that possible? Li Che naturally did not want to let Shi go to the divine sect to cultivate alone. If he could not accompany her, he would rather not let Shi go. Shi being too far from him gave him no sense of security. Li Qingshan heard this and was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and shook his head. Of course, it's possible, not only possible. Although I came to Fei Lei City a bit late this time, which allowed the spirit infant sect to wreak havoc for a while, it still kept several good spirit children safe. Shi is one of them, several noble families and clans also picked a few, and there's one more. As Li Qingshan finished speaking, the smile in his eyes grew more intense and blazing, his gaze falling on Li Che, who was wearing a cute bull mask and embodying the dragon elephant Vajra, looking as imposing as a mountain. It's you? A 21-year-old spiritual child. Time slipped through the fingers, fleeting swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it passed. Since the last time Li Qingshan confronted Li Che's head had been buzzing. He had not expected, not only had Li Qingshan taken a fancy to his daughter, but he was also not letting him go. A 21-year-old spiritual child? There was something odd about that phrase, akin to a 21-year-old virgin, not very damaging but extremely insulting. Li Qingshan told him that he possessed pure divinity, which Li Che understood was due to the pure heart Dao Fruit, naturally attracting divinity, catching Li Qingshan's observation skill interest. In a strict sense, the divinity amassed after the birth of the pure heart was indeed fresh enough to be called a spirit child. That meant Li Qingshan wanted both him and his daughter to join the sect for cultivation. Li Che thought about practicing alongside a group of tiny tots not even as tall as his knees in a courtyard. The mental image inexplicably felt comically ironic. Half a year passed, unnoticed. Since the last battle for the Divine Foundation, the Si family fell from power, becoming a target for division among the large noble families and clans. Of course, the Si family had not yet perished, still gasping for survival, but they had completely lost their status as a noble clan. All the valuable items in the family were plundered, the loss of divine method causing the Si family to completely lose their foundation. Following the fall of the Si family, Fei Lei City entered a phase of undisturbed peace. However, the calmer it was, the more it indicated that a greater storm was brewing. Lu Qi permanently resided at Li Che's home, also arranged by Li Qingshan as a protector for Shi, while Li Qingshan investigated the mysterious temple and spirit infant sect matters in the outer city. He told Li Che that the spirit infant sect was allowing the city's outer mysterious temple to expand and transform. Therefore, he was trying to covertly locate the spirit infant sect's headquarters and see if it was possible to suppress the temple god in the temple that was about to awaken. As for Li Che and Shi heading to the divine sect for cultivation, Li Qingshan said they had to wait until the official recruitment day of the divine sect to join, as they couldn't bypass the rules and join in advance. Li Che didn't mind this. The days passed steadily. Time does not stop, seasons flow like a river. Cold winds blew, bringing a piercing chill. Unknowingly, it was another harsh winter with heavy snowfalls. Shi turned 3 years old. Fei Lei City, inner city. An independent workshop courtyard. Li Che sat cross-legged. The cold air condensed the moisture in the sky, and the falling snowflakes, landing on his shoulders, silently melted and evaporated. He slowly opened his eyes, and the air currents in the entire courtyard surged wildly. His bones collided with a roaring sound, his blood circled vigorously, like a mountain torrent bursting, a muffled sound transmitted from beneath his skin. Blood exchange 9 shifts, the real blood exchange great perfection. Li Che's eyes blazed, and the breath he exhaled was sharp as a knife. And my inner strength. Li Che lifted his hand, and a hot stream tumbled in his palm, while on his arm, 4 black lotus flowers bloomed. Prison lotus subduing ghost internal force. Fourfold heaven. The powerful inner strength rolled like tides, merging into his blood, greatly bolstering his force. Blood exchange 9 shifts, combined with inner strength of fourfold heaven. Today's Li Che, even without activating Dragon Elephant Vajra, could unleash power close to the channel opening stage with just his horizontally refined physique. If he activated the Dragon Elephant Vajra, with its unparalleled horizontal refinement, his burst of power could reach the peak of initial stage of meridian opening at the Chi vessel level. The meridian connection realm is divided into several smaller realms: Chi channels, mysterious vein, and divine vein. Meridian cultivators can spar with those cultivating like a lamp nurturing nature. If one reaches the mysterious vein level, horizontal refinement becomes more terrifying, and even divine cultivators nurturing nature like a stream can be challenged. As for divine pulse martial artists, they stand at the very pinnacle of the meridian connection realm, their bodies and blood as strong as refined steel, a breath in and out like a roaring dragon, using their blood to nurture essence, capable of competing with a divine cultivator who is like a river nurturing nature. And above the divine pulse martial artists are those known as grand masters, exceedingly rare. Even though most divine cultivators assist physical cultivation with their divinity to speed up advancement, most of those with river-like nurturing nature only achieve the initial meridian opening Chi channels level in their horizontal refinement. A few may reach the mysterious vein, but there are even fewer at the divine vein level. Even among divine cultivators, to cultivate a divine vein requires decades of daily arduous cultivation and practice. Having enjoyed the rapid ascent from divinity, how could they have the patience to polish and refine? Besides blood and inner strength. Li Che's eyes sparkled, his greatest gain in the past half year. With a clench of his 5 fingers, divinity howled out from his palm, the sobbing cry swirling around with his every move. Angry cry suppressing ghost. The 9 luminaries' angry cry suppressing ghost nourishing nature record of the SI family had been completely cultivated by Li Che, and he had successfully reached the nurture nature like a lamp stage. Most importantly, Li Che had discovered a minor use for pure heart. That is, pure heart could conceal and hide the aura of divinity he cultivated, just like Dragon Elephant Vajra. It disguised him as an ordinary person who had never cultivated divinity. The divine foundation fragment from Elder Master Si. If I could completely refine it, I might be able to advance to the cultivation as river-like stage. However, even with the help of pure heart, it will take some time. Li Che pondered, summarizing his current overall strength. The improvement was undeniably tremendous. The him of today, if he met Si Mubai again, would not need to resort to a sneak attack, he could simply smash him to pieces outright. A long breath he exhaled, and the wind howled. After organizing his thoughts about his cultivation, Li Che looked up, the snowflakes gently falling from the sky, landing on his cheek, melting, feeling extremely cold. Today, she turns 3. A mutter. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the world fell into a sudden silence. In Li Che's chest, wave after wave of intense pulsations came, as Dao Fruit's immortal artisan, pure heart, and Dragon Elephant Vajra began to beat energetically. Before his eyes, familiar images slowly emerged. The vast and profound earth, a sacred tree towering into the clouds, sprouted from the ground, its leaves quivering with shimmering light. A multicolored fruit, overflowing with luster, projected the images of Shishi's growth over the past year. Her black hair fluttering in the wind. Li Che's eyes shone brightly. Unknowingly, another year had passed. A year of protection and anticipation, finally bearing fruit today. Shishi at 3, the 4th Dao Fruit, has arrived. Your daughter turned 3, lively and clever, growing up safe and sound, and obtained the Dao Fruit Chess Saint. Before my eyes, prompt slowly emerged, interwoven with flashing lights. The 4th Dao Fruit. Following the immortal artisan, Dragon Elephant Vajra, and pure heart, the expectation for the 4th Dao Fruit swelled within Li Che's heart. Even though he already possessed 3, when it came to Dao Fruits, he never deemed them too many. Each Dao Fruit brought him great aid, be it in life, on the martial path, or in the realm of divinity. Yet he had no clue what role the 4th Dao Fruit would play. Thus, it brought Li Che the thrill of opening a mystery box. However, as soon as the name of the 4th Dao Fruit appeared, Li Che was somewhat taken aback. Chess Saint. Li Che's brow furrowed slightly, and the joy on his face seemed to momentarily freeze. He, Li Che, was not really good at playing chess. He could play Connect 5, but as for other forms of chess, besides knowing the rules, he was mostly ignorant. Chess Saint, Dao Fruit Heaven and Earth as chessboard, divinity condensed into pieces, from Tianyuan to start, moves according to the heart. As his spirit slightly fluctuated, the introduction of the Chess Saint Dao Fruit quietly surfaced before him. Heaven and Earth as chessboard, divinity condensed into chess pieces. From Tianyuan to start, moves according to the heart. Li Che silently felt a wave of confusion, as if, despite the description, he still didn't quite understand the specific principle at work. As expected, anything related to chess was always mystifying. But Li Che wasn't completely clueless, divinity condensed into chess pieces. With a thought, the Dao Fruit of the pure heart pulsated, and in an instant, pure white divinity burst forth, swirling in Li Che's palm. The divinity crafted from the pure heart had no other special attributes, only the pure, flawless divinity. Hum hum hum. The divinity lingered, and slowly, it coalesced into a white chess piece right in front of Li Che. It radiated a pure white glow, floating above Li Che's palm. A flicker of curiosity appeared in Li Che's eyes, and the next moment, he raised his hand to grasp the chess piece. In an instant, it was as if a drop of water had fallen onto the serene surface of a lake, causing ripples to spread in concentric circles. Li Che only felt his spiritual perception suddenly heighten, and in a flash, half of Fei Lei City was perfectly replicated in his mind like a high-definition map. The crisscrossing lines intertwined, sketching out a chessboard that enveloped half of Fei Lei City. Li Che's eyes narrowed slightly. This scene was as if he had activated a satellite view, overseeing half of the city. Although the people in the city, their conversations and actions all appeared very blurry to him, if he was willing to invest more divinity, he could receive increasingly clear feedback. You call this Chess Saint? Master Go Chess Saint. Li Che was genuinely surprised by the function of this fourth Dao Fruit. He looked at the fingers holding the chess piece. Suddenly, with a flick of his finger, the chess piece, condensed from the pure divinity of the pure heart, shot out dozens of meters from the yard and landed at the garden gate. The Chess Saint Dao Fruit vibrated slightly. The next moment, Li Che felt a blur before his eyes, and when his vision cleared, he discovered that he had moved from the center of the courtyard to the spot where the chess piece floated by the gate. Moves according to the heart. Li Che stood silently at the entrance of the garden, as snowflakes fluttered down from the sky, only to be shredded into dust by an invisible divinity. He toyed with the divine chess piece held between his fingers. A smirk couldn't help but curl up at the corner of his mouth. Chess Saint, what is a chess saint? To control everything within the chess game, that is the saint within the chess, everything within the board, all under my observation. Heaven and earth as chessboard, divinity condensed into chess pieces. If he were to let Shi carry this chess piece with her. My heart wanders, moves according to the heart. Doesn't that mean that if Shi were within his chessboard's sensing range and any safety threat arose, he could appear by Shi's side in an instant with the quickest teleportation speed if he wished? From now on, in the face of danger, eliminate the danger. If there's a threat, annihilate the threat. He no longer had to worry about Shi's safety. Snowflakes drifted down, icy to the bone. Yet Li Che's heart was full of warmth and excitement. The effect of the fourth Dao Fruit could be simply thought of as a type of surveillance, a guarantee of his daughter's safety. As long as the divine chess piece he had condensed was by Shi's side, should she encounter any danger, he could appear beside her in the quickest possible time. For an old father, such a Dao Fruit was the most reassuring of all. In Fei Lei City, the spirit infant sex threat had yet to subside. It even showed signs of escalating, and Li Che was very clear that the spirit infant sect must have inextricably complex entanglements with the city lord's mansion. Spirit infant sect. Li Che's eyes narrowed as he pinched the white chess piece condensed from divinity in his hand. This menace, he didn't know when it could be dealt with. Senior Li is investigating the main altar of the spirit infant sect. I wonder if there have been any gains. If the spirit infant sect could be eliminated, it would naturally be a great thing for Fei Lei City, and parents with children could sleep more peacefully at night. Li Che exhaled deeply. He continued to attempt research on the Chess Saint Dao Fruit within the workshop. After condensing 3 white divine chess pieces, he was unable to condense any more, which meant that 3 chess pieces were his current limit. Only 3 chess pieces, one for Shi, and 1 to place on my wife is probably enough. If the maturity of the Chess Saint's Dao Fruit increases, the number of chess pieces condensed will also correspondingly increase. Li Che pondered thoughtfully. With a thought, a flow of light appeared before his eyes. Name, Li Che. Bonds, Li Nuangzai, daughter. Dao Fruit, Immortal Artisan, LV3, 10%, Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV2, 49%, Pure Heart, LV1, 20%, Chess Saint, LV1, 1%. Prototype of Divine Powers, Immortal Worker, 1000 Analyzing Hands. Seeing the overall improvement on the panel, Li Che's lips couldn't help but turn up in an arc. Once I break through to channel opening in my martial cultivation, I should be able to bring the maturity of the Dragon Elephant Vajra Dao Fruit to 50%. It's a pity that compared to Immortal Artisan, achieving LV3-4 Dragon Elephant Vajra is indeed much more difficult. Stretching lazily, Li Che became increasingly hopeful about the future. What I mainly lack now is the divine secret technique, which is the primary means by which divine cultivators fight their enemies. The divine martial arts I obtained from Guozhan before can barely be used. Li Che had killed Guozhan, a blood exchange expert sent by Simubai, and obtained the divine martial arts called Angry Cry 100 Ghosts Thunderstorm Arrows, which did not belong to divine secret techniques, but rather to divine martial arts. Compared to Simubai's secret techniques blended with rainwater, unpredictable like ghosts and spirits, it was incomparable. Regrettably, in the gifts from Simubai, Li Che did not find this secret technique. However, after Li Che cultivated the Angry Cry suppressing ghost divinity, he was able to practice the divine martial arts. He has now mastered it to the level of minor accomplishment. Divine martial arts are a bit more difficult than martial arts of blood and chi, requiring a test of one's mastery over divinity, so, Li Che's mastery speed was quite slow. Converging his essence, chi, and spirit, Li Che completely concealed his divinity while releasing his blood and chi to the level of bone tempering completion. 3 years from beginner to bone tempering completion, it's not considered too exaggerated. Li Che chuckled. At least it wasn't exaggerated compared to the cultivation he was concealing. He picked a piece of wood from the yard, dried it with his inner strength, and began the wood carving. After reaching LV3 with Immortal Artisan, Li Che's wood carving skills were getting higher and higher, and he had already reached the level of wood carving master, capable of bestowing divinity into the wood carvings. Li Che focused intently as his carving knife flowed smoothly, wood chips flew, and silky patterns were outlined, forming a 6-armed bodhisattva fury crying lotus sitting statue. The divinity of heaven and earth seemed to be slowly attracted and adhered to by the wood carving. After the carving was completed, Li Che used his inner strength to wash it, finishing the final step of the wood carving, and stored it within the vast space of pure heart. This piece, Li Che kept it for himself, to be used when cultivating the angry cry suppressing ghost divinity, just as Si Mubai had done in his training. According to the cultivation methods recorded in the 9 luminaries angry cry suppressing ghosts nurturing nature record, divinity could be cultivated from the heaven and earth by oneself, or it could be extracted and cultivated through items imbued with divine essence such as wood carvings, stone carvings, paintings, etc. However, most used wood carvings primarily because many types of wood were inherently divine objects like spiritual wood. Li Qingshan once casually mentioned to Li Che that even within the main sect of the Qian Yuan divine sect, there was a specially established wood carving ridge that recruited wood carving masters. The divine wood carvings needed by sect disciples for cultivation were mostly created by the sect's wood carving masters. After completing his daily carving, Li Che fiddled with the 7th-ranked mechanism Bodhi Blood Tears from Tang's Mechanism Essentials for a while. Although difficult, Li Che was almost finished with it. Glancing at the sky, Li Che returned to the cottage in the workshop's courtyard and took out the birthday gift he had prepared for Shishi. Li Che's handmade twist car was hardly a challenge for him at the moment, but it was very nice because it could satisfy Shishi's happiness. He sneaked to play with the twist car in the yard. Shishi was 3 years old now, and he, Li Che, had also become a 22-year-old spirit child. A 22-year-old spirit child playing with a twist car shouldn't be a problem, right? After having his fill of play, Li Che carried the twist car and left the independent workshop. First, he went to Golden Splendor Pavilion, ordered a table full of fine wine and dishes, and asked the pavilion's workers to pack it up and deliver it to his home in the inner city. The Li family had completely moved into the inner city, and the financially robust Li Che had bought a duplex courtyard there. Old Chen had also moved in to live with them. Originally, Old Chen had lived in the outer city for some peace and quiet, but now that Shishi moved to the inner city, he couldn't bear to be apart and wanted to follow. After arranging Shishi's birthday banquet, Li Che then went to Su's Divine Cultivation Institute to pick Shishi up from school. Daddy, what's this? Zixi was held by Li Che, one hand around his neck, her big eyes curiously looking at the twist car Li Che was carrying in one hand. This is a birthday present Daddy made for Shishi, come and play with it. Li Che directly taught Shishi how to use it. Behind them, big head Lu Kai's eyes widened as he stretched his neck, watching Shishi happily twisting on the twist car, and couldn't help feeling envious, wanting to give it a try. Lu Chi brother, do you want to try it? Shishi said with a beaming smile, revealing her dimples. At that moment, Lu Chi felt that Shishi was simply a fairy from the heavens. However, sensing Li Che's gaze as deep and terrifying as a bull demon from hell, Lu Kai's scalp tingled. I'm a big kid now, I wouldn't play with childish toys. After speaking, Lu Chi turned his head away, fighting back tears of envy. Su Yu, dressed in a refined white shirt, followed gently behind, but there was a hint of worry between his brows. Ache, after celebrating Shishi's birthday with her, I fear I'm going to be busy. The mysterious temple outside the city has erupted in turmoil again, evil creatures are rampaging, and many villages have suffered chaos. The Su, and Yang families in the inner city have formed a cleanup team, and I've been assigned to leave the city for the cleanup task. Su Yu said with a wry smile. On hearing this, Li Che's brows furrowed. You are from the direct lineage, and such a dangerous task. Why would they send you? Didn't the Yang and An families send out members from collateral branches to lead the teams? Su Yu shook his head helplessly. I'm used to it. It can also be considered a form of tempering. Su Yu's nature was just like that, too weak, never fighting or competing for anything. You should fight for it. As a direct lineage member, you should still hold on to the rights you ought to have, Li Che advised. Su Yu continued to nod with a gentle smile on his face. Li Che said no more, raised his hand, patted Su Yu's shoulder, and the chess piece condensed of pure heart divinity silently infiltrated Su Yu's body. Su Yu didn't even notice anything unusual and continued to chat and laugh with Shishi as usual. Night fell. In the courtyard, the moonlight was cool and thin. Li Che had gotten Old Chen drunk, who was insisting he wasn't, and after seeing off his great-uncle cousin who had come to celebrate Shishi's 3rd birthday together, he sat down with Su Yu under the eaves. A stove boiled water, and in the boiling water, the green tea leaves tumbled. A bowl of tea after wine is a joy fit for immortals. Holding the crudely brewed green tea by Li Che, Su Yu continued to discuss Shishi's safety at the Divine Cultivation Institute with him. I've asked Nurse Momo to take care of it. She will personally come to the gate to pick Shishi up. Nurse Momo is an old-timer at the Divine Cultivation Institute and can be trusted. When you come to pick up Shishi, she will also escort Shishi and Lu Chi out of the Divine Cultivation Institute. With the threat of the spirit infant sect yet to subside, Su Yu dared not be careless and was deeply concerned for Shishi's safety. Li Che, drinking his hot tea, smiled and nodded, then stood up pretending to go to the inner room, and when he came back out, he had in his hands a half-meter-tall statue. Old Su, take this 3 immortals riding ox pondering sword statue with you. Su Yu was taken aback. Instinctively, he put down his tea bowl and took the wood carving. The moment he touched the wood carving, he instantly felt the Sunsi Lu sword divinity inside him slightly boil. This wood carving had such strong divinity. Surprised and incredulous, Su Yu looked back at Li Che. Old Li, have you become a wood carving master? Wood carving master? Looking at the wood carving in his hands, emitting a rich divinity, Su Yu was both shocked and delighted. To carve a wood carving that possesses divinity is to be called a wood carving master, a title that brings great prestige and garners the highest respect in any noble family or clan. Although becoming a wood carving master, there were still ranks among them, classified according to the strength of the divinity endowed in the wood carvings. The divine cultivators, in order to enhance the prestige of wood carving masters, classified their rank based on the strength of the mysterious temples as announced by the imperial court. For instance, after becoming a wood carving master, if one could steadily ensure that each carved wood carving possessed divinity, he was named a 10th capital level wood carving master. When the carved wood carvings reached the 9 luminaries level of divinity contained in the mysterious temples, he was called a 9 luminaries level wood carving master. Congratulations, congratulations. I knew I was not mistaken about you. I said you would definitely become a wood carving master. Su Yu was very happy, playing with the divine wood carving of the Sunsi Lu sword given by Li Che, his eyes seemingly alight. Now that you have become a wood carving master, I can also undertake the cleansing mission with peace of mind, Su Yu said with a smile. A wood carving master's daughter is basically untouchable, and the Su family would do their utmost to protect her from any harm, to win over the wood carving master. Currently in the Su family, there was only one elderly wood carving master, and maintaining Su Heli's cultivation was already extremely difficult. Therefore, Li Che becoming a wood carving master was naturally given great attention. Li Che smiled, intentionally revealing his talent and strength in wood carving. Not only because the timing was right but also to actively make the Su family pay attention and ensure Shishi's safety in Fei Lei City. Of course, it was also meant to give Su Yu more leverage. Su Yu was completely happy for Li Che, and after saying a lot more to him, hurriedly left. He went to inform the Su family that Li Che had become a wood carving master, to make them fully recognize his importance. The night was cool, and the snow, dense. Li Che watched Su Yu, who had braved the heavy snow and disappeared at the end of the long street, exhale gently. Suddenly, a sheet of falling snow was torn apart. Li Qingshan, dressed in simple cloth, with hands clasped behind his back, appeared in the yard, hunched over, watching Su Yu's departing figure, raising an eyebrow. You, young man, are indeed one to remember kindness, revealing your wood carving master talent. After you join the divine sect, with this background, Su Yu won't have to worry too much about being bullied in Fei Lei City, said Li Qingshan with a smile. It's always easy for honest people to be bullied. Having some background makes it less likely, Li Che said as he exhaled a puff of warm breath in the cold air. Elder, you seldom appear. Have you by chance located the headquarters of the Spirit Infant sect this time? Li Che asked as he poured hot tea for Li Qingshan from a bubbling cauldron. Li Qingshan, not bothering with formalities, took the hot tea and sat down with Li Che under the eaves, sipping noisily. I've made some headway, almost have it figured out. I thought the Spirit Infant sect was deeply entwined with the government office and would set up headquarters in the City Lord's mansion. I sneaked into the City Lord's mansion, only to find that's not the case, Li Qingshan said, sipping the hot tea and frowning. Hearing this, Li Che also could not help but frown. Not in the City Lord's mansion. I suppose, the City Lord's mansion, after all, is the Grand Prospect dynasty's official residence. If the Spirit Infant sect were so bold to set up their headquarters there, stepping on the face of the imperial court, once the word spreads out of Fei Lei City, well, the Temple Control Bureau of the Golden Light Prefecture is not for show, scoffed Li Qingshan. The Grand Prospect dynasty cares most about its face now, even though the national fortune has declined, but the majesty of a country still needs to be maintained, Li Qingshan said as he caught a snowflake and crushed it into powder. Li Che, you boy, to think you could become a wood carving master, that is somewhat unexpected for me. It seems you, this old spirit child, are indeed very sensitive to divinity, he said. Perfect, once you're in the divine sect, I can recommend you go to Wood Carving Ridge. Once there, you can better establish your footing within the sect, and it will also be easier to secure the divine wood carvings needed for Shishi's cultivation later on, Li Qingshan continued. Li Che also took a sip of tea, raising an eyebrow. Within the divine sect, is divine wood carving really that tight? Li Qingshan glanced at Li Che, grinned, and said, within the sect, 10th capital level wood carving is naturally not in demand, but the 9 luminaries and 8 extremes divine wood carvings are in very high demand. Li Che nodded, indicating he understood. Now, with the help of the Dao Fruit and immortal Artisan, Li Che was putting his all into carving the highest quality 10th capital wood carvings. But as for 9 luminaries level divine wood carvings, Li Che had no clue. It was as if he was missing some critical opportunity. Li Qingshan looked at Li Che, filled with emotion. Being a wood carving master is a coveted profession. Those who achieve it, their path of divinity is somewhat secured. However, advancing in rank as a wood-carving master is also extremely dangerous. Besides the 10th capital level, advancing each subsequent rank, if reliant only on personal insights, is as hard as reaching the heavens. Therefore, it's necessary to capture the divinity of the temple gods from corresponding level mysterious temples, and embed this captured divinity into the wood carvings to advance. This is why the rating of wood carving masters is similar to that of mysterious temples. It seemed that something had occurred to Li Qingshan as he pondered for a moment. Li Che, boy, have you ever been to the mysterious temple? Mysterious temple? Li Che couldn't help but shake his head. He had heard of it, but had never visited it. This mysterious temple, springing up like bamboo shoots after a rain following the great changes in the world, brought turmoil and malaise to the human world with its strangeness and evil spirits. Even the decline of a nation's power was greatly linked to this mysterious temple. In a few days, I will come to find you, and it just so happens that I can take you to the 10 capitals mysterious temple outside the city. There is a temple god statue in the mysterious temple. Observing the temple god statue and capturing the rank and divinity of the temple god is a key step for a woodcarving master's advancement. Taking advantage of the fact that the mysterious temple has not yet advanced to the 9 luminaries level, go for a visit. Once it advances to the 9 luminaries level, it will be too late. It's a good chance to also make use of your horizontal refinement power. Li Qingshan finished the hot tea in his bowl, chewing on the tea leaves as he spoke. Glancing at Li Che, who seemed to be lost in thought, Li Qingshan smiled, shook his head, and quietly vanished, not stirring a single flake of snow. The mysterious temple, huh? Li Che exhaled a cloud of warm breath, watching Li Qingshan disappear into the snowstorm. A flicker of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. It was the kind of anticipation that one feels when about to touch the true wonders of this world. In the inner city of Thunder, Su's courtyard, the lamps were bright, dispelling the severe cold. Seated in the principal seat, the current family head of the Su family, Su Nanming, was carefully admiring a wood carving. After a moment, a hint of unusual expression flashed in his eyes. Beneath him, Su Yu pressed his lips together, his face showing excitement. Is it really a 10th capital divine wood carving? Has Master Li truly advanced to wood carving master? Only 22 years old, right? Impressive, truly impressive. Su Nanming breathed out. A 22-year-old wood carving master. No, it should be said that he had only truly engaged in wood carving for 3 years, achieving mastery in just 3 years. Such talent is truly a treasure. A daughter is a treasure, and so is her father, who is also a treasure. Truly, both father and daughter are treasures. After returning the 3 immortals riding ox pondering sword statue to Su Yu, Su Nanming waved his hand to dismiss him. Dad, now that Master Li is a wood carving master, our Su family must ensure Shishi's safety thoroughly so as not to disappoint Master Li, Su Yu said seriously before leaving. Go on. Su Nanming waved his hand indifferently. Your son takes his leave. Su Yu paused, the joy on his face faded, and he retreated with a gloomy expression. After Su Yu had left, Su Nanming respectfully bowed to the dark area behind the room. An ancient voice drifted from the darkness. Cough cough cough. Qian Yuan Divine Sect has probably sent someone to Flying Thunder City in advance. I wonder who the visitor is. The fall of the Si family had the shadows of the Divine Sect within it, and this Li Nuangzai is a superior grade spirit child. Su's courtyard can't hold on to her. Sooner or later she must go to the Divine Sect, and this Li Che, the wood carving master. We can't keep him either. 3 years to reach wood carving master. His future potential might reach the 9 luminaries and perhaps the 8 extremes level. Alas, such a person will eventually soar high and will not stay with Su's courtyard. A great change is coming to Flying Thunder City. Since it is so, such a wood carving master. Why should Su's courtyard sponsor him? The faint and ancient voice, tinged with a sense of disenchantment. Have Heli go tomorrow, bring an attitude, make an offer to buy a 10th capital divine wood carving. If Li Che agrees to take the order, well and good, but if not, let's leave it to the city lord's mansion then. The city lord is currently pressuring the 3 major noble families and clans, and needs to recruit more wood carvers. A wood carving master who has just entered the 10th capital, the city lord, should be somewhat pleased, I suppose. In the darkness, the old and hoarse voice sounded faintly. Upon hearing this, Su Nanming felt a chill all over his body and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Shishi's birthday had just passed, and the weather became increasingly frigid. Wintersweet flowers stood proud in the cold winter, touched by pure white snowflakes, and the bluestone slabs on the long street of the inner city were piled high with thick snow, dazzlingly white. Li Che bid farewell to Su Yu, who led the team out of the city to clear away evil spirits, and returned to his own courtyard in Qingfeng Lane. Old Chen sat in a rattan chair, drinking old wine under the eaves, staring blankly at the dry old tree in the courtyard. Old Chen, what are you thinking about? Li Che asked curiously after returning and shaking the snow off his oil paper umbrella. Old Chen's eyes refocused, and he shook his head. When you get old, you tend to space out easily. In a while, the Divine Sect will send people to Fei Lei City to select spirit children. If Shishi stays safe during this period, she will likely be chosen to enter the Divine Sect. Old Chen, I might find it very difficult to see Shishi in the future. Old Chen sighed and took several gulps from his wine gourd. Having spent so much time with the child, a sudden and long separation would truly make old Chen feel a tightness in his heart, invaded by endless loneliness and worry. Worrying that he wouldn't see the child once he passed away. Then why don't you join us and go to the divine sect to accompany Shi in her cultivation? Li Che said softly. Old Chen rolled his eyes at Li Che as if looking at a fool. Che, you're still too young. The divine sect recruits disciples and only family members can accompany them. If Shi joins the sect for cultivation, how could I possibly qualify to follow? Old Chen shook his head. After all, he was someone in his 40s and knew a few things about the inner workings of the divine sect. Upon hearing this, Li Che couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry. Shi won't abandon you. It's just going to the divine sect, no problem. Old Chen shook his head. How could the rules of such a colossal entity as the divine sect change so easily for you? Li Che chatted idly with Old Chen for a few more moments before planning to head to the independent workshop to practice his craft. However, before he could leave, there were rustling footsteps from outside the courtyard. Li Che looked up, and the snowstorm was torn apart. Two figures wrapped in crane robes stepped on the soft snow and approached, gently knocking on the wide-open courtyard door. Is Master Li there? The visitors were none other than Su Heli and Su Baihu. Congratulations to Master Li on advancing to the 10 cities wood-carving master. It's truly joyous and praiseworthy, and indeed a fortunate event for our Su family, Su Heli said with a gentle smile on his lips, a divine sword hanging at his waist. His eyes held a mix of surprise and fervor as he looked at Li Che. Su Heli had truly not expected a mud-legged commoner from the outer city to have risen to become a wood-carving master. It's just luck, Li Che responded with a fist salute. It was clear that the Su family didn't take him as seriously as one might imagine, otherwise it wouldn't have been Su Heli who came but the family head, Su Nanming. A wood-carving master doesn't warrant a personal appeal from the family head? Chen Dabao, who was nonchalantly sitting in the rattan chair, jumped up in shock upon hearing that Li Che had become a wood-carving master, his jaw dropping. What the hell, he didn't know he was the one who taught Li Che wood-carving. Was there no trust anymore? Old Chen stared at Li Che with uncertainty and disbelief. But after all, he was an old hand in the martial world and quickly calmed down, keeping many thoughts to himself, without asking aloud. Su Baihu, standing beside Su Heli, also had a complex expression, his shock at this moment still not fully digested. A wood-carving master relies on true skill and craft, not something that can be achieved with just luck. Master Li, don't be modest. I heard Master Li carved a 3 immortals riding ox pondering sword statue for my younger brother yesterday. I wonder, could Heli request a divine wood carving from Master Li? Su Heli asked with a fist salute. 500 gold leaves, I'll provide the form and the spiritual wood, and although Master Li is a woodcarver for our Su family, according to the rules of woodcarving masters, Su family won't take any commission. 500 gold for a wood carving. That truly was an exorbitant price. But for divine cultivators, a divine wood carving that could alleviate months of arduous cultivation was naturally worth it. After all, building a divine foundation and cultivating, every second counted. Li Che looked at Su Heli with surprise, coming directly to request a divine wood carving? The Su family's attitude and reaction after learning he became a wood-carving master was truly, somewhat unexpected to Li Che. Chen Dabao by his side also furrowed his eyebrows. Li Che thought carefully, the Che Saint Dao Fruit greatly enhanced his reasoning and thinking abilities. He quickly understood the reason. Shopkeeper, I've just become a wood-carving master, and carving that statue for Su you took a lot out of me. I won't be taking orders for now. Li Che shook his head, refusing the deal. It wasn't that he didn't want to earn the 500 gold leaves. Instead, he planned to make an attempt at the Meridian Connection realm in the next few days, allowing himself to have more confidence in the Qi and blood martial path. Li Qingshan said he would take him to the mysterious temple, which Li Che took very seriously, but he was also cautious. The stronger he was, the safer he would be. Su Heli's smile gradually faded, and he did not expect Li Che to refuse, even though the reason was plausible. But he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Then I've troubled Master Li for nothing. Heli will come another day to request a carving. Su Heli reined in his emotions and bowed with a fist salute. After returning the gesture, Su Heli and Su Baihu, the two brothers, turned and left. Old Chen looked at their retreating figures, his brows knitted. Che, you really should have taken that order. Major changes are likely to happen in Fei Lei City, which is why the Su family's attitude towards wood-carving masters has changed a bit. They're worried that if they invest resources, you'll just pack up and leave. But if you took the order, the Su family's attitude might have softened a bit. Li Che held open his oil paper umbrella and smiled. It's fine. Old Chen, now I have the confidence to refuse orders. Once he finished speaking, he stepped into the snow with his umbrella in hand. Chen Dabao stared at Li Che, somewhat dazed for a moment. It was impossible for him to overlap the calm and confident young man before him with the nervous and timid figure who had once sought his help at Su's wood carving shop in the outer city. Could time really bring about such great changes to a person? Inside the luxurious carriage, water boiled in the stove. Steam billowed within the compartment. Su Heli sat expressionless on the soft seat, watching the flying snow outside the carriage window. I seem to have misjudged. I never imagined that the country bumpkin of those days could one day become a wood-carving master. A fish leaping through the dragon's gate, a complete and utter transformation, said Su Baihu as he poured Su Heli a cup of tea. That is what talent is, producing an upper-class spiritual child like Li Nuangzai. His own talent must certainly be extraordinary. What a pity. Su Heli shook his head. He thought of the words spoken by the old grandfather, and a hint of malevolence flashed through his lowered eyelids. You carve wood carvings for the third brother for free, yet you won't take an order from me even for 500 gold leaves. You surely think highly of yourself? You have been given face, yet you do not take it. Su Heli slowly closed his eyes and said to Su Baihu, go to the city lord's mansion and find Zhao Sunhai. Tell him about Li Che becoming a wood carving master. He has always wanted Li Che to do wood carving, hasn't he? Let his wish be granted. Upon hearing this, Su Baihu's hand pouring tea suddenly froze. Scalding tea spilled out. As the sky gradually darkened, snowflakes floated everywhere. The snowflakes, like goose feathers, scattered across the human world, bringing with them biting cold. On the main street, there were fewer and fewer pedestrians. Although the inner city was more prosperous than the outer city, it had many fewer inhabitants. Therefore, as soon as it got dark, hardly any pedestrians could be seen. Zhao Sunhai wore a bamboo hat, his hand tucked inside the chest of his clothing, his burly figure walking through the human world like a massive bear. Yet as he passed, the snow-covered ground did not bear his footprints. This Li Che has actually become a wood-carving master. How interesting. He truly is a genius. The city lord will definitely like him. The city lord's 1000 Buddha carving banquet will surely be a success if it can feature a wood-carving master. Most wood-carving masters were bound to noble families and clans for many years and were reluctant to make a move. A newly promoted wild wood-carving master was too tempting an opportunity to pass up. The Su family is decisive, knowing that they cannot stop the city lord's 1000 Buddha carving banquet. They have chosen to directly sell out this newly promoted wood-carving master. Indeed befitting their merchant origins, cold-blooded and solely profit-driven. He looked toward the independent workshop in the alley. The Su family had directly revealed its location to him. Li Che, oh Li Che. You once refused the silver I offered you to drink a toast, now, you shall drink a penalty. With a step, Zhao Sunhai pulled out an angry childish mask from his bosom and placed it over his face. The wind and snow seemed to pause midair, as if consumed and melted away by flames. Inside the independent workshop, Li Che sat quietly as the fluttering snow. Just as it was about to land on the tips of his hair, it was twisted and torn apart by an invisible force. In front of him, on a Nanmu wood board, Li Che had made a chessboard, its vertical and horizontal lines laid out, but without a single chess piece on it, empty and bare. His palm gently swept over the chessboard. In an instant, inside his chest, the Dao Fruit chess saint shook violently. His spirit soared in an instant, and divine patterns of energy, boiling and interweaving within heaven and earth, traced invisible lines like the crisscrossing of lanes and alleys to form an invisible chessboard. Li Che slowly opened his eyes. He saw, at the mouth of the alley, Zhao Sunhai slowly took out an angry child's mask and placed it over his face. He saw him step by step towards the workshop in the alley, like a black chess piece on the chessboard, impatiently, moving towards death. Snowflakes were scattered in the high sky. Li Che's spirit, like a chessboard brought to life, encompassed the area centered on the small courtyard, his immaculate heart divinity slowly depleting, but Li Che clearly captured the arrival of Zhao Sunhai stepping into the alley. With Zhao Sunhai's appearance here, Li Che understood that the Su family must have sold him out. They sold him to the city lord's mansion, as Zhao Sunhai represented the city lord's side from the start, wanting to recruit Li Che for wood carving, but at that time, Su Heli stopped him. Yet now, not long after Li Che had revealed himself as a wood carving master, Zhao Sunhai had come to the exterior of his independent workshop. Was it a coincidence? It didn't matter, and Li Che didn't care. In fact, he had somewhat anticipated Zhao Sunhai's appearance here. After all, in this world, one must always be prepared for the worst, especially with the Su family's overly abnormal attitude today. Li Che had some thoughts and calculations, raising his vigilance a bit. And now, Zhao Sunhai had indeed come. Looking up, Li Che felt the bone-chilling cold of heaven and earth, the harsh winter of the 12th lunar month, severe and biting. Raising his head, the fluttering snow fell from the high sky, landing on the chessboard woven with divinity by the Dao Fruit of the chess saint. Like flames upon charcoal, it instantly evaporated. The Su family, our ties have ended, Li Che whispered softly. With the Dao Fruit of the chess saint activated, under his observation, every action of Zhao Sunhai was under his control. Zhao Sunhai, a divine cultivator with cultivation as river-like, yet to step into the divine base, shall we battle? Li Che whispered to himself. If Zhao Sunhai came today, then leave he must, for as a master of the spirit infant sect, Li Che would show no mercy. Such an opportunity. Not keeping him here, he would always become a major trouble threatening Shi in the future. Can I keep him here? Li Che looked down, as if overlooking the chess pieces on the board from high above. No, he must be kept here. If it really doesn't work out, then use the 6,000 rounds of Namo Gatling wood ravens that he had saved over the last half a year, to blast him dead. As for the trouble that keeping Zhao Sunhai might bring, perhaps some might think of the intricate relationship between the bull demon and himself, Li Che. But what of it? As long as Zhao Sunhai could not enter this courtyard, could not open the door of the courtyard, separated by a door, divided between heaven and earth. Whether Zhao Sunhai lives or dies, what has it got to do with Li Che? The one who killed him. It's the bull demon. Li Che pulled out a cute bull mask that he had prepared earlier from his bosom, gently placing it over his face. A familiar and comforting feeling naturally arose. Looking up, his black hair whipped about sharply, his eyes abruptly filled with an immense killing intent. Zhao Sunhai, your uncle bull demon is here again. Creak. Stepping on the soft snow-covered cobblestones of the alley, a very slight creaking sound was made. Li Che, born a peasant, practiced martial arts for 3 years, now has achieved bone tempering completion, which is quite good, a martial arts prodigy and a wood-carving genius. But merely bone tempering completion is not enough to be feared. Becoming a wood-carving master might mean some divinity, but according to the information given by Su Baihu, Li Che has not cultivated the Su family's Sunsi Lu sword, so his cultivation isn't like a lamp. Likewise, no need for fear. Zhao Sunhai's figure was burly, the heavy blade at his waist weighing 800 jins, and swinging it with mere flesh and blood could cause massive damage. Zhao Sunhai was not only strong in divine cultivation but also in martial practice, having reached the Meridian Awakening initial stage, with python muscles and tiger bones, quite extraordinary. To subdue and capture a bone-tempering completion like Li Che was as easy as capturing something in the palm of his hand. Even if he was a martial arts genius, he was still just at bone-tempering completion, no mishap could occur. Suddenly, with a heavy step, the snow in the entire rundown alley burst into a ripple effect, smashing against the sides of the roof tiles, turning into numerous flakes of snow powder. Zhao Sunhai wore an angry Vajra mask of a furious child, his black rough hair piercing the air like needles. Underneath the mask, his eyes crazily swept the surroundings. Inside his energy center, his divinity trembled wildly, as if targeted by a terrifying venomous snake. Each hair on his body stood on end. Creak. His ears twitched, his pupils constricting like a snake's, as he heard an extremely subtle sound. It felt as if it was very far away, yet also, as if it were very close. It was the sound of drawing a bowstring. There seemed to be a divine archer, with bow fully drawn, from all directions targeting him, sealing off all his escape routes and paths ahead. He had nowhere to hide, completely exposed to the divine archer's aim. The faint friction of the arrows and longbow as they were drawn was like thunder exploding in Zhao Sunhai's ears. Who? Zhao Sunhai bellowed, his volatile blood and chi suddenly erupting outward, his wrathful Mithriya divinity in that moment thunderously unleashed. However, the very next instant, the falling snow was pierced and turned into dust. A dark luminescent streak, carrying the sound of roaring wind and thunder, moving as fast as dark thunder, tore through the wind and snow from the end of the alley. Zhao Sunhai was enraged, his eyes locking onto the incoming arrow. This is angry cry, hundreds of ghosts, wind thunder arrows. The Si family's remnants. Zhao Sunhai, having seen and known much, realized who the attacker was the moment he sensed the divinity of the angry cry town ghost within the wind thunder arrow. The Si family, the surviving divine cultivator of the Si family. He dares to assassinate me at this very moment? The Si family, allied with the Su family, seeking to assassinate me? No, that's not right. The Su family wouldn't do such a thing. They had a hand in the downfall of the Si family. In just an instant, Zhao Sunhai's mind raced with many thoughts. If not for that, who else could have known he would come to this alleyway? Without the luxury of further thought, the arrow was already upon him, the sound of 100 ghosts wailing, the resentment of angry cry entwining the arrow, with countless ghostly shadows looming. Zhao Sunhai roared, stepped back heavily, and slammed his foot down, his blood and divinity igniting explosively like oil on fire. Divinity. Wrathful Mithriya? His divinity surged like a raging river, wildly coursing around him. A colossal Mithriya statue, seeming to be forged from flames, encased him like a golden bell. Dang. The sound was crisp. It was as if an ancient bell that had been asleep for 1,000 years was struck with great force. The metal arrowhead seemed to freeze in midair, spinning rapidly and striking against the Mithriya divine statue, sparking countless flecks of fire. Zhao Sunhai's eyes shone brightly, his left hand red-hot like a branding iron, his entire arm twisted and coiled like an angry dragon snake, blocking the arrow in front of him. Angry cry, hundreds of ghosts, wind thunder arrows, containing the divinity of angry cry town ghost, must surely be of the Si family's direct lineage. However, this archery skill has barely reached minor accomplishment, and the contained divinity is merely cultivation as river-like. Just this one arrow, and you think to kill me? Zhao Sunhai snorted hot breath from his nostrils, his fingers hooking as he grasped ferociously, and in a flash, the arrow burst apart, scattering countless splinters. At that moment, Zhao Sunhai was suddenly taken aback. Within the shattering arrowhead, there was a pure white, flawless divine chess piece, like the most incandescent star in the universe, floating amongst the debris. What is this? Divinity. It wasn't angry cry town ghost, nor Sunsi Lu sword. It didn't even belong to the 7 emotions. Such purity? Zhao Sunhai was mesmerized for an instant. But in the next moment, the white divine chess piece vanished, replaced by a cute bull mask, and beneath the mask, those unfathomable dark pupils. Zhao Sunhai was shocked, as if the peerless beauty he was admiring suddenly turned into a man picking his nose, startling him so much that his heart nearly seized up. The divine chess piece that had captivated him transformed into the bull demon nightmare that had once bombarded him. It almost clogged up his nerves in an instant. Where is my divine chess piece? Zhao Sunhai roared without thinking. Li Che glanced at Zhao Sunhai in confusion, not understanding why he would have such a ridiculous illusion. But without wasting words, he clenched his hand and spat out a long iron spear from the cosmos within the Immaculate Heart Dao Fruit. The dragon elephant Vajra's second stage, Angry Vajra, activated directly. In an instant, his blood chi erupted violently. Under the blood exchange 9 shifts cultivation, the triggered Angry Vajra pushed Li Che's combat power close to the chi meridian peak. He used the Wind Thunder arrow to carry a hidden chess piece, and then with the ability of the chess saint to move pieces at will, he appeared beside Zhao Sunhai. The best opportunity to deal with a divine cultivator is up close. Li Che gripped the long spear, flicked it to explode myriad snowflakes, and commenced with the Su family's 8 consecutive bone-shattering spears. Countless spear shadows densely pierced through heaven and earth. Transformation realm. Martial technique. Zhao Sunhai's hair stood on end. The Methreya golden body woven from wrathful Methreya's divinity was unexpectedly broken by this transformation realm spear thrust. Only a transformation realm martial technique could oppose divinity. This martial artist? That this bull demon had mastered another transformation realm martial technique was beyond belief. With the Methreya golden body broken, Li Che's chi meridian peak level martial artist cultivation erupted without restraint, the overwhelming pressure making Zhao Sunhai's temples throb, his complexion reddening instantly. He tried to release his massive cultivation as river-like divinity to repel the fierce bull demon in front of him and create some distance. Li Che had anticipated this, his expression indifferent beneath the mask. With one hand holding the spear, the other clenched into a fist, the divinity of Angry Crytown Ghost, extracted from the Divine Foundation fragment through the 1,000 analyzing hands, melded into this transformation realm punch. The divine base-level divinity was irresistible, it utterly crushed his wrathful Methreya divinity. The divinity of a divine base cultivator was ranked higher than his, creating an innate, rank-based suppression. One move after another, seamlessly flowing, it was like a supreme chess master had calculated every step with precision, even foreseeing dozens of moves ahead. Oppressive, stifling, breathlessly tight. This bull demon had become even more terrifying. Damn it, I'm done for, Zhao Sunhai muttered. Boom! The next instant, the air exploded, and blood and flesh flew in all directions. The falling snowflakes were all stained blood red, the thick scent of blood, permeating the space between heaven and earth. Terrifying forces exploded midair, air currents erupting and spiraling with such intensity that snowflakes were blasted into countless powders while spinning at high speed. A hulking figure, like a bear, crashed down, slamming onto the cleared snow of the bluestone ground. The gushing blood spread steadily, like puddles continually expanding. Zhao Sunhai knelt on one knee on the ground, a long iron spear piercing through his chest, shredding the flesh before him to smithereens, sending fragments of flesh flying and leaving a grisly display of broken bones. Su family's 8 consecutive bone-shattering spears. One spear had shattered Zhao Sunhai's flesh and bones. The pride of his python muscles and tiger bones was brutally torn apart, the ferocity of this bull demon's power, even more terrifying than his own as a chi meridian martialist. Unstoppable. Zhao Sunhai understood he had fallen. From the moment he stepped into the alley, the instant the arrows locked onto him, he knew, he had fallen. One wrong step and there would be no redemption. Blood kept dripping out. Zhao Sunhai, with his mask already shattered, lips and nose bleeding, exhaled ragged and heavy breaths. But the bull demon's overpowering and tyrannical life force penetrated his body, destroying his meridians and organs. He couldn't even summon the wrathful Methreya divinity. The Divine Foundation Fragment. Elder Master sees Divine Foundation Fragment? That higher-ranked divinity completely suppressed him, leading him step by step into the abyss of death. Zhao Sunhai clenched his teeth, staring intently at the bull demon, attempting to see through the face beneath the cute bull mask. Who, exactly, are you? Zhao Sunhai asked, his voice hoarse and heavy, using his last strength. However, the bull demon was utterly indifferent. Hell will tell you the answer. PFF? The long iron spear was suddenly pulled out, bringing up a mist of blood, with countless droplets spraying wildly. With a ripping sound, holding the spear in his hand, the bull demon violently swept through, and Zhao Sunhai's massive head, which refused to close its eyes in death, was ruthlessly decapitated. Like a ball stuck with black strands of hair, it rolled several times on the ground. Li Che watched Zhao Sunhai's death impassively, feeling no inner turmoil. Even though Zhao Sunhai was an imperial officer, one of the 3 great divine catchers of the Yamen, so what? He was also a master of the Spirit Infant sect. Therefore, Li Che killing him carried no burden, even a sense of unprecedented pleasure. Connecting chi channels? Cultivation as river-like? Zhao Sunhai, one of the 3 great divine catchers ever since that day of failed conscription, had been a towering mountain over Li Che's head. Now, having felled the mountain, Li Che felt incredibly light all over, his body resonating with satisfaction. This was still without using the 6,000 Nemo Gatling as his trump card, without the poisoned Guanyin Blood Lotus or the treacherous sleeve crossbow, relying solely on his own martial artist cultivation and divine cultivation to kill forcefully and straightforwardly. Happy. Crouching down, Li Che's hand expertly searched Zhao Sunhai's corpse. Unexpectedly, he found a Kinkan jade on Zhao Sunhai's body, which was the same object he had taken from Simubai. Li Che's eyes lit up, surprised and overjoyed, as he thought about it. The Kinkan jade was directly stored into the Pure Heart Kinkan space. It is said that one Kinkan jade cannot contain another, but Li Chei's improved space through the pure heart had no such limitation. Looking at Zhao Sunhai's corpse, as if recalling the first time he siphoned a divine catcher's divinity, Li Chei raised his hand, his arm instantly flowing with jade-colored currents. He pressed it against the center of Zhao Sunhai's forehead. His inner scene of the energy center vibrated thunderously, and in a flash, a tumultuous divinity surged out. Like a river breaking through a dam, it released wildly. Suddenly, Li Chei's heart stirred slightly. In his chest, the chest Saint Dao Fruit slightly moved, as if forming a special connection with the prototype of divine powers, Thousand Analyzing Hands. Originally, Li Chei's use of Thousand Analyzing Hands to extract divinity was limited, exceeding too much would overload its capacity. But with the intervention of the chest Saint Dao Fruit, Zhao Sunhai's river-like wrathful Methreya divinity was being continuously drawn out by Li Chei. When Thousand Analyzing Hands reached its limit, it would transform into a black divine chess piece by the chess Saint Dao Fruit and lay on the chessboard. Each chess piece contained the wrathful Methreya divinity. Li Chei never expected that the chess saint would have such an effect. It didn't seem like a proper Dao Fruit. Li Chei grasped with his fingers in the air. Suddenly, a black chess piece appeared between his fingers. Countless streams surged, stirring his black hair into the air. With a fierce grasp, the black chess piece was directly crushed in the palm of his hand. Boom! A stream of warmth surged through his body instantly. Li Chei's eyes seemed to flash with a crimson glint. Wrathful Methreya's divinity erupted violently. With just a thought, he could disperse the chess pieces and transform the divinity of the wrathful Methreya into his own. What a chess saint! This meant that any divine cultivator could potentially become his power bank. Li Chei was in high spirits, continuing to siphon off the divinity with his Thousand Analyzing Hands. The river-like divinity was the fruit of Zhao Sunhai's essence cultivation over dozens of years, profoundly majestic. Li Chei quickened the absorption rate, and it took around a quarter of an hour to drain all of his divinity. In total, it transformed into 18 black chess pieces. Cultivation as river-like, and only produced 18 chess pieces. Li Chei muttered to himself. Or perhaps, other cultivation as river-like cultivators could gather more divine chess pieces? Depending on the different divine methods cultivated, even for cultivation as river-like, the size of the river can vary. After reforming the burst divinity back into chess pieces and putting them away, Li Chei pressed down on his bamboo hat, and in the next moment, he grabbed Zhao Sunhai's corpse and head. Looking toward the snow-flurried alley entrance, the corner of Li Chei's lips lifted. With a heavy step, the 9 large tendons on his back roared like pythons, his immense strength exploding forth. As the current stirred wildly, he hurled Zhao Sunhai's burly, bear-like corpse, threw it away with immense force. The Su family's carriage was quietly parked in a corner of the long street, about 30 paces from the alley where Li Chei's independent workshop was located. A distance that a divine cultivator with cultivation as river-like wouldn't be able to detect, avoiding arousing Zhao Sunhai's suspicions. The falling snow made a rustling sound upon the roof of the carriage. Su Heli and Su Baihu sat inside the compartment, brewing and sipping tea. The water in the charcoal stove gradually came to a boil, with the green tea leaves poured into it. The steam rose, and the roasted tea leaves unfolded within, turning the water an emerald green. Boiling water was poured into the teacup, swirling around the edge of the cup. Inside the carriage, warmth surged. Su Baihu was somewhat restless, occasionally lifting the curtain to look outside the window. Su Heli, on the other hand, was quite calm, leaning against the goose-down-filled soft backrest, reading a book. Reading books, drinking tea, waiting for the outcome of a battle, everything was so pleasant. Suddenly, Su Baihu's breath halted, his movement to lift the curtain froze, disbelievingly watching the body that had been hurled from the alley, arcing through the air, crashing into the cobblestone ground, and kicking up a cloud of snowy dust. Who? Su Heli asked. Su Baihu turned his head stiffly, let the curtain fall, and sweat droplets rolled down his forehead. Zhao Sunhai, dead, his body thrown out, fallen on the long street, already causing passersby to stop, creating an uproar. Su Baihu's voice was hoarse and extremely bitter. Zhao Sunhai had received his news, and then went to the alley with the intention to capture Li Chei, the newly emerging wood-carving master. In the end, the wood-carving master was not captured. He lost his own life. A divine catcher was dead. This matter was huge. Su Heli's face slightly changed. He abruptly put down his book, drew his sword from his waist, and in an instant, he dashed out of the carriage. Divinity spread around his body, stepping through the snow without a trace, taking a few steps that spanned 30 paces as if flying, surpassing Zhao Sunhai's body, whose head was decapitated and whose chest was pierced. He landed at the entrance of the alley, with the wind and snow swirling around him. Su Heli's fingers clutched the hilt of his sword, staring intently into the depths of the alley. Deep within the alley, a tall figure, dressed in black, donning a bamboo hat, covered with a cute bull mask, calmly watching him as if he knew he was being watched from afar. Therefore, he quietly waited for him. Bull demon, who exactly are you? Su Heli's composure and tranquility were gone, his pupils constricted sharply as he took a step forward. However, as the bull demon took a step forward, countless snowflakes erupted in an instant, forming a snowfall that obscured visibility. By the time the snowfall ceased, the bull demon had vanished into thin air. Even Su Heli's divinity could not sense the bull demon's disappearance. Gone again? Su Heli's hand clenched the sword hilt, his eyes focused, his body leaned forward, and the air tore around him. He madly rushed toward the independent workshop courtyard where Li Che was located. Was it him? Could it be him? The raging air current shattered the leisurely falling snowflakes in the sky. Su Heli's feet lightly tapped the ground at breakneck speed, kicking up trails of snow dust. His entire figure shot towards the deep courtyard in the alley with the swiftness of an arrow released from a bowstring. When he arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, his knees forcefully pushed off the ground, and a surge of powerful blood chi burst forth from his body. With a spring, he leapt atop the high wall and stood there like a sharp spear. The wind howled, wailing like the cries of ghosts. Su Heli's blood chi circulated within his body, reaching every limb and bone, his eyes clear as he looked into the courtyard. Chill plums emitted a faint fragrance, covered in accumulated snow. But in the center of the courtyard, Li Che, wearing a leather bib, was sitting on a chair, gripping a carving knife, sculpting a wood carving. Shavings fluttered down from the sharp silver-white blade, piling up on the ground. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound was scratchy, but had a rhythmic pattern, as the divinity of heaven and earth was indistinctly captured and merged into the wood carving. The carving marks on the wood, though rough, began to come to life. Su Heli's eyebrows furrowed as his grip on the sword hilt slowly relaxed. It's not him. Li Che was still carving the divine wood carving, with divinity from heaven and earth gathering and being pulled. That required a period of maturation, needed to settle one's state of mind. It wasn't possible to kill someone one moment and seamlessly enter into the state of carving a divine wood carving the next. That would lead to deviating into madness. However, observing Li Che at this moment, it was obvious he had been adjusting his state for quite some time, immersed in the carving and pulling the free divinity between heaven and earth. Even wood carving masters at the 9 luminaries level would find it hard to switch states in such a short period of time. Li Che slowly stopped his movements, turned his head with a frown, and looked somewhat displeased at Su Heli, who was standing on the wall, as if he was bothered by the disturbance. Shopkeeper, barging into my private workshop like this isn't very appropriate, is it? Li Che said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Su Heli floated down, his eyes still carrying a scrutinizing intent. But, it's too coincidental? Zhao Sunhai was just about to abduct Li Che when he was targeted by the bull demon in the very alley Li Che was in, brutally killed on the spot. Was the bull demon really unrelated to Li Che? Or could it be the bull demon was lurking within Li Che's workshop? I apologize for the intrusion, Master Li, but there has been a murder in the alley. The criminal bull demon appeared and committed the act, killing the divine catcher Zhao Sunhai. Master Li, after all, is a martial artist with bone-tempering completion. Did you really not sense the blood chi and divine battle that broke out in the alley? Su Heli's expression darkened a bit. Li Che looked at Su Heli as if staring at a fool and laughed. So what if I sensed it? Should I have opened the door to enjoy the spectacle, only to be killed and silenced by that ferocious bull demon? Su Heli was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, with the ferocity of the bull demon, if Li Che had actually dared to open the door and peek at its killing, that bull demon who loved twisting heads would likely have twisted off Li Che's head without hesitation. Li Che, merely bone-tempered, how could he resist the bull demon capable of killing someone at the cultivation as river-like level? If the shopkeeper has something to say, just speak frankly. Li Che picked up the wood carving and examined it carefully, speaking indifferently. Su Heli locked eyes with Li Che's nonchalant demeanor and said with a sharp gaze, I've offended you. The words had barely fallen. Su Heli's figure erupted with blood chi and divinity, flashing and disappearing on the spot. Moments later, after searching the whole house, he returned to the courtyard. Read the latest on MVLEMP year. Is the shopkeeper suspecting that the bull demon is hiding in my yard? The bull demon is vicious, and it'd be terrible if it were hiding and Master Li was unaware, only to later endanger Master Li's life, Su Heli said with a smile. Li Che narrowed his eyes, looking indifferently at Su Heli. Without his consent, his private residence was searched. Su Heli had clearly disregarded him, adopting a condescending attitude that only confirmed to Li Che that the Su family had truly sold him, the wood-carving master, to the city lord's mansion. Zhao Sunhai's appearance here was no coincidence either. Feeling the strong presence of the Sunsi Lu sword's divinity emanating from Su Heli, Li Che licked his lips slightly, feeling the urge to do away with Su Heli and then drain him dry. He shook his sleeve, the poisoned sleeve crossbow ready to be released. After all, if you are unkind, do not blame me for being unrighteous. The Su family indeed provided him with shelter when he was weak, but now that you've sold me, our emotional bond has surely run dry. Li Che, too, did not understand why the Su family would push a wood-carving master out. By reason, it shouldn't be so. Even if they knew he would leave Fei Lei City and did not wish to invest resources due to that, they shouldn't offend him to death, should they? It doesn't fall in line with the usual practices of the noble families and clans. Just as Li Che hesitated over whether to make a move, his eyes suddenly contracted slightly. He felt the Dao Fruit of a pure heart within his chest pounding violently, a strong warning that made him abandon the thought of taking action. He then saw that, on top of the courtyard wall, a palm-sized lifelike wood carving had appeared at some unknown time. The wood carving stood on the black tiles, as if it had become a living person, coldly observing the scene within the courtyard. Su Heli caught a glimpse of the wood carving and was slightly taken aback before bowing with a fist held in the other hand. Elder ancestor, he said. The Su family's forebear. A divine base cultivator. Li Che was extremely surprised. Heli, come back. The bull demon isn't hidden within Master Li's courtyard. Apologize to Master Li. After all, a master is a master, and our Su family should show the full respect that is due, said a faint voice from the wood carving. Yes, Su Heli responded respectfully. The wood carving glanced at Li Che, and although its eyes were carved, they were lifelike, as if a real person was casting a gaze. This skill, exceedingly masterful? Such a wood carving was undoubtedly the work of a master, but what was even more terrifying was the vivacity endowed to the wood carving by divinity. And it was precisely the perception of the wood carving's appearance that made Li Che dispel the idea of striking Su Heli. Watching Su Heli leave without uttering another word, along with the divine base wood carving, Li Che's eyes flickered. Using a divine wood carving as the vessel, the strong divinity of a divine base cultivator infused within, as if manipulating a doppelganger, he mused. This must be some type of divine secret technique. A divine base cultivator indeed. Just a wood carving bearing divinity puts such great pressure on me. Li Che exhaled deeply, his heart stirred, viewing divine base cultivators with increasing regard. According to the 9 luminaries' furious weeping ghost nourishing nature record he obtained from Si Mubai, divine cultivators could perhaps fight beyond their small realms, but the gap between ranks was vast as a chasm. Even if one cultivates a 4 Imperials level divinity method, as long as they remain in the phase of nurturing nature and face a divine base cultivator who cultivates a 10 capitals divinity method, they would be suppressed. This is what's known as rank suppression. And a divinity method capable of breaking this rank suppression would be top-notch in the world. Li Che took a deep breath and ran his fingers over the carvings on the wood, pursing his lips slightly. That divine base wood carving must contain extremely tremendous divinity, which is quite tempting, he said. In the independent workshop courtyard, snow fluttered down. Li Che once again immersed himself in his carving. After half an incense stick's time had passed, ensuring that Su Heli and the divine base wood carving would not return, Li Che then got up, stretched lazily, his bones cracking in response, and stimulated the Dao Fruit of Chess Saint with his divinity. With the chessboard covering the surroundings of the courtyard and ascertaining that there was no spying, he proceeded to take out Zhao Sunhai's Kinkan Jade from his Kinkan space, ready to tally his gains from killing Zhao Sunhai. Apart from the Kinkan Jade, Zhao Sunhai's heavy iron sword weighing 800 caddies had also been collected by Li Che. With divinity infused, the Kinkan Jade pendant was promptly breached. The treasures inside were exposed to Li Che's perception. After thoroughly tallying the silver notes, silver ingots, gold leaves, gold ingots, and other riches that would make one wealthy, Li Che raised his hand, and after several seconds of attraction, 2 golden hide booklets fell into Li Che's hands. One was a divinity method, the other, a divine secret technique. He looked at the first booklet. Great Scenery Town Temple Rage Michuo Nurturing Nature Method. He read the title. Li Che clutched the booklet, his eyes blazing. According to common knowledge of divine cultivation, the 7 emotions divinity method involves refining divinity with emotions, choosing one emotion to nurture divinity. More than that can lead to emotional instability, resulting in a fragmented spirit. Feeling the Dao Fruit of pure heart pounding in his chest, Li Che's breath became hot. Can I cultivate 2 divinity methods at the same time? He wondered. Upon the long street, Zhao Sunhai's corpse was blocked off, inaccessible to the bystanders. The government office had already sent people. The constables in black overcoats covered the body with a white cloth and dispersed the onlookers. In the distance, in a quiet corner, a steed neighed and snorted hot breath. Inside the carriage compartment, Su Heli and Su Baihu sat respectfully. Facing them was the divine base wood carving of their ancestor. The palm-sized divine base wood carving filled the 2 Su brothers with immense piety and respect. Elder grandfather, that Li Che, is he really no problem? Su Heli frowned slightly with some uncertainty as he asked. He still felt that there was something odd about Li Che, a feeling that belonged to his intuition. The old one has checked, there's no problem. Bull demon is not him. This young man's vitality matches that of bone tempering completion, and the strength of his physical body also corresponds with bone tempering completion. Under my divine perception, he should not be able to conceal his cultivation. As for his divinity, it is extremely weak, negligible, consistent with the strength involved when one has just advanced to wood carving master. Therefore, it is impossible for him to be the bull demon. Even if a divine base cultivator did not come in person, it would be impossible for them to make a mistake in their observation. A divine base cultivator, with a condensed spirit, possesses perceptive abilities far superior to that of a cultivation practitioner. Upon hearing this, Su Heli finally dispelled the doubts in his heart. Zhao Sunhai is dead, and he died as an incense master of the Spirit Infant sect. The situation is somewhat problematic. It was you who informed Zhao Sunhai about Li Che becoming a wood-carving master, and as a result, Zhao Sunhai died on the way, leaving the Su family in a predicament that can't be easily cleansed. Li Che might also harbor some suspicions, but it's not a big problem. The real problem comes from City Lord Cao Guang. If he truly starts suspecting, it would be greatly detrimental to the Su family. I will make a trip to the City Lord's mansion. You two should stay put in the Su family compound and do not wander around, especially you, Heli. If the bull demon could kill Zhao Sunhai, he would also be capable of killing you. Upon hearing this, Su Heli felt goosebumps rise and his hair stand on end. Su Baihu beside him also shivered slightly. The divine base wood carving glanced at Su Baihu. You don't need to tremble, the bull demon likely disdains to kill you. If he wants you dead, shaking won't help, just die cleanly, that's all. Su Baihu's mouth twitched, but he had no words in return. Furthermore, the city lord is set to host the 1000 Buddha carving banquet, which is now inevitable. I, along with other divine base cultivators from several families, have chosen to cooperate with the city lord. Once the banquet is successful, all of us with divine base will greatly benefit. This is a significant event, you both should take it seriously, particularly you, Heli. Prepare well and strive to gain benefits when the banquet succeeds. See if you can seize the opportunity to forge a divine base in one go. The wood carving spoke in a heavy tone. Su Heli's breath hitched slightly, and a glint of joy flashed in his eyes. Divine base, if he could truly seize this chance, it would be a great thing for him. How many cultivation practitioners, with cultivation as river-like, are stuck at the step of forging the divine base? Although forging a divine base with the assistance of the 1000 Buddha carving banquet may be seen as taking an unusual path, with a possibly unstable divine base, being able to become a divine base cultivator is sufficient. Once a divine base is established, adding 200 years to one's life, what more could he ask for? Can I cultivate 2 types of divinity? Li Che's eyes blazed, his heart pounding with excitement. Not by deriving the divinity of others through the 1000 analyzing hands, but genuinely cultivating 2 types of divine methods, with the intention of eventually condensing 2 divine bases. Others may not be able to, as they could become mentally confused due to the clash between 2 types of divinity, but I am different. I have Dao Fruit pure heart, pure divinity, without blemish. I indeed have the opportunity to try. 2 types of divine methods would enable the forging of 2 divine bases in the future. The enhancement to combat power would undoubtedly be immense. After contemplating the feasibility for a moment, Li Che did not give it any more thought and began to peruse the Golden Hide booklet. Great Scenery Town Temple Rage Michuo Temperament Method. Great Scenery Town Temple. Li Che took a deep breath. This was officially sanctioned. Without a doubt, this method of nurturing nature originated from the Dejing dynasty, and in terms of its rank, it was even higher than the 9 luminaries' angry cry suppressing ghosts he had previously acquired from Si Mubai. That is to say, the Wrathful Methreya is a method of nurturing nature of 8 extremes level. He opened it and read carefully, scrutinizing every detail. Li Che, having had the experience of cultivating angry cry suppressing ghosts, comprehended much more than before. Wrathful Methreya, it requires blood and chi cultivation. Li Che pondered carefully, mobilizing one's own chi and blood to surge through the spirit and invigorate a furious uprising. Once he had memorized the content completely, he stood up and clenched his fingers. The Kinkan space within the pure heart expelled an iron saber weighing 800 jin. Grasping the long saber, the feeling of heaviness surged through his hand. Li Che breathed steadily, slowly moving the chi and blood within his body. He knew no saber techniques, but that did not hinder him from using the offensive style of the White Tiger Chaotic Wind Fist to wield the saber, as his internal chi and blood roared in tandem. Sounds of slicing the air moaned and howled, like rolls of thunder. Read today on. As if a furious dragon swam through his meridians, his body's sinews snapped and vibrated, the bones of the tiger roared with anger. Li Che's body quickly reddened, heat steaming up as the falling snow from the heavens was vaporized and dissolved by his aura, nurturing the essence cultivation of Wrathful Methreya. Free divinity in the world gradually gathered, like a red spark, pervading and approaching. All of a sudden, a thought jarred Li Che's heart, as the Dao Fruit of Chess Saint burst forth, condensing a black chess piece within his palm. This chess piece was formed by the condensed divinity of Wrathful Methreya. Li Che seemed pensive, and with a sudden clench of his fingers, it was as if a Wrathful Methreya angrily roared. Strands of white misty sweat rapidly drifted out from beneath Li Che's skin. The furious divinity contained in this chess piece unexpectedly merged into Li Che's body. Li Che's brow energy center suddenly radiated light, his eyes blood red. For divine cultivation, one must open the inner scene of the energy center, storing divinity within. But every person only has one inner scene, which means that Li Che needed to store 2 types of divinity in one inner scene. This was a source of chaos. Li Che's expression was stern as he meticulously sensed the state of his inner scene, ready to abandon the cultivation of the second divinity if anything was amiss. Thump thump thump. Suddenly, the world turned utterly silent, and Li Che seemed to hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Unmistakable, like thunder right beside his ear. Then, the divinity of pure heart Dao Fruit surged out, seeping into his inner scene of the energy center. The divinities of angry cry and wrath that were almost boiling and colliding fiercely within, under the influx of pure heart's divinity, began to come down. It acted as a kind of neutralizer and lubricant. Under the soothing power of the pure heart, the 2 types of divinity stabilized without issues. In the courtyard, the cold sensation of snowflakes striking his face made Li Che open his eyes. A look of joy momentarily flickered through them. Wrathful Methreya, accomplished. An unexpected delight? Li Che himself had not anticipated that he could directly refine the divinity of Wrathful Methreya with a chess piece. If he refined 18 chess pieces, couldn't the divinity of Wrathful Methreya reach the state of cultivation as river-like? If I slaughtered a divine base cultivator who had cultivated the divinity of Wrathful Methreya, wouldn't that ensure a smooth journey to forging a divine base? The thought made Li Che's heart beat excitedly. The combination and matchup between Dao Fruits seemed to be more effective than he had imagined. In the inner scenery, slowly refining the divinity of wrathful Mithreya would take some time. Li Che stopped his divine cultivation and browsed the second golden hide booklet. This booklet was a divine secret technique, Mithreya gold armor, a defensive divine secret technique. Once mastered, one's defense would greatly increase, forming a Mithreya gold armor around oneself. Impervious to blades and spears, unaffected by water and fire? Li Che's gaze sharpened as he took a deep breath. The defensive divine secret technique made him think of his Namo Gatling wooden crow. Once Mithreya gold armor was completed, with its automatic defense, his firepower seemed to become less threatening. A glimpse of the leopard in the tube reveals there will be other defensive divine secret techniques. No wonder I couldn't kill Zhao Sunhai and others that night. Even if I inject divinity into the wood raven, increasing its explosive power, facing a defensive divine secret technique, simply adding more Namo Gatling wood ravens seems inadequate. If facing a divine base cultivator's Mithreya gold armor, I might not even be able to break through the defense. Li Che's brow furrowed, a vague sense of anxiety rising in his heart. Perhaps, I need to attempt to forge something by applying the blessing of the immortal artisan Dao Fruit. Namo Barrett Woodraven. Daddy, Shishi doesn't want to go to school. Shishi wants to play with the twist car. Mommy, save me. Daddy is going to take Shishi away. Early in the morning, after sending Shishi, who cried because she was reluctant to leave her twist car, and the silent Luchi to the Divine Cultivation Institute, Li Che went to his private workshop courtyard. The furnace boiled water, sending steam and warmth throughout the room. Li Che was holding a piece of white paper and applying his drawings and writings to it. Although he had the immortal artisan Dao Fruit and had advanced it to level 3, creating Namo Barrett was not an easy task. Wood Raven was mainly skilled in explosions, which naturally wasn't difficult. However, penetration power was the key to Namo Barrett. Of course, the theory was naturally different from Barrett in his previous life. Many things had to be changed, and Li Che believed that divinity was the key, so he had to explore and plan this as his next organ research project. Fortunately, the immortal artisan Dao Fruit greatly helped his craftsmanship, offering him the possibility to realize this idea. Water stays still on cold clouds, while pieces of snow are blown onto brocade robes. In the days that followed, the snowstorm intensified. Perhaps because of Zhao Sunhai's death, the notorious name of Bull Demon once again resonated through Fei Lei City, causing the streets to become much quieter. The Bull Demon had gone mad, to actually strike at the divine catcher. Rumors swept through the city in an instant. The name of Bull Demon, known for his extreme brutality, spread into the ears of many. Those who once saw the Bull Demon as a heroic figure became speechless when chatting about him in taverns and tea houses. The Bull Demon had killed a government officer, and that too a divine catcher. Could he still bear the name of a hero? But because of the Bull Demon's ferocity, many in the inner city went about their affairs more cautiously. Rumor had it that the divine catcher, Zhao Sunhai, was killed by the feral Bull Demon just for spitting on the roadside one too many times. This made many children of rich and noble families more restrained when going out, even afraid to spit carelessly. Li Che was unaware that with the help of some intentional forces, the Bull Demon's reputation had quickly turned rotten. Initially heralded as a hero, the Bull Demon's name was now only slightly better than that of a flower-picking thief. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care, as he never thought of the Bull Demon as a good person or a hero. Being a good person, a hero, is too exhausting. Bull Demon was just a hidden identity used by Li Che to protect Shishi by eliminating some threats. Born in such chaotic times, Li Che only wanted his family to live well. So, anyone seeking to harm his wife or daughter would face the wrath of Bull Demon? It wasn't about right or wrong, it was about life and death. Click-clack. Rolling thunder rumbled through the dark clouds, as rain mixed with snow fell from the sky. Li Che sat in the courtyard, caught by the sudden storm during his cultivation. He didn't react in time and chose to ignore it. With a thought, a screen of light slowly unfolded before his eyes. Name, Li Che. Bonds, Li Nuangzai, daughter. Dao Fruits, Immortal Artisan, LV3, 20%. Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV2, 55%. Pure Heart, LV1, 50%. Chess Saint, LV1, 10%. Prototype of Divine Powers, Immortal Worker, 1000 Analyzing Hands. His eyes reflected the brilliance, and a faint smile curved at the corners of his mouth as he saw the overall maturity of the Dao Fruits increase. These days, immersed in the research of Namo Barrett and with the completion of the organ Bodhi Blood Tears, Immortal Artisan had improved significantly. This blood flesh red spiritual wood is not easy to find. Fortunately, I was able to successfully create Bodhi Blood Tears in one go. He felt a certain expectation in his heart, wondering just how powerful this Bodhi Blood Tears, ranked even higher than the Wood Raven as an organ hidden weapon, could be. Since only one had been made, Li Che hadn't tested it yet. Besides the improvement in Immortal Artisan, due to the practice of the second divine method, the maturity of Pure Heart had suddenly accelerated to 50%, which was a surprise to Li Che. Of course, what surprised Li Che even more was that Dragon Elephant Vajra had broken through the bottleneck of 50%, making his martial cultivation increasingly solid. Even the middle vehicle method initially cultivated during the early stages of skin refinement and sinew transforming had been made up for its deficiencies, reaching the heights of superior, making his physical body approach perfection. The blood exchange 9 shifts was fully accomplished, with the qi born from the blood flowing through the bones and muscles of the whole body. Channel opening was about turning the qi produced by the qi and blood into a cycle that runs through the internal organs, creating a minor circulation qi channel that permeates the universe, and achieving an unending cycle of qi within one's body. Swoosh! A faint sound echoed, and Li Che abruptly opened his eyes. He saw a hunched old man drifting into the courtyard as fluidly as a swan treading through snow mud, somewhat artistically. The visitor was none other than Li Qingshan, a cultivator of the Qianyuan divine sect. Li Che could not fathom the depth of Li Qingshan's cultivation, but it was certainly no weaker than divine base level. After all, the divine base elder from the Si family was incapacitated by this very person. Not bad. Blood exchange 9 shifts, rich and vigorous blood qi, flowing like mercury, a very solid foundation. It seems you've fully nourished your blood qi. I thought you'd need another month or so to reach such a level after only 3 years of martial cultivation. Truly a martial prodigy. Li Qingshan drifted under the eaves, took a sip of hot tea, contentedly exhaled a breath of warmth, and stroked his beard. You're quite shrewd, knowing to establish a solid foundation before attempting the channel opening. Although divine items are the pursuit of any divine cultivator, any strong divine cultivator is sure to pay attention to both divinity and blood qi. Only with horizontally refined and resilient flesh can one endure the vast divine power, allowing one to trek further on the path of divinity. If the divine cultivation is equal, and your martial power is stronger, naturally you'll be more advantageous in combat and confrontation. Some divine cultivators even favor the martial path more, like that vassal king of the Grand Prospect dynasty, Ji Moli, a peerless martial saint. By using the martial path to mold a divine fetus and form a flesh and blood divine fetus, his combat power is terrifying, invincible among his peers. Of course, the divinity realm is still the most important. Li Che was taken aback, not expecting this sort of reasoning. Li Qingshan continued to sip his tea, nibbling on a tea leaf, chewing thoughtfully. Divine base cultivators, their qi and blood martial path almost always includes the mysterious vein. Attempting to break through to divine base without the mysterious vein, 9 out of 10 will fail, injuring their divinity, condemned to a life of cultivation practicing. There's practically no one in the whole of Fei Lei City who cultivates their nature and can steadily cast divine base. Su Heli and Ruosu and other sons of Fei Lei City, their qi and blood martial path is merely at the beginning stages of the qi channels, making divine base extremely improbable. Because their talents in qi and blood martial path are insufficient, cultivating their nature and martial skills to the current level is already the best effort they can make. Li Che's expression became serious upon hearing these words. He remembered guiding Shishi in her martial arts training, the girl's intermittent efforts like the old saying 3 days fishing, 2 days drying nets. He automatically felt the parental anxiety for his child's future. What about Shishi? Li Qingshan chuckled lightly. Don't worry, Shishi entered the divine sect, which is not the same as these juniors from small city clans. The sect has special blood qi elixirs, which, when taken, can rapidly improve one's blood qi. Those elixirs are the sect's closely guarded secrets, acquired after the ransacking of the mysterious temple, and are the foundation of the sect. Every major sect has their foundational elixirs. Actually, the Grand Prospect dynasty has them too. If she had entered the Dying Temple Bureau, she would naturally have access to them. Small families in Fei Lei City simply can't obtain them. Li Qingshan revealed many secrets. Li Che opened his mouth as if to speak but then hesitated. Li Qingshan simply waved his hand. You are not yet part of the divine sect. I can't give you such elixirs. However, I can impart to you the channel opening method. Although you have your own opportunities and obtained a martial secret technique, which can burst forth your blood qi and greatly enhance your qi and blood cultivation, such an increase in strength is like rootless duckweed and shouldn't be used for casting divine base. And if used excessively, it might harm your foundation. In the future, if you can avoid using it, then do so. Li Che remained silent, obviously not going to mention that activating Dragon Elephant Vajra caused him no harm. He pursed his lips, changing the subject. Senior, even though I'm not part of the divine sect, can you really impart the method so readily? That's no big deal. Channel opening method is quite common, all outer disciples can learn it, so imparting it to you isn't a major issue. The subsequent mysterious vein method and divine meridian method, those are more precious, only obtainable after entering the inner sect. The old man chuckled, and the next moment, with a flick of his finger, a sheet of paper flew like a knife, slicing through the snow towards Li Che. Li Che caught the sheet with finesse, feeling his blood qi surge uncontrollably, instantly amazed by the old man's strength. Only on. Despite his frail appearance, terrifying power akin to that of dragons and tigers must be contained within. Li Che's gaze fell upon the paper. Qianyuan Divine Sex Minor Circulation Meridian Opening Technique. Minor circulation. Li Che murmured to himself. However, Li Qingshan did not satisfy his curiosity but instead furrowed his brows. Someone is coming, likely from the city lord's mansion. It seems to be a divine base cultivator. I must leave first. Young Li Che, whether it's the martial path or divinity, the strength of one's own cultivation is fundamental. I plan to take you to view the temple god in the mysterious temple today. Since I have passed on the minor circulation method to you, if you have opened your qi channels in 3 days, then come to the outskirts of the city. If the channel opening is not successful, there's no need for you to come. After his words were spoken, Li Qingshan vanished in an instant, leaving only the quietly placed teacup with ripples forming on its surface. At the same time, in a lane shaking under the drifting rain and snow, footsteps could be heard, and they were getting increasingly rapid. Hurried footsteps came to an abrupt halt outside the courtyard. As rain mixed with light snow fell from the sky, Li Che tucked the page of the meridian opening method into his kinkan space and then turned his head toward the courtyard door. A gentle knock echoed, and Li Che stood up to open the door. He saw a towering figure wearing a conical bamboo hat standing outside, his robust vitality like a blazing fire, radiating intense heat even from a distance. His jet-black hair fluttered, his muscles were coiled like those of a python, and his bones seemed to roar with rage. Just standing there, he was like a silent Buddha in fury, roaring with might. The towering figure knocked politely, which improved Li Che's attitude somewhat. Who might you be? Master Li, I come from the city lord's mansion. My name is Cao Qingyuan, the burly man said with gleaming eyes, quickly glancing inside the courtyard. Not seeing anyone else, his bushy eyebrows raised slightly. Cao Qingyuan. Li Che was taken aback. He immediately clasped his hands in a salute. I am Li Che, a humble woodcarver, and I greet the young city lord. Master Li is too kind. Now that you have become a woodcarving master, you are a distinguished guest of the city lord's mansion. My father specifically sent me to request Master Li's expertise in a certain task, Cao Qingyuan replied with a smile, his demeanor quite humble. However, the pressure this divine base cultivator, Cao Qingyuan, exerted on Li Che was immense, as if facing a wrathful Maitreya Buddha, with every hair on his body standing on end. This was because the overflowing divinity of Cao Qingyuan's wrathful Maitreya divine foundation continually agitated Li Che. Young city lord of flying thunder, Cao Qingyuan, divine base cultivator? It was no secret that Cao Guang, the lord of Fei Lei City, had a son who had stepped into the realms of the divine foundation. In earlier years, there was even talk of the 4 young masters of flying thunder, one of whom was Cao Guang's son, Cao Qingyuan. But once Cao Qingyuan forged his divine foundation, the title of one of the 4 young masters no longer suited him. Young city lord, I apologize, but I am at a critical moment in my bone tempering and am about to challenge the blood exchange barrier. Therefore, I may be unable to undertake the task set by the lord of the city, Li Che said, declining Cao Qingyuan's request tactfully. Yet Cao Qingyuan did not mind and said with a smile, no matter, Master Li may focus on the blood exchange for now. As long as you complete the wood carving within a month, that will suffice. The blueprint for the carving is here, as well as a down payment. Here are 100 gold leaf pieces for now, and the remaining 400 will be delivered upon the completion of your work, Cao Qingyuan explained, presenting items to Li Che. When a divine base cultivator makes a house call with what can be considered a mild approach and without enforcing a stringent timeline, Li Che understood that this was a gentle method to block any of his possible refusals. To refuse again would seem quite ungrateful. After pondering for a moment, Li Che no longer declined and accepted the blueprint along with the 100 gold leaf pieces. Seeing this, Cao Qingyuan's face blossomed with a smile. He pressed down on his bamboo hat and took a deep look at the independent workshop before turning to leave. Li Che narrowed his eyes as he looked at the wood carving blueprint in his hands. 18 maidens holding lotuses to worship the wrathful Maha. Cao Qingyuan returned to the city lord's mansion. Removing his bamboo hat, Cao Qingyuan slowly stepped inside the house. Despite it being daytime, the whole house was very dim. Candles, white as bone, were lit and lined up in rows like a staircase. Next to each candle rested a small wood carving made of rosewood, thumb-sized. Reflected in the candlelight, each wood carving seemed as if it was bleeding. The flickering flames jumped between yellow and green hues. Cao Qingyuan's heart tightened, and even as a divine base cultivator, he felt the sensation of not daring to breathe too deeply. That Li Che, did he accept the order? A spectral and hoarse voice came from the depths of the mansion. Cao Qingyuan respectfully affirmed, Father, he accepted. Good, if he accepted. The Su family already sold him to our city lord's mansion. Since he accepted the order, it saves you the trouble of having to abduct him. As long as he completes the carving, that will be sufficient. Father, what if he accepted the order but doesn't carve? There was a moment of silence in the room. After a short pause, the voice returned, he wouldn't dare. Furthermore, for the 1000 Buddha carving banquet, we still need 3 spirit children. The Yin family has 1, the Yang family has lost theirs, but there are still 2 in the Su family's Divine Cultivation Institute. The Su family has 2. One is indeed the daughter of that Li Che, and the other one is a big-headed spirit child. Ha ha ha, buy one get one free. Has the Su family agreed? The spirit children in the city have already been chosen by the divine sect. The Su and An families can't keep them, better to use them as bargaining chips. The Su, An and Yang families all want to reap the benefits and then withdraw from Fei Lei City. Thus, they have no choice but to agree. A bunch of fools, existing alongside the temple god, what an honor that is. The hoarse voice echoed eerily, laced with a scornful chuckle. Cao Qingyuan immediately fell silent. Zhao Sunhai is dead. Who did the killing? Zhang Xiangyang or Zhou Ruiguan? After a long while, Cao Qingyuan furrowed his brow and asked. The stillness within the room was broken. The hoarse voice resonated. The Yang family. Li Qingshan had given Li Che 3 days to attempt the channel opening. In reality, that was actually too much. Within his independent workshop, Li Che first laid out a mental chessboard with the Dao Fruit of the chess saint, sensing his surroundings to make sure everything was safe, before he began the channel opening. The Qianyuan Divine Sect Minor Circulation Meridian method given to him by Li Qingshan was not complex, no wonder he was generous with it, it was all theoretical content. The specifics of the operation were up to the martial artist himself. With the Dao Fruit of the Dragon Elephant Vajra, Li Che's foundation was incredibly solid. Though channel opening was difficult, for Li Che, it felt like everything was falling into place smoothly. The falling snowflakes twisted and scattered as if repelled by an invisible force above Li Che's head. Li Che sat cross-legged in the courtyard, invisible currents spiraling around him, continuously rotating in a helix pattern. The qi generated from his blood and inner strength fused, cycling through his organs, his extraordinary and regular meridians, forming the fixed minor circulation of qi channels of the Qianyuan Divine Sect, unblocking the universe within. The force from the fourth layer of internal strength, combined with the qi produced by channel opening, became inner qi. Inner qi enveloped his heart, and with its throbbing contractions and expansions, streams of inner qi flowed along the small minor circulation meridians beneath the skin, enmeshing every organ. Li Che opened his eyes, which seemed to flash with a bright brilliance. Standing up, his tendons and bones harmoniously resonated, his circulation of blood and qi became swifter and more powerful, and the resultant strength was even more formidable. Whoosh! Inhale. Between each exhale and inhale, the wind and snow of the world seemed to swirl in response, as if his qi was merging with heaven and earth. Qi channels, accomplished. The 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Having broken through his qi channels, Li Che used the remaining time to also master the divine secret technique of Maitreya gold armor, reaching the level of minor accomplishment. The divine chess piece left by Zhao Sunhai had been largely refined by Li Che. Now, within the inner scene of the energy center, the divinity of the wrathful Maitreya flowed gently like a stream, nurturing his nature. Read the full story at. He glanced at the sky. Today was a rare sunny day without snow. The air was still bitterly cold, but there was a hint of warm and comfortable sunshine. Li Che put on an elastic shirt, donned a bamboo hat, and, sitting beneath the eaves, he began carving a cute bull mask at a leisurely pace with a carving knife. After putting on the mask, he checked the poison-tempered sleeve crossbow, Guanyin poison lotus, Bodhi blood tears, and other hidden weapons mechanisms, and surveyed the 6,000 wood ravens stored in the Qinkan arsenal. Only then did Li Che leave the independent workshop, feeling at ease. If it were in the past, Li Che would never have left the city, not willing to be so far away from Shishi. But with the title of Flying Thunder Chess Saint, as long as the divine chess piece was placed on Shishi, he could travel with a tranquil mind. At least if something happened to Shishi, he would sense it and rush to her side extremely quickly. Only when his daughter's safety was ensured could the father afford to wander off and stir up trouble with peace of mind. The slumbering dragon elephant's breath concealment ability was becoming increasingly powerful. It almost completely erased the sense of his existence. He easily left the inner city and then the outer city with its weaker defenses. Just as he left the outer city, a hunched and short figure appeared silently and without a trace. Li Che glanced at the newcomer, only to see that the person was also dressed in black, wearing a cat-faced mask. Master Qingshan. Li Che's voice came muffled from under the cute bull mask. It's me. The reply came from beneath the cat-faced mask. Li Che, you're wearing a mask too now? Everyone's wearing masks. Is this some kind of mask alliance? The wind outside the city seemed much colder, brushing against the body, taking away warmth, piercing into the spine. Li Che, wearing the cute cow mask, silently watched Li Qingshan, who wore a cat-faced mask. Masked person looked at masked person, and the atmosphere seemed somewhat harmonious. What are you looking at? I learned from you, kid. I once was a man of integrity myself. Li Qingshan spoke lightly with his hands behind his back. Wearing the mask, he seemed to become much more indifferent, with his emotions somewhat wayward. The mask separated the face, giving one the feeling of releasing the emotions hidden within. Just like Li Che, every time he put on the cute cow mask, his body and mind would feel incredibly relaxed, and whatever he did, whoever he killed, all became unrestrained, with no limits. So you've opened your qi channels? 3 days, not too bad. Since that's the case, to enter the mysterious temple for a look, you now seem to have some assurance. Go quickly and return quickly. Before it gets dark, you must exit the temple. Li Qingshan said with a deep voice. The next moment, his toes touched the ground, and a surge of force burst forth, turning the old man's body into a straight black line that shot out on the snow-covered official road. Li Che's body wobbled slightly, and the inner qi that had surged through his body after breaking through the channel opening surged into his legs, quickly catching up. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The roaring wind howled as it sped past, with the currents running noisily alongside both sides of the mask. The scenery outside the city passed by in a flash before his eyes. The old man's speed was extremely fast, and Li Che had some difficulty keeping up. After all, he hadn't used the unmatched horizontal refinement of the dragon elephant Vajra and was silently following. In reality, Li Qingshan, who was bounding ahead, was already incredibly surprised in his heart. A very stable foundation, qi infused into the qi channels, inner qi vast and long, indeed not bad. Li Qingshan inwardly praised. Such a good seedling. With his martial path talent alone, even if Li Che wasn't a 22-year-old spirit child, Li Qingshan would still be willing to lead him into the divine sect. The two leaped and bounded for about a quarter of an hour. Then, Li Qingshan slowed his pace. His body paused, and he gracefully landed on a snow-covered old pine branch. Beneath the cat-faced mask, two eyes gleamed with light. Li Che followed closely behind, also controlling his inner qi, and in the same manner as Li Qingshan, landed on the old pine. Li Qingshan glanced at Li Che. Since you have entered the Qian Yuan divine sect, it's highly likely you'll join my group, so, since we've come to the mysterious temple, I'll take you on an early trial. Li Che didn't say much and nodded. He looked up and saw the corner of a temple's eaves, its crimson paint, concealed by the dense trees, looking like smears of fresh blood. This mysterious temple is of the 10th capital level. It is best to enter the mysterious temple during the daytime. At night, the temple god will become restless, and once you wake the temple god, they're not easy to deal with. I was entangled by the awakened temple god for 2 months, quite annoying. When the temple god awakens, they will release their divinity, which will invade nearby living creatures, causing them to mutate into evil spirits controlled by the divinity. The evil spirits of a 10th capital level mysterious temple won't be at the divine base level, so it's not a big problem, and you should be able to clear them. It's a good opportunity for you to consolidate your qi channels and blood. Upon hearing this, Li Che said no more, his body swayed, and he rushed towards the forest ahead. He controlled his inner qi, leaving no trace on the snow. It was as if he had cleared the forest that blocked the view, and suddenly, a solitary temple came into his sight. The temple had carved beams and painted rafters, with its eaves and corners raised high. Pieces of black tiles were stained with white snow, somewhat in disrepair, and that crimson paint spread over the walls and corners seemed to emit a pungent odor of blood. Li Che's gaze fell on the temple's gate, and moving slightly upward, he saw a plaque. It read, 3 Eyes Wrathful True Monarch Spirit Child's Branch Temple. Just by looking at it once, Li Che felt the fury divinity within the inner scene of the energy center in his mud pill start to stir, as if uncontrollably drifting towards the mysterious temple, about to leave his own body. However, after Li Che activated the divine method and reclaimed control over his divinity, combined with the pure heart in his chest throbbing, was he finally able to break free from this entanglement. And in the instant he broke free, Li Che's pupils contracted. Unknowingly, he had already appeared at the entrance of the mysterious temple. He had even lifted a foot as if to step inside. Countless strands of black qi emanated from the temple, winding around his foot, cold and piercing to the bone. From afar, the small old man standing on the pine branch, wearing a cat-faced mask and ready to take action, exclaimed in astonishment. Experiencing the mysterious temple for the first time, and already relying on yourself to break free from the temple god's attraction to divinity, such remarkable composure. Before the temple, after Li Che broke free from the attraction of the temple god's divinity, the black qi entwined around his legs was flushed away by his blood energy. Immediately, the evil spirits began to emerge from the mysterious temple. They were a group of corpse people shrouded in black qi and a skin membrane interwoven with black webs, their eyeballs rolled back white. They were exceedingly fast and highly defensive, but now Li Che, who had opened his qi channels and established his inner qi, had an even stronger combat power and, possessing the transformation realm's white tiger chaotic wind fist, easily resolved these evil spirits. After beating these evil spirits into a mess of rotten flesh, the old man Li Qingshan appeared beside him. Not bad, these evil spirits are the elite temple guardians, and the temple guardian cursed corpses of the 10th capital level mysterious temple all have the strength of the blood exchange realm, their bodies stronger than in the blood exchange, and they do not feel pain. They are the bodies of many temple exploring warriors who died and were transformed by the temple god. After a brief introduction by Li Qingshan, he looked up at the sky and told Li Che to keep up. The two stepped into the temple. Inside the temple, it was extremely dark, with not a speck of light visible, but there were rows of red candles on both sides, which, once lit, burned quietly, illuminating the temple. And within this temple, what made Li Che's scalp tingle was that it was filled with wood carvings. All of them were of children carved in various forms, some holding lotuses, others holding plums, some with hands cupped around an angry Buddha, others surrounding a guanyin with a gentle smile pinching her fingers. The expressions on these children's wood carvings were lifelike, with open-mouthed laughter, fear and sadness, furious screaming, painful choking, and entangled poses of male and female children. All the 7 emotions and 6 desires were represented, with hundreds of wood carvings standing in rows. Li Che took a deep breath, and his mind immediately thought of the city lord's mansion's requisitioning of the wood carving masters to carve these figures. To sacrifice to the temple god, Li Qingshan said, expressionless. The old man said that there's not much time left for Fei Lei City, and this is the reason. Someone is sacrificing to the temple god, offering the divinity of the entire city, while others could take advantage of the situation to gain benefits. The dying temple bureau, those in divine sect who break the temples, in reality, sometimes what they suppress or destroy is human nature. Li Che's eyes narrowed, although not quite understanding, but he knew this sacrifice was nothing good, benefiting only a small part of the population, but sacrificing the majority. Li Che clenched his fists, muscles twitching, inner qi circling in his palm. You want to destroy these wood carvings? I advise you not to. These carvings are all connected to the temple god. If you destroy one, you will awaken the sleeping temple god. It took the old man great effort to lull it to sleep, and if you wake it up again, I can leave, but you might be killed by the temple god, and then turned into a loyal temple guardian cursed corpse. The inner chi that Li Che was about to release instantly receded. The little old man beneath the cat-faced mask glanced at Li Che. Don't act rashly in the mysterious temple. Anything connected to the temple god can't be easily destroyed. Provoking the temple god is very dangerous. Especially this temple god is not ordinary. A branch temple of the three-eyed fierce true Lord Spirit Child. A branch temple. Branch temple. That is to say, this temple god is very likely to be a divinity branch formed from a high-ranking temple god. Li Qingshan, having come from the divine sect and researched mysterious temples, explained to Li Che, especially the title Three-Eyed True Lord. It is indeed frightening, reminding one of the 4 imperial levels mysterious temple that the sect master of Qian Yuan divine sect suppresses, the one in the temple, with the thin divine dog, grasping a 3-point double-edged knife divine weapon, the three-eyed temple god. Li Qingshan said softly, when it comes to temple gods, one must be more cautious. Upon hearing this, Li Che's pupils contracted slightly, his mind roaring. This description, why did it feel so familiar? Enough, let's not talk much about it. You've become a wood-carving master of the 10 cities, haven't you? You have about 2 hours left, take a good look at the temple god. Wood-carving masters seeking promotion need to observe the charm of the temple god statues, which is an occupation filled with great risks. Li Qingshan said. Senior, the temple god will awaken, is it still alive? Li Che asked. Li Qingshan paused for a moment. Underneath the cat-faced mask, his eyes were deep and distant. They are all dead. Only dead gods can awaken, from the mysterious temples. With those words, the tip of his foot touched the ground, and the little old man's figure floated out of the divine temple. In 2 hours, I will come to get you. Remember, do not damage the surrounding sacrificial wood carvings, bear this in mind, bear this in mind. Silence instantly fell within the mysterious temple. After Li Qingshan left, Li Che stood tall like a straight spear, a sense of inexplicable horror assaulting him from all directions. The pure heart pounded suddenly, the immaculate divinity flowing within it, dispelling the horror. Li Che calmed down, fires burning in his eyes behind the cute cow mask. He looked towards the temple god statue laid out on the altar. The three-eyed wrathful true monarch spirit child? The child temple god with a vertical eye on its forehead, glaring furiously, robes billowing, hair flying, barefoot on a lotus, fists clenched. Li Che studied the temple god carefully. The pure heart inside his chest beat faster and faster. Yet Li Che did not observe the temple god statue to capture its essence. In his mind, a daring idea flickered. The chess saint can use the immortal artisan as prototype of divine powers, 1,000 analyzing hands, to extract divinity from the dead, and then condense it into divine chess pieces. Only on the temple god. A dead god is also the dead. Can I extract its divinity? No sooner had the thought emerged, than Li Che had already taken action, silently leaping onto the altar with 2 large red candles. On tiptoes, he crouched before the statue of the child temple god, his eyes gleaming bright under the cute bull mask. Towards the head of the child temple god, he slowly extended his hand. The snowflakes were instantly shredded, exploding into powder. Li Qingshan, wearing a cat face mask, hunched over as he exited the mysterious temple. He leaped onto a lush and verdant pine tree, straight as a spear. Under the black cat face mask, 2 eyes flickered with a ghostly glow. Li Che, lad, his mind drawn in and settled within, has observed the divine for 2 hours. Hopefully, the youngster can withstand it and not be harmed in spirit by the temple god's divinity. Li Qingshan muttered to himself. Then he turned his head towards the distance, only to see a figure in a white robe, with a white mask on, slowly walking through the snowy forest, with loose hair fluttering in the snow. On the smooth and polished white mask, no facial features were delineated. The newcomer had several statues hanging around his waist, each the size of a palm, carved with children's images, some worshipping Buddha, some crying, each with a unique and vivid expression. However, few possessed divinity. Clearly, none were from the hand of a master. You've appeared again. Time and again, do you wish to battle me once more today? The man in the white mask said, his voice somewhat hoarse. Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes, focusing on the wood carvings hanging on the man's waist. Sacrificing to the temple god, you've really got some nerve, huh? The man sighed softly and shook his head. It's just a desperate attempt at a cure in dire straits. If it were you, wouldn't you do the same? After all, we are just minor cultivators from the countryside, not the heavens chosen of the divine sects with resources abound, nor the divine weapons reserve supported by the imperial court's divine arsenal. Everything we have, we must fight for ourselves. Sacrificing is also a gamble. Li Qingshan shook his head and did not say much more. Everyone who does evil finds a justification of their own, and others cannot sway their thinking. Come on, old man. Though most of my divinity has not descended the mountain, it's more than enough to entertain you. Boom! Countless snowflakes burst from the ground as Li Qingshan's body became entwined with divinity, and behind the man in the white mask rose a millstone-like divine base. The two engaged in battle. Li Qingshan intentionally or unintentionally veered off the battlefield, clashing towards the deeper parts of the mountain woods. Inside the mysterious temple, the candlelight flickered incessantly. Li Che's heart throbbed. This was the boldest thing he had undertaken thus far, bolder even than the first time he had decided to kill. However, his impulsiveness was not a whim. After all, he had Flying Thunder Chess Saint. Should something feel amiss, he could trigger the Dao Fruit, instantly teleport to the chess piece anchor point within the city, and leave. Li Qingshan had said that temple gods of 10th capital level mysterious temples corresponded to divine base realm and, although they were far stronger than typical divine base cultivators, but now, Li Che believed that beings at the divine base level probably couldn't block his Dao Fruit's ability. With this thought, Li Che's gaze became fierce. His fingers opened and closed, gradually pressing down, and landed on the three-eyed wrathful true Lord Child statue, full of wrath. In an instant, an extremely hot sensation spread from within his palm, as if what he had grabbed was not a statue but a red-hot branding iron, forged and tempered 1,000 times. Li Che's eyebrows knitted together tightly, his mind exceedingly cautious. His arm glowed with a jade color, shrouded in a hazy mist. The prototype of divine powers, 1,000 analyzing hands? In faint and indistinct glimpses, it seemed that strands of divinity were being siphoned from the temple god statue, beginning to condense into the shape of a chess piece. But, compared to condensing the divine chess piece from the deceased Zhao Sunhai, it was much more difficult. It was as if he was pulling up a deeply buried wooden branch, with the branch's roots tangled underground, making the extraction incredibly difficult. However, difficult as it was, Li Che had patience, slowly, enticing bit by bit. It seemed like he was engaged in a tug-of-war with the sleeping temple god, as if a thick and resilient divinity was being pulled from the statue, winding around the fingertips of 1,000 analyzing hands. 2 hours passed in Li Che's consciousness as if in the blink of an eye. When the sky gradually darkened, Li Che immediately released his hand. His figure retreated, jumping down from the altar. Within the mysterious temple, the candle light was dim, and the red-painted wooden statue seemed to eerily watch him. But Li Che was oblivious, his emotions surging as he raised his hand. Jade mist swirled, and a half-formed chess piece emerged in the palm of his hand. The chess piece was condensed from an exceedingly dark divinity, only half-formed. Yet, the strength of this divinity made Li Che slightly astonished, for it was even more tough and terrifying than that of the divine foundation fragment of the Si family's ancestor that he had obtained. He narrowed his eyes, raised his hand, and his pure heart Dao Fruit beat vigorously. The next moment, the outpouring of pure divinity formed a white chess piece. As his divine cultivation improved, so did the number of pure divinity chess pieces he could condense. Li Che hid the divine chess piece beneath the altar, serving as a coordinate anchor point. Now that he was certain he could extract divinity from the temple god, of course, he would find opportunities to pay several more visits. First, setting up an anchor point made the journey much easier. The day was turning dark, and Li Qingshan had not yet arrived. Li Che also didn't continue to wait. He turned his head to glance at the three-eyed child temple god seated high on the altar, then suddenly exerted force under his feet. His figure shot out like an arrow, erupting towards the outside of the mysterious temple. Having returned to the inner city, Li Che removed his disguise, collecting the mask, clothing, and the like into his Qinkan space. Afterwards, he ordered some wine and dishes from the Golden Splendor Pavilion and returned to his own courtyard. His wife, Zhang Ya, was earnestly practicing her stance training in the courtyard. Ever since Li Che had taught her martial arts, she had been tirelessly practicing every day, knowing she started late and thus wanted to catch up to her husband through hard work. Husband. Zhang Ya, dressed in a practice outfit with a thin belt cinched around her waist, outlined her shapely figure. A smile immediately appeared on Li Che's lips, and he walked over to stand behind Zhang Ya, wrapping his hands around hers from behind. My lady, would you like your husband to teach you how to practice boxing? Zhang Ya's pretty face instantly turned a shade redder. After much affection, old Chen, who had been sitting under the eaves drinking from his calabash bottle for quite some time, finally couldn't endure the painful display. Cough cough cough. Li Che, lad, I'm still here. Can you lovebirds not show off your affection in front of this old man? Old Chen said, holding up his calabash, decidedly annoyed. Oh, are you still here? Didn't go for a stroll. Li Che turned his head, feigning surprise. If you change your position, won't you not see us? Old Chen immediately became even more infuriated, unable to stay in this house. This Li Che, he wasn't as honest as he used to be. With a huff, Old Chen, clutching his wine calabash, decided to run away from home. Old Chen, on your way, could you stop by the Su family's Divine Cultivation Institute and pick up Shi and Big Head Lu? The light, smiling voice of Li Che drifted out. Old Chen grew even more irritated. Life had become unbearable. Still, Old Chen swiftly went to the Divine Cultivation Institute, picked up Shi and Lu Qi, and with Shi in his arms, a smile and doting affection spread across Old Chen's face, and his thoughts of running away from home faded. Li Che might fail as a son, but Old Chen had his dawn treasure. The following day, after sending Shi and Lu Qi to the Divine Cultivation Institute, Li Che went to his private workshop. Having reached the Qi channel stage in martial cultivation, the usual practice was to train by mobilizing the body's blood and Qi, gathering Qi in the 5 viscera, circulating the minor circulation, and accumulating and strengthening the inner Qi, which were the primary direction for this stage of practice. It was similarly a grind. Even the cultivation of divinity was not neglected, practicing the wrathful Methreya divinity and refining Zhao Sunhai's divine chess piece. It must be said that Li Che's divine cultivation progressed at an incredibly fast pace. The stream of divinity within the inner scene of the energy center was constantly growing. Once he had completed a series of daily essentials, Li Che put on a wide-brimmed hat and a cute bull mask, transforming into the bull demon. His mind touched the chess Saint Dao Fruit, and through the anchor point placed under the altar of the mysterious temple, he observed the situation inside the temple. Only then did he activate the Flying Thunder chess Saint's teleportation. With a clench of his hand, Li Che held a white chess piece. But his figure had already arrived inside the dim three-eyed fierce true Lord Spirit Child mysterious temple. The temple was extremely quiet, filled with the pungent smell of candle fire. Li Che rubbed his hands together and floated up to the altar, beginning to siphon the temple god's divinity. Discover untold stories at. It took roughly 2 hours to siphon half of a divine chess piece. It would take 2 days to gather a complete piece. This efficiency was heaven and earth compared to when he siphoned Zhao Sunhai's divinity. Days passed by, one by one. 10 days drifted by like grains of sand between the fingers. Having made a promise to the young city lord Cao Qingyuan regarding the wood carving, Li Che didn't have the slightest inclination to start carving. Having learned the purpose of the city lord's mansion's conscription of wood carving masters to carve statues, Li Che no longer had the heart to carve. Inside the mysterious temple, Li Che deftly jumped onto the altar and stared at the three-eyed wrathful true lord child statue that seemed both angry and aggrieved for a while. Old buddy, I'm here again. Striving to condense the fifth temple god divinity chess piece today. I'm about to finish refining Zhao Sunhai's divine chess piece, and my current wrathful Mithreya divinity has barely reached the cultivation as river-like level. Afterward, I won't have Zhao Sunhai's divine chess pieces to refine. Fortunately, this temple god's divine chess piece also belongs to the lineage of wrath divinity. I just don't know how much more I can fleece from this temple god's divinity. Is it enough for me to forge a divine foundation? Li Che flashed a radiant grin. Familiarly reaching out towards the almost varnished head of the child temple god, he began to condense his hand motion. Dark clouds piled up layer upon layer. The atmosphere was claustrophobic and oppressive, with electric dragons tumbling amidst them. Cold raindrops poured down from the sky, pelting the ground, exploding into mist, and shrouding the human world. In the inner city, the Su family, outside the Divine Cultivation Institute, electric light revealed one tall, dark shadow after another. They were dressed in black, wore wide-brimmed hats, and donned children's masks, moving silently through the rain. The Su family's Divine Cultivation Institute still has 2 spirit children. Old Su of the Su family has already struck a deal with the city lord's mansion, agreed to turn a blind eye. A tall figure adjusted his wide-brimmed hat. 2 spirit children? Since we've come, naturally, we should take away all the spirit children of Su family's Divine Cultivation Institute. Act quickly, capture them and leave, and deliver them to the city lord's mansion. Once this matter is settled, our Yang family can organize our clan to immediately withdraw from Fei Lei City. The rain curtain torrentially fell, sprinkling between heaven and earth. The grey, overcast sky, as if night had come early, made one feel extraordinarily cramped and oppressed. Thunder ripped through the night, the sudden flashes dispelling some darkness, but a thick mist enshrouded the entirety of Fei Lei City, making visibility extremely low. Outside Su's Divine Cultivation Institute, tall walls stood, and the guards responsible for security sought shelter from the rain. They hugged their weapons, leaning under the gatehouse roof, listening to the rain furiously beating against the black tiles, then to the scattered sounds of water splashing, slightly distracted. Ever since the incident at the Yang family's Divine Cultivation Institute, where the spirit child was taken after it was breached, the Su family and An family had strengthened security at their Divine Cultivation Institutes and increased the number of patrolling martial artists. The rain was really too heavy. It was rare to have such a thunderstorm before the winter had passed. The already cold temperature, together with the icy rain, instantly became piercingly chilly. This dim weather, it's like the gods are furious. A burly martial artist guard leaning against the door cursed under his breath as he glanced at the hazy skies. As a blood exchange warrior with strong vital energy, he was not afraid of the cold, but being unafraid was one thing, being uncomfortable was quite another. Don't let your guard down. This kind of weather is the best opportunity for those with ill intentions to make their move. A seasoned guard, with a dry pipe in his mouth, whispered. This old martial artist was also in the blood exchange realm, and moreover, at the 6 transfers blood change level, the rest of the guards were in the bone tempering realm. This kind of guard formation was sufficient to show how seriously the An family took the security of the Divine Cultivation Institute. Boss, you're too cautious. The An family is a noble family of Fei Lei City, who would dare to attack the Divine Cultivation Institute. The Yang family back then didn't have the kind of protection that we have. A few guards in the bone tempering realm chuckled as they spoke in succession. However, before their words were done, the thick veil of rain was torn apart. Accompanied by howling winds and the explosive sound of tearing air, giant hammers whirling furiously in the air thunderously smashed down. With overwhelming divinity spreading out, the guards were utterly astonished, but in the moment of shock, their minds were seized, and the hammers crashed down on their heads, bursting forth with white and red spray of blood. The guard sucking on the dry pipe, eyes wide with rage, grabbed his long sword and jumped to his feet. Divinity, heart-shocking and sturdy. The Yang family people, how dare you? The old guard roared furiously. But the next instant, a towering figure tore through the rain curtain, bringing a whining, screaming sound as it swung a giant hammer ruthlessly onto his head. The unstoppable force directly crushed the old blood exchange martial artist's skull. Act now. Amid the thick scent of blood, a towering figure wearing a mask of an astonished girl spoke indifferently. Several figures picked up blood-dripping hammers from the corpses and rushed into the rain curtain, charging towards the Divine Cultivation Institute. The heavy rain roared, causing beaded curtains of water to hang from the eaves. Nurse Momo, leaning on her python head cane, sat on a wicker chair, where curls of steam wafted upwards and the dense fragrance of tea lingered in her nose. She picked up her teacup and poured the prepared milk into it. Tea with milk, a method taught by an acquaintance of hers unexpectedly unique in flavor. She enjoyed it quite a bit. Thinking of this acquaintance, Nurse Momo's gaze unconsciously fell on the quietly seated, large-headed boy inside the room filled with the scent of sandalwood, meditating and cultivating his divinity. My grandson has grown up so much. Nurse Momo sighed. With the past carried away by the wind, she too had become aged. Li Nuangzai, focus on meditation and cultivating your divinity. All of a sudden, Nurse Momo put on a stern face and heavily stamped the ground with her python head cane. This startled Shishi, who had been half opening her eyes and sneaking peeks at the milk tea in her cup. She jumped and quickly closed her eyes, pretending to be very focused. Nurse Momo was somewhat helpless. This Li Nuangzai had an extremely vast divinity, naturally a superior grade spirit child, making her an exceptional cultivation talent. It was just that the child was too lively, only 3 years old, yet more vibrant than many 4 or 5-year-olds. Master Li is such an erudite and elegant man, how could he have a daughter so restless? Indeed, Nurse Momo couldn't help but use restless to describe her. Aside from Lu Qi, which child in the Divine Cultivation Institute hadn't been beaten by Shishi? Even 4 or 5-year-old boys stood no chance against the 3-year-old Shishi. This girl was incredibly good at fighting and extremely clever, the kind who used her brain in a fight. An innate fighting body indeed. The tyrant of the Divine Cultivation Institute? Besides Shishi, Lu Qi was also meditating with closed eyes. Suddenly, he abruptly opened his eyes, flinging his Neza-like braids and turned his head to look towards the room outside, far away from the extreme warmth of the charcoal hearth. There was a smell of blood and fluctuations of divinity. Lu Qi frowned. Nurse Momo? Lu Qi opened his eyes. You should scold him. A child from the Su family called out excitedly. Lu Qi rolled his eyes. These little brats were truly childish. He, Lu Qi, was a disciple who had entered the inner sect of the Qian Yuan divine sect. If it weren't for the need to protect my junior sister, who has yet to be taken in as a disciple, I, Lu Qi, would hardly bother staying here. Lu Qi, close your eyes quickly, or Nurse Momo will beat you up. Childish, Lu Qi scoffed. However, no sooner had he spoken than Lu Qi regretted his words. Lu Qi, you dare call me childish? I'm going to tell my daddy. And sure enough, Lu Qi saw Shishi beside him, hands on her hips and eyes glaring, with a smug smile on her face. Watching the meditation class that was about to descend into chaos, Nurse Momo grabbed her python head wooden cane and stumped it repeatedly. She was about to open her mouth to scold them, to maintain order. Suddenly, her wrinkled face showed a slight change of expression. Children, get up and hide inside the room. Lu Qi, lead them. Nurse Momo's expression turned serious, and her divinity spread, suppressing the restless classroom. The sudden change in the old woman's attitude frightened the children, who, daring not to speak further, all ran towards the depths of the room under Lu Kai's lead. Nurse Momo, is there a monster coming to catch us? Before leaving, Shishi turned her head to look at Nurse Momo. Don't worry, as long as I'm here. Nurse Momo smiled gently. Shishi also smiled brightly. Then you must be careful, Nurse Momo. After that, Shishi followed Lu Qi into the depths of the house. Nurse Momo stood there dazed for a moment, and then the next, her old face broke into a smile, feeling a warmth in her heart. The old woman stood up, turned her rattan chair in a new direction, toward the menacingly abrupt curtain of rain, where the rain smashed onto the ground, carrying the wild wind that swept in from outside the house, blowing through the old woman's dry hair. She watched the figures appear within the rain, each one wielding a heavy hammer, their vast bodies outlined through the misty vapor. The roiling intertwining divinity filled the air with exclamations and screams, unsettling the heart and disturbing the mind. The old woman sighed softly. Heart-shocking and sturdy, the Yang family, huh? When Yang family's divine cultivators could behave so recklessly in Su's Divine Cultivation Institute, releasing their divinity without any fear of rebuke from Su Heli, Su Baihu, Old Master Su, or any other divine cultivators from the Su family, Nurse Momo already understood the situation. Noble families are indeed noble families. Years have passed and yet they cannot change their nature, to chase after benefits at the expense of everything else. Truly, disgusting. These are just children, how can they be so heartless? Nurse Momo murmured softly, thinking of Shishi's bright and adorable smile. Her eyes softened a bit more. The old woman twisted her python head wooden cane fiercely, and in the next moment, she drew a sharp long sword from within it, accompanied by a clanging sound. In an instant, within the rain curtain, endless sword chi raged and intertwined. Weaving into a giant sword chi python, it faced the Yang family's divine cultivators coming with their large hammers. Children, I'm here for you. In the mysterious temple, Lu Qi, who was circling the statue of the three-eyed wrathful true Lord Spirit Child Temple God, suddenly opened his eyes. His body flickered, and he fell from the altar. Underneath the cute bull mask, his eyes were ice-cold. Within his chest, the Dao Fruit of Chess Saint throbbed violently. It was as if a laid-back chess piece was about to be captured. The immaculate divine chess piece he had hidden within Shishi sensed the crisis at the first moment, immediately bursting forth with feedback. Something's happened to Shishi, who dares to harm my daughter. A fierce aura instantly spread from within Li Che's limbs and bones, causing all the red candles within the mysterious temple to shake and tremble. He closed his eyes and sensed the violent trembling of the immaculate divine chess piece anchor. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Che grasped the air with an empty hand. In the next moment, he had already seized the white chess piece that had been placed within Shishi. In this world, Li Che had a simple goal, a warm bed with his wife and child. His wife and child were the soft spots in his heart. No matter who it is, if you touch his daughter, MP year, he would kill them. The bull demon was ready to begin a killing spree. Thunder cleaved the night sky, and the flickering stream of light was like a deep blue divine dragon rolling behind dark clouds. The torrential rain pounded down on the human world, washing away the bloodshed as well. Golden Splendor Pavilion. Inside a private room, amidst the lingering scent of sandalwood, and Warren with a graceful figure was twisting to the music, her every frown and smile radiated beauty. The rich aroma of wine spread ceaselessly. Su Baihu gulped down his wine one cup after another, the liquid tracing down the corners of his mouth. His chest heaved violently, and a slight redness tinged his eyes. At his side, Su Heli elegantly sipped his wine and ate his meat. The treasured sword he carried close to his body lay quietly beside him. His eyes were fixed on the Warren's graceful waist, roaming over her exposed jade-like skin. Big brother, are we really going to just give away the Divine Cultivation Institute like this? With a bang, Su Baihu violently smashed his wine cup onto the table, his eyes filled with resentment. Su Heli's mood was interrupted, and he glanced over. We're just sending away Li Che's daughter and that big-headed spirit child. None of them belong to our Su family. There's no harm done in sending them away. But it's the Yang family handling this. They surely won't just take 2 spirit children and just let them barge in like this. Nurse Momo won't give up on these children. She's bound to die, right? Su Baihu's voice was somewhat hoarse and low. Nurse Momo. Su Heli fell silent. Back then, when we were spirit children, it was Nurse Momo who looked after us, taught us nurturing nature. Su Baihu poured himself another drink. It was the old Grand Master's decision. We just follow orders. Moreover, we can always have more spirit children, but, for us, there is only one chance. You should know how difficult it is for me to establish the divine foundation, and how low the success rate is. I have no other choice. Su Heli's expression gradually darkened. Su Baihu was aware of this too and let out a long sigh. Su Heli laughed coldly. Don't try to play the good guy here. The old Grand Master made the decision. You were there too. If you disagreed, why didn't you speak up then? If you dare, go and talk to the old Grand Master about it. It's indeed a pity for Nurse Momo, but she's already old, and she would be happy to create an opportunity for our younger generation to establish a divine foundation. Lucci, pulling Shishi along with many bewildered children from the Divine Cultivation Institute, hurried toward the deeper parts of the Divine Cultivation Institute mansion. But the increasingly terrifying divinity outside evoked a trace of worry in his eyes. Nurse Momo. Could she withstand these divine cultivators from the Yang family? Among them, there were many divine cultivators whose nurturing nature was as vast as a river, including those not weaker than Simubai who had cultivated his chi channels to the peak of nurturing nature. Nurse Momo was old, her vitality waning. Though her divinity was deep, it ultimately couldn't reach its peak performance due to the decline in physical vitality, making her overall weaker than cultivators like Simubai at the peak of their power. Therefore, Lucci could guess that Nurse Momo, by staying behind alone to delay these divine cultivators, had in fact chosen death. Lucci wasn't naive. Coming from the divine sect, he saw things more clearly than anyone else. The Su family, truly the same as most noble families, this is also a current flaw of the Grand Prospect dynasty, which has bestowed increasing power to the noble families. However, these families grow arrogant, becoming indifferent to human lives. For the sake of benefits, for the pursuit of power, they would abandon everything. Lucci let out a breath. But he didn't turn back to help Nurse Momo, even though she was an old acquaintance of his master. His current priority was to protect his not yet betrothed junior sister. The safety of his junior sister is paramount. Suddenly, Lucci sensed a subtle wave of divinity. His expression drastically changed. Find joy at. Looking intently, he saw a white divine chess piece shooting out from the body of Shishi, whom he was holding. Subsequently, Lucci felt darkness envelop everything around him. Mighty, majestic, dominant, powerful. That terrifying figure, like a mountain to the children, abruptly appeared. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles bulged as every tendon trembled like dragons, his mere presence suffocating. Beneath a cute bull mask were a pair of eyes releasing a fierce and overwhelming killing intent. This is Che, Bull Demon. Bull Demon. Lucci naturally wouldn't forget that mask, nor such a formidable figure. He abruptly halted, his eyes showing a trace of delight. He certainly knew the true identity of the Bull Demon. That was Shishi's father. And his strength was immense. Even Lucci, without using the wrathful third prince secret technique, might have his head twisted off. Why would the Bull Demon appear here? Divine secret technique? It didn't matter anymore. None of that mattered now. The Bull Demon was a fierce being, merciless in killing. With the Bull Demon present, Shishi's safety was assured. Li Che's sudden appearance startled all the children present, especially those from the Su family, who gaped dumbly at Li Che wearing the bull demon mask. They couldn't help but recall how their family described the bull demon. This was a massive villain who dared to kill even government officers and divine catchers, known to kill without batting an eyelid and liked to twist off children's heads to use as balls. At night, when they wouldn't sleep, their parents used the bull demon to scare them. If they didn't sleep, the bull demon would come and twist off their heads and kick them away. For a moment, fear spread, and the children of the Su family collapsed to the ground, crying bitterly, with a few even crying and urinating at the same time. Li Che, wearing such a cute cow mask as the bull demon, what is there to be afraid of? And I don't eat children? She, however, was blinking her big sparkling eyes, staring at the bull demon with radiance in her eyes, showing no fear or fright, but rather full of excitement. Seeing that Shi was safe, Li Che also relaxed. His gaze shifted, looking towards Lu Qi, nodding slightly. With Lu Kai's protection, he could be somewhat at ease. Niu, you are the great hero Niu that mother told me about. Shi clenched her little fists, completely delighted. I've finally met you. Li Che was startled. His eyes inevitably softened, a smile forming under his mask. He knew that while Fei Lei City was abuzz with the defamation of the bull demon, his wife Zhang Ya continually told Shi that the bull demon was a great hero. After all, Zhang Ya knew the true identity of the bull demon. Zhang Ya didn't want Shi to think her father was a terrible villain. Moreover, Zhang Ya also knew that the bull demon was a hero, protecting their little family safe and sound. A great hero of tremendous magnitude? Niu, there are monsters and villains outside bullying grandma? Can you take me to kill the monsters and villains? Shi stood sprightly in front of Li Che, who had activated the angry Vajra Dao Fruit and towering like a mountain at 2 meters tall, his chi mingling like armor, looking up as if gazing at a towering mountain. Yet she displayed neither fear nor fright. The surrounding children of the Su family thought Shi had completely lost her mind. Shi, run. He is the bull demon monster, the one who twists off children's heads to kick as balls. A boy from the Su family's Divine Cultivation Institute, who fancied Shi, peed his pants while mustering the courage to shout at Shi, who seemed like she could be gobbled up any moment by the bull demon in front of her. His voice trembled, but his bravery was commendable. At that moment, the boy's face turned red, feeling, perhaps this was the power of a crush. Li Che immediately narrowed his eyes. His gaze under the mask coldly swept over the little boy. He seemed to smell the sour stench of a secret crush. Just a glance. The courageous little boy immediately crumbled into pieces, his crying abruptly stopped, and he fainted from fright. Li Che didn't bother with him. He looked down at Shi. Aren't you afraid of me? Shi pursed her lips. Mother said Niu is a great hero? Mother wouldn't lie to Shi. The bull demon laughed. Good. I'll take you to save grandma, the bull demon said gently. The next moment, his huge hand like a fan came down, gently pinched up Shi, and placed her on his broad shoulder. Shi wasn't afraid, her little mouth curving into a smile, giggling joyfully. However, Lu Qi was not so relaxed, his expression extremely solemn. He took out the wood carving of the third crown prince, clutching it tightly in his hand. With many experts from the Yang family, what could one bull demon do to change the outcome of the battle? Several masters at the cultivation peak were present. Lu Qi felt immense pressure. Quite irritating. If it weren't for needing to rescue his master's old lover, Lu Qi would have turned tail and left by now. His childhood had only just begun, and he certainly didn't want to die. Let's go. Niu will take me to save grandma. Shi, perched on the bull demon's shoulder, cheered loudly. With a flick of his fingers like hooks, the next moment, a small oil paper umbrella landed in his hand, handed to Shi. It's raining outside, open the umbrella, don't catch a cold. Shi obediently took the umbrella. Niu, so considerate? The next moment, the bull demon's fingers clawed at the void. The intricately crafted mechanism Nemo Gatling wooden crow then fell into his hand, his divinity spreading, manipulating one wooden crow after another, whirling around the bull demon. Carrying the Nemo Gatling, with Shi on his shoulder, their large and small figures, amid 1,000 crows, moved towards the outside of the Divine Cultivation Institute. Fei Lei City. Outside the city, the downpour was like pillars, as if the heavens had seen the evil of the human world and were pouring rain to cleanse it. In a leisure pavilion, a person sat upright, draped in black, their face covered by a cat face mask, their body hunched, carving a wood carving in the pavilion with a carving knife. The shockwaves of raindrops shattering on the ground merged together, the resultant gust of wind surged into the leisure pavilion, lifting the wood shaving slipping from the carving knife. After a moment, the wood carving took shape. It was neither a Buddha nor a deity. Instead, it was the elegant and pure figure of a woman, wearing a gauzy dress, holding a fine sword with a python-shaped hilt, looking over her shoulder with a hint of heroism between her eyebrows. The eyes beneath the cat face mask rubbed against the coarse carving marks with complexity. 40 years have flown by, and beauty has withered. No one can be young again. The reason he had come down the mountain without most of his divinity was not simply for the spirit child, more so, he wanted to see the beauty of his past. Alas, time is a sharp long knife that even cultivators find hard to resist. Without forging the divine foundation, one could not maintain their vitality and would gradually weaken and wither, and beauty would fade away. Outside the pavilion, the furious wind was howling non-stop, carrying the torrential rain. and in the four directions of the leisure pavilion, immense divinity twisted the sky, preventing the downpour from reaching it. Four masked figures stood in the curtain of rain, far from the pavilion, positioned to encircle, or rather, to trap the old man with the cat face mask inside. Four divine base cultivators taking action at the same time, this kind of display. It seems the event about to take place inside the city is no small matter, the old man said softly. He looked towards the four individuals, their four wheels of godly foundation shining brightly like the sun. Furious true monarch, heart-shocking and sturdy, wrathful Methreya, and Sonsi Lu sword. The Su family is indeed a noble family. Others are trying to shake your foundation, and you don't stop them or stand guard, that's already quite something. But what's the point of coming here to be affectionate with an old man like me? Li Qingshan smiled. In his eyes was an unmistakable disgust and intention to kill. Su family's Divine Cultivation Institute. The wide courtyard was a mess, countless sword marks sliced across the bluestone ground. Among the dark clouds, lightning snakes traversed. Huff, huff. The soaking wet nurse Momo, her face extremely pale, clutched the python head-long sword that trembled incessantly. Around her, Yang family cultivators, each wearing a child's mask, stared at her with icy-cold gazes. I've finally grown old. Nurse Momo's heart sank slightly. Her vitality could no longer sustain such high-intensity combat. Su Mu, give it up, we just want to take the spirit child away. You don't need to lose your life over this. After all, you're a cultivator at the peak of cultivation. Value your life a little more. The burly man with a heavy hammer spoke in a deep voice. The voice was gruff, laden with vital energy, merged with divinity, seeking to influence Nurse Momo's emotions to elicit a deep sense of terror within her. Once terror arose, his heart-shocking and sturdy divinity would rapidly erode Nurse Momo's spirit. This battle was now completely devoid of suspense. In fact, there was never much suspense to begin with. Yang Kai-he, don't think I can't recognize you just because you wear a mask, old woman that I am. The entire Yang family wears spirit infant masks. Have you all joined the spirit infant sect? Ridiculously laughable, a noble family like Fei Lei stooping to such sneakiness. I spit on that. Nurse Momo picked up the python-headed rapier, its blade still bright and white after decades, glinting with bone-chilling cold light. If you want to take away my Su Mu's children, you'll have to step over my dead body. Divinity suddenly flares up like fire, quietly burning in the pouring rain. Nurse Momo chose to fight to the death and did not back down. At her age, there was nothing for her to cherish in life. Refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. A faint voice came from the burly man wearing the mask of a shocked young girl. The next moment, the heavy hammer he held in one hand was swung fiercely. Vital energy burst forth, his burly body's muscles coiling like pythons, trembling and shattering the raindrops into fine mist. However, just as Yang Kai-he was about to swing his hammer and put an end to the old woman whose vital energy was waning, his ears suddenly twitched. Yang Kai-he's eyes, under the mask, suddenly narrowed. A familiar sound of explosion tore through the curtain of rain, like a bird shrieking in agony as the feathers on its tail are plucked. An explosion. A dark wooden raven, carrying sparks of fire, folding its wings in as if it were a screaming dark arrow, shot forth. The heavy hammer was swiftly raised to smash at the fast-approaching black raven. Boom! An explosion ensued. The rolling flames erupted instantly, and the powerful blast wave dispersed the raindrops falling from the masses of dark clouds. Nurse Momo, who was ready to risk her life, was taken aback. Watching Yang Kai-he being engulfed by the firelight and stumbling backward, her eyes revealed a touch of astonishment. She suddenly turned around, her violent motion even causing a burst of water like exploding lotuses. Before her eyes emerged a figure more imposing and burly than Yang Kai-he, as dark and massive as a mountain, and on the shoulder of that burly figure, sat a little girl with bright, gleaming eyes fixed on the explosion. Li Nuangzai. Nurse Momo frowned slightly. Then she looked at the burly figure's face, only to see a cute, calf-like, damn it, bull demon. Nurse Momo's expression changed drastically, and she exclaimed loudly. The hand holding the sword felt as if it had been drained of all its strength in that instant. Bull demon. Fiercely malevolent, known for twisting off the heads of little children, the bull demon. She, run. Nurse Momo felt somewhat desperate. Wolves in front, tigers behind. Why do these children have such hard lives? As a spirit child, are they destined to become mere stepping stones on others' paths to cultivation? Grandma, Niu brought me to save you. However, Nurse Momo soon heard Shishi's excited voice as she waved her little hand, her little face turning red, clutching a wax paper umbrella, eyes shining brightly, without any sign of being captured and threatened by the bull demon. It seemed different from what she had imagined. Nurse Momo was stunned. The bull demon just cast her a faint glance. Step back. His indifferent voice carried a resounding, heavy force. Nurse Momo reflexively picked up the python-head thin sword and stepped back several paces. She then saw the strange mechanism the bull demon was swinging in his hand, with several metal tubes aimed at Yang Kai-he, who was blown away by the explosion. The metal tubes began to spin rapidly, as if they were revolving hundreds of times in the span of a breath. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Brilliant tongues of fire erupted from the mouth of the metal tubes, like a lotus blooming amidst a torrential rain. Wooden black crows shot out from the metal tubes, screaming as they streaked along with tails of fire, rapidly shooting toward Yang Kai-he, and engulfed Yang Kai-he in an instant. The explosive fireworks that bloomed one after another couldn't even be extinguished by the heavy rain. The bull demon raised his chin, his pupils reflecting flames as a cold killing intent was crazily unleashed. Everyone who wanted to harm his precious daughter had to die. Li Che's wishes were simple, just to give his daughter a clean human world. Thus, he would sweep away all the filth. Namo Gatling wooden crow. Roar! The rapidly spinning metal tubes gradually stopped, blue smoke spreading from the tubes and drifting away. Nurse Momo, sweating profusely, turned her head toward the direction of Yang Kai-he. But she saw Yang Kai-he, who had cultivated to the peak of the martial path with river-like chi channels, now in a pathetic state, his clothes torn to shreds, his skin blasted open, the mask on his face shattered long ago, revealing a face filled with terror. Bull demon! Bull demon! Yang Kai-he's mouth dripped with fresh blood. He remembered the scene where he was bombed relentlessly by the bull demon in the alley. Back then, there were others to share the bombardment with him. But today, he was the only one taking the fire. If it weren't for his breakthrough in the martial path, he feared that he would have been killed by the first round of mechanical bombardment. Flee! Yang Kai-he stomped hard on the ground with the tip of his foot, trying to swing out his heavy hammer and create a chance for escape. However, the bull demon, holding the strange mechanism in one hand, triggered the device once again. Countless explosive black crows, with tails of fire trailing behind, furiously stormed toward him. No, no, boom 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 boom. Yang Kai-he had just managed a few steps when he was once again swallowed by the blaze. As another round of explosions ended and the firelight died down, Yang Kai-he had turned into a charred corpse, emitting intense heat and completely devoid of life. 60 rounds weren't enough, so let's go for another 60. I prepared 6,000 rounds, can I still not kill you? Li Che spoke indifferently, but underneath the mask, there was a slight frown. The Namo Gatling wooden crow's power really needed further refinement. If it took this long just to bombard a Yang Kai-he, then facing a divine base cultivator, after 6,000 rounds of rapid fire, it still might not be enough to kill. The torrential rain continued, but the entire Divine Cultivation Institute was in silence. The remaining cultivators of the Yang family were dumbfounded. They had never imagined that their Yang family's brightest disciple, on the cusp of reaching divine foundation, would be bumped to death just like that. The bull demon didn't even have to lift a finger. The next moment, these Yang family experts broke out in a cold sweat. Frantically, they fled toward the outside of the Su family's Divine Cultivation Institute. Li Che glanced at them and, without any courtesy, began another round of firing. Wooden ravens screeched as they streaked out, dragging their fiery tails, accompanied by a courtyard full of explosive fireworks. All these Yang family experts followed in Yang Kai-he's footsteps, dying within the artistry of explosions. Shi sat on the bull demon's shoulder, delightedly ecstatic. This fireworks display was so dazzling. In her young heart, a deep impression was etched. Fireworks. I also want to play with fireworks. Fireworks suited Shi even more. All of the Yang family's experts were annihilated. The bull demon, with practiced ease, searched the bodies of these corpses, finding only a Kinkan jade from Yang Kai-he and a dozen or so leaves from the others. After looting the bodies, he finally walked out of the dazed Divine Cultivation Institute, carrying Shi with him. Nurse Momo finally snapped back to reality, leaning on her python-headed wooden crutch, supporting her soaked, frail body. She caught up. Discover worlds on. Bull, hero, where are you taking Shi? In the rain, the mountainous figure of the bull demon paused, attending to the askew wax paper umbrella in Shi's hand, carefully adjusting it for her. Then he continued walking. Finally, a muffled voice laden with rampant killing intent, overpowering the storm, wafted to Nurse Momo's ears. To the Yang family. To set off fireworks. Crackling and popping. The heavy rain washed over the ground, accompanied by a fierce wind, lifting white waves atop the pooling water that surged along the cobblestone streets. Within the blurring veil of rain in the human world, two figures wearing children's masks stood underneath their umbrellas on the extremely slippery and rain-washed black tiles of a rooftop. Raindrops battered against the umbrella, exploding into mist with a thudding sound. Ha ha ha, it seems, ha ha ha, it's over, isn't it? A figure wearing a mask of a laughing girl kept laughing uncontrollably, her eyes fixed on the Divine Cultivation Institute below the endless curtain of rain, yet her eyes betrayed little mirth, even a hint of gravity emerging instead. By her side stood a tall figure, his brow furrowed, a sharp long saber hanging at his waist. Did you hear that? The sound of the explosion. Just like that night. The figure in a mask of a terrified boy exhaled a turbid breath, his voice overpowering the torrential rain, eclipsing the laughter of his companion. And I smell the scent of fear. The one in the fear mask murmured softly, inhaling deeply. Fear, mingled with the scent of death. It was truly too intense. Are you talking about the bull demon? No sooner had the words been spoken, did both figures' gazes harden. They looked towards the rain-drenched street. Dark clouds massed, lightning snakes tumbled, illuminating an exceedingly towering figure. Bulging muscles under tight black garments revealed a sense of power, tendons straining like dragons, as he threw back his head and let out a long roar. A cute bull mask, yet exuded the most terrifying fear in the world. It is indeed him. Both figures were startled. Their eyes turned to a little girl seated on the bull demon's shoulder, holding a tiny oil paper umbrella, creating a clear patch of sky overhead, untouched by rain. The droplets streaming off the umbrella evaporated instantly from the bull demon's vital energy, not reaching the child at all. Of course, right behind this large and small pair, followed a boy soaked by the rain, his hair in Neza-style braids. This odd combination inexplicably gave off a bone-chilling sensation to the two onlookers. Spirit infant sect. Li Che looked up, his eyes beneath the mask were cold as ice. They all deserve to die. No sooner had he finished. Thousands of crows cried out in unison. The Nemo Gatling wooden crow opened fire instantly. The metal tube rapidly lit and rotated, flames shot forth, blossoming into flaming lotuses. Wooden crows burst forth, screeching, like arrows from a fully drawn bow, trailing flames, headed towards the two standing on the rooftop. However, given the considerable distance, unlike Yang Kai-he, the two exploded with vital energy, shattering the rain curtain and steaming off layers of vapor, evading the barrage of wooden crows. After all, it's not fast enough. At a distance, they have time to react, but as long as the speed is fast enough, they won't be able to. Li Che frowned, silently summarizing the shortcomings. Those were the areas that needed improvement. A top-tier and perfect mechanism always requires refinement bit by bit. The rising steam dissipated, the downpour continued to lash down, and the two figures had already fled. Feeling the lingering divinity in the air, terrifying trace of light and chaotic joyful bewilderment divine. Zhang Xiangyang and Zhou Ruiguan from the three great divine catchers. Li Che's eyes flickered. The pure heart Dao Fruit within him thumped, instantly analyzing the origins of the two types of divinity. The divinity of fear, and divinity of joy, another two of the 7 emotions. Li Che was suddenly eager. Divine catcher, the government office. Spirit infant sect. Utterly ridiculous. The bull demon looked up, his mask soaked by the rain, put away the Nemo Gatling wooden crow. The bull demon's fan-sized palm steadied Shishi holding the umbrella. Girl, sit tight. Shishi's face was flushed, experiencing such an event for the first time, devoid of fear, but filled with boundless excitement. So high, so happy. She was almost crazily excited. Such a thrilling event must never be known to Daddy, he would definitely forbid such fun. Before Li Che's eyes, light flowed and twinkled. Dao Fruit, Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV2, 75%. His martial cultivation had surged since breaking through his chi channels. The maturity of the Dragon Elephant Vajra Dao Fruit had achieved a huge increase. Li Che estimated that to break the Dragon Elephant Vajra through to LV3, opening the divine vein would probably suffice, and at that time, the prototype of divine powers could be derived. Boom! Li Che activated the angry Vajra, and in an instant, his chi and blood roared furiously, the horizontal refinement strengthening his body multiple times on the foundation of his chi meridian cultivation. It spread and intertwined around him like beacon smoke. At this moment, Li Che felt that his horizontal refinement had probably reached the mysterious vein rank. Countless raindrops burst apart. With a heavy step, his towering figure shot through the air like an arrow released from a bowstring. In an instant, he leaped onto the rooftop, and with a heavy stomp, amidst countless bursting raindrops, he chased after Zhou Ruiguan, the divine catcher wearing the laughing mask. Zhou Ruiguan, like a hawk, sped across the rooftops in a desperate escape. Suddenly, hot-blooded chi as scorching as the raging sun came pouring over him. Darkness fell before his eyes. And then, the terrible, mountain-like towering figure was already blocking his way. The blazing chi and blood was like a mighty river, slamming against him. Ha ha ha, it's you. Zhou Ruiguan was immensely terrified. How could it be so fast? Not. He and Zhang Xiangyang had split up to flee. Why would the bull demon chase after him? Did he think Zhou Ruiguan was easy to bully? At that moment, Zhou Ruiguan felt insulted. Ha ha ha. Bull demon? You think I'm the weaker one? Ha ha ha. Your story source. A roar intertwined with laughter. Zhou Ruiguan burst out laughing furiously, his chi and blood erupting, and an even more intense divinity emanated from him. He, Zhou Ruiguan, one of the three great divine catchers, a chi meridian martialist, his cultivation as river-like? Did the bull demon think he was trash like Zhao Sunhai? Without the fearsome apparatus and those explosive black crows, he, Zhou Ruiguan, would never fear the bull demon who was only in the blood exchange realm a while ago. Moreover, under the current circumstances, Zhou Ruiguan could only counter-attack. With all his might? The surging, overwhelming divinity of the chaotic joyful bewilderment divine, as Zhou Ruiguan brought his palms together fiercely, stirred the wind and rain, converging countless raindrops into a massive, smiling face. A multitude of chaotic laughter, assaulting the eardrums and the mind, overpowered the sound of the torrential rain, coming from all directions as if trying to bore into the brain. Divine secret technique, joyful flying head barbarian. However, just as Zhou Ruiguan conjured the divine secret technique, joyful flying head barbarian, it was caught by the bull demon's claw-like fingers and burst like a balloon. Zhou Ruiguan felt a chill all over. On the bull demon, there was a divinity far surpassing his own rank. Meanwhile, the rain plummeting from the sky didn't even touch the bull demon before being evaporated by his scorching chi and blood. The terrifying blood chi was like a high-temperature blaze, distorting the air, nearly suffocating Zhou Ruiguan. This bull demon, how had he become so strong? Such chi and blood, such horizontal refinement. Mysterious vein. Zhou Ruiguan suddenly understood the death of Zhao Sunhai. This bull demon was a monster? Ha ha ha, it's over. Ha ha ha. I'm done for. The next moment, the laughter stopped abruptly. The bull demon's huge fist, enveloped in scorching blood chi, was already smashing down. It shattered the laughing girl's mask, crushed Zhou Ruiguan's nasal bones, shattered Zhou Ruiguan's skull. And then, the entire head burst open like a watermelon under a hammer. He was dead. Amid the torrential rain, he felt a wave of fear sweeping through the air relentlessly. Zhang Xiangyang, wearing a child's mask, couldn't help but tremble slightly. The bull demon had killed Zhou Ruiguan. Out of the 3 divine catchers of Fei Lei City, the bull demon had already killed 2. Now, it was just him, Zhang Xiangyang, left. Wasn't this lining them up just to finish the set? What to do? What should he do? Exposed in the pouring rain, Zhang Xianjiang's skin was covered in goosebumps, the cold seeping in from all directions. He didn't dare stop his fleeing steps, nor dare look back. The time the bull demon took to kill Zhou Ruiguan hadn't been long. If it really intended to catch up, it was indeed possible, and it could beat him to death. Sunmei warrior. Exaggerated, truly exaggerated. Beneath Zhang Xianjiang's mask, his face was twisting. What kind of monster was this bull demon? Initially, when the bull demon had killed Lei Chunlin, using the divine secret technique of terrifying trace of light, he had traced back the scene and seen the bull demon. At that time, the bull demon had barely undergone the blood exchange, right? How long had it been since then? 2 years? In just 2 years, from barely past the blood exchange to achieving the status of a Sunmei warrior. You must know, so many martial artists in Fei Lei City were stuck at the Qi Channel's realm, hoping to step into the mysterious vein with basically no hope. Even the 3 young masters of Fei Lei hadn't managed to do so. Yet, in just a short 2 years, the bull demon had actually become a Sunmei warrior? A monster indeed. Without turning his head, Zhang Xiangyang fled toward the city lord's mansion. Only the city lord's mansion, with a divine base cultivator stationed, could give Zhang Xiangyang a semblance of peace of mind. Li Che, from Zhou Ruiguan's headless corpse, retrieved the Qinkan jade and stored it in the Qinkan space. He casually absorbed the chaotic joyful bewilderment divine from Zhou Ruiguan's body and condensed it into divine chess pieces. The color of the pieces was also black. It seemed that aside from his own pure heart condensed divine piece being white, the rest, whether it was angry Cry-Town ghost, wrathful Methreya, today's chaotic joyful bewilderment divine, or the heart-shocking and sturdy previously gathered from killing Yin Kaihe, were all black chess pieces. Even the divinity of the temple god condensed into black chess pieces. This made Li Che slightly puzzled, wondering, could it be that only the pure heart divinity could condense into white chess pieces? Unable to find an answer for the time being, Li Che stopped thinking about it. Perhaps because of the training through absorbing the temple god divinity, the current Li Che was much faster in absorbing the cultivation as river-like divinity from these divine cultivators. He could condense a chess piece almost in a single breath, like Zhou Ruiguan, whose divinity was drained in about a dozen breaths. The divinity of Yin Kaihe during the process of body searching had also been drawn out by him. These divinities, he could only use them to speed up while practicing the divine method. Turning to Shishi sitting on his shoulder, the bull demon asked in a deep voice, "Girl, are you scared?" Li Che didn't cover Shishi's eyes, letting her witness the bloodshed. In such a cruel world, Li Che knew very well that exposing Shishi early to blood and cruelty would prevent her from being too naive and being deceived by others. Whether it's naive people or those with intentions, Shishi would at least understand the cruelty of the world and start to be cautious. A daughter raised in wealth remains wealthy. Being raised in wealth allows one's daughter not to be deceived by trifles. And seeing blood could impart some valor and fierceness in his daughter, ensuring she wouldn't be bullied without fighting back. Shishi, holding a little paper umbrella, didn't seem afraid of the bull demon's killings. Nurse Momo at the Divine Cultivation Institute had taught her that bad people should be killed. If you don't kill them, they will kill you. So, Shishi wasn't afraid. Niu, Shishi is not scared. Shishi shook her head continuously. Her eyes sparkling, rain washed over the umbrella, creating a misty spray of water. Niu is so powerful. Niu, can Shishi become your apprentice? Shishi wants to become powerful to protect her parents. Underneath the cute bull mask, Li Che was taken aback and then couldn't help but laugh. Become his apprentice? He was her biological father? But, feeling the deep filial piety from the girl, Li Che still responded with a laugh. Okay, yay. Nurse Momo said that Shishi's father is too nice, honest, and simple, gentle and easygoing. Such a temperament makes it too easy for him to be killed, which Shishi doesn't want, so, Shishi wants to become strong. At those words, Shishi's eyes shone even brighter. She sat on Li Che's shoulder, happily wiggling her little rounded belly. Master Niu, can I play with fireworks? Shishi asked with innocent eyes. Li Che was rendered speechless again. This girl, really. It wasn't about filial piety at all, it was just her roundabout way of wanting to play with explosive art. Master Niu, speak up. Seeing the silent bull demon, Shishi grew anxious. If I learn to set off fireworks, I can protect Daddy. Otherwise, Daddy will be killed. Shishi was truly anxious. Li Che took a deep breath. You really are filially pious to death, girl. You can't carry it. Shishi is very strong, Master Niu. Shishi clenched her little fists. Li Che didn't doubt this point, as Shishi, being a supreme spiritual child, was naturally born with immense strength. Li Qingshan straightforwardly said this girl was a good seedling for cultivation. Since his daughter wanted to play with fireworks, Li Che naturally wouldn't refuse. He handed the Nemo Gatling wooden crow directly to Shishi. She actually managed to lift it, though it was larger than her own frame and she struggled, her little face turning red. But holding the Nemo Gatling wooden crow, the little girl's mouth spread wider and wider, unable to stop herself from laughing loudly, ha ha ha, as if she had gone mad. Ha ha ha, Daddy won't be beaten to death, I will use fireworks to protect Daddy. Master Niu, we go. Set off the fireworks. Fei Lei City once had 4 great families, the Si family, the Su family, the Yin family, and the Ying family. The Si family had become desolate and degraded, reduced to the smoke of the past. During the fall of the Si family, the Ying family prospered immensely. Most of the Si family's assets had fallen under the command of the Ying family. Ying family mansion. The family head study. The patriarch of the Ying family, Yang Kaihei, sat upright in a chair, writing something. His burly figure nearly resembled a small mountain, holding a brush like Zhangfei embroidering. The martial arts practiced by the Ying family was a horizontal refining method that continuously increased physical strength, which is why every member of the Ying family was robust like a small mountain. Has the common folk of the clan been arranged to leave the city? Putting down the brush, Yang Kaihei said in a deep voice. They have all left Fei Lei City. Now, those remaining in the city are cultivators above the sinew transforming martial cultivation from our clan. Once the city lord's 1000 Buddha carving banquet is complete, our Ying family will enjoy this final wave and then withdraw from Fei Lei City completely. We can give up this 100-year foundation of Fei Lei City. If the old man can use this opportunity to break through to the primary god base realm, stepping into the middle realm, our Ying family can also easily establish a 100-year foundation in other cities and climb to a higher level. The 1000 Buddha carving banquet, a sacrifice to the temple god. Should the temple god revive due to the devout sacrifice, blessings will descend, releasing divinity, presenting a great opportunity. Those of us who stay in the city, drawing from the temple god divinity, will gain no small improvement. Especially Kaihei, who even has the chance to forge a divine foundation. Our Ying family's channel opening martial arts, compared to the other families, are still inheritably deeper. It's easier to forge a divine foundation. Yang Kaihei stretched lazily, his muscles and bones making a symphony, his qi and blood swirling, causing a fierce wind to surge through the study. By the way, any results from Kaihei's side? Did he manage to capture the Su family's spirit child to the city lord's mansion? There shouldn't be any issues. The Su family has already agreed to this. Yang Kaihei sneered. However, he stopped laughing after a short while. After all, his Ying family had done the same thing, selling a spirit child for benefits. It was merely the pot calling the kettle black. Beneath, a Ying family expert suddenly laughed. When the young master makes a move, how can there be any mishaps? With the young master's cultivation as river-like at its peak, combined with his chi channel martial cultivation, python muscles, and tiger bones, unless a divine base cultivator makes a move. Su family's Divine Cultivation Institute is just left with that old nurse Momo. This matter is very stable. The moment the words were uttered, there was a low laughter echoing in the room. Right, it was almost a sure thing. All of a sudden, the laughter stopped abruptly. They all sensed something and turned their heads to look outside. Their pupils contracted sharply. In the midst of a torrential downpour, a massive head shattered through the raindrops, stirring up a continuous mist, tracing a parabolic arc, and smashing into the center of the Ying family courtyard. The head rolled a few times, revealing a ferocious yet frightened face. It was their Ying family's eldest legitimate son, the future divine foundation seed. Yang Kaihei? No, my son. Inside the study, Yang Kaihei's eyes were about to split. He let out a piercing scream, his majestic chi and blood exploded, divinity surging. He burst through the study door and rushed into the rain. However, before he even reached Yang Kaihei's head, boom, an intense explosion, and flames shot to the sky. The gates of the Ying family were blasted open, countless fragments scattering. The acrid smell of gunpowder wafted through the air. Discover worlds on. Heavy footsteps, like the 1000-year bell chimes of an ancient temple monastery, echoed in the Ying family courtyard. 2 figures, one large and one small. Master Niu, how should we set off the fireworks? A childish voice rang out, followed by a heavy, muffled warm voice in response. Set off every single one of them. Golden Splendor Pavilion. The strong fragrance of wine permeated ceaselessly. The sounds of strings and bamboo instruments filled the ears, the alluring atmosphere eroded one's mind. The Warren's graceful waist twisted like a water snake, captivating everyone so completely that they couldn't look away. Su Heli sipped his fine wine while fixing his gaze on the gorgeous Warren's delicate body, feeling a fire beginning to blaze within his belly. Su Baihu touched his nose, also sensing that something was amiss with the atmosphere. He stood up, said gruffly, "Big brother, I'm going out to get some fresh air." Upon hearing this, Su Heli smiled appreciatively and nodded slightly, very satisfied with the perceptive Su Baihu. And as soon as Su Baihu had left the box, the Warren's long and fair legs went limp, and she collapsed into Su Heli's arms, her eyes starting to glaze over. Su Baihu, a robust figure, walked out of the box with his hands behind his back, exhaling deeply. Outside, torrential rain fell in pillars, and the wind howled mournfully, the damp air rushing forward and striking his face. Yet, Su Baihu's body suddenly stiffened. He stared into the distance. There, even in the stormy weather, thick smoke billowed up like an angry, roaring black dragon plunging into the heavens. That's in the direction of the Ying family. Su Baihu's eyes narrowed. Was there trouble at the Yang family? Weren't they supposed to be at their Su family's Divine Cultivation Institute capturing the spirit child? Why was there smoke rising from the direction of the Yang family mansion? Realizing something, Su Baihu's eyes narrowed even further. There had been a great mishap? He dashed towards the door of the box, not even thinking before he burst through it. Big brother, there's been an incident. Inside the box, screams from both men and women erupted immediately. Bang! The rain suddenly exploded outward. A large figure in a rain hat, with a side knife at his waist, his strong and impressive blood energy evaporated the rain, making the water on the streets divide powerfully. The rain did not cling to his dark hair, dancing wildly like a slithering snake, muscles taut as an angry python. Following behind was divine catcher Zhang Xiangyang, his face full of trepidation. Both of them moved silently, landing in front of the Yang family mansion, where they instantly saw the blasted open gates. A strong burnt odor wafted out from the mansion. The two men exchanged glances, Zhang Xianjiang's hair standing on end. It was caused by the bull demon's black wooden birds that can explode and burn. Youthful city lord Cao Qingyuan, his face grim, nodded, his divinity beginning to stir around him, making Zhang Xiangyang feel the weight of the world pressing down, struggling even to breathe. Even though he was a cultivator at the peak of cultivation as river-like, he still could not muster any resistance in front of a divine base cultivator. The bull demon. Cao Qingyuan murmured gravely. Zhang Xiangyang explained the situation, and waves of unrest began to stir in Cao Qingyuan's heart. So, the mission to capture the spirit child at the Su family's Divine Cultivation Institute failed. Cao Qingyuan squinted his eyes. You said, Li Chei's daughter was sitting on the shoulder of that bull demon? This bull demon isn't someone easy to deal with. He kills without batting an eye, yet Li Chei's daughter isn't afraid of him. Cao Qingyuan's eyes flickered with a dim light. Skilled in mechanical tricks, possessing strange wood and explosive crows, obviously, this bull demon, his wood carving skills are not lacking. This bull demon. Li Chei, is it you? Is Li Chei the bull demon? Cao Qingyuan's gaze grew deep, recalling the elegantly dressed youth he had seen at a secluded workshop. The perfectly proper young man. That temperament, calm and composed, now he realized he must be the fearless wood carving master. Could he be the ferocious, ruthless bull demon? Whether it is or not, a guess is enough. Rain off the edge of Cao Qingyuan's rain hat fell like a curtain, revealing a pair of barely visible cold eyes, pondering for a long while before stepping into the Yang family mansion. Zhang Xiangyang dared not breathe aloud, silently following along. When the two saw the actual situation inside the Yang family mansion, they couldn't help but turn pale. This bull demon, how cruel! The Yang family has been annihilated. Lu Qi returned with Shi to the Suji's Divine Cultivation Institute. He felt somewhat bewildered. He had expected a fierce battle today, only to find, following behind Shi and the bull demon, he watched a grand fireworks show. Looking at Shi in front of him happily clinging to a small paper umbrella, the cute little girl setting off fireworks was utterly wild and crazy. He was genuinely worried that this girl, exhilarated, would start setting off fireworks on him as well. Brother Lu Qi, my master Niu is amazing, isn't he? Fireworks are really fun. Shi was bursting with excitement. So this is the joy of setting off fireworks. Lu Qi couldn't help but feel envious, just like when he envied Shi's twist car. He wanted to set off fireworks too. Returning to the Divine Cultivation Institute, Nurse Momo, leaning on her python-headed cane, hurried over. Shi, are you alright? Are you injured? Nurse Momo hugged Shi, examining her with concern. That bull demon, did it hurt you? Nurse Momo, Master Niu is good, he wouldn't hurt Shi earnestly said. Nurse Momo's expression suddenly changed. Master Niu? You accepted that bull demon as your master. Silly girl? That bull demon, dealing with poisons, mechanisms, hidden weapons, extremely vindictive, and even liking to twist heads off, he's definitely not a good person. A proper demon? Oh dear, how could this girl accept such a demon as her master? It's absolutely sinful. Just as Nurse Momo was about to say something else, in the distance, Li Chei, having removed his bull demon mask and donned a clean black outfit, holding an oil paper umbrella, walked rapidly from the midst of the rain. He had resumed the role of an old father, ready to pick up his daughter from school in time. The rain soaked the cold, charred bodies. One after another, bodies were carried out from the Yang family mansion, while the bailiffs from the Black Yamen of the city lord's mansion were solemnly busy transporting the bodies. It was dreadful and horrendous, excluding those family members without cultivation who were sent out of the city, and the missing old master of the Yang family at Divine Base Realm. One of the three great noble families, the cultivators of the Yang family, were annihilated. The Si family might still have surviving cultivators, barely clinging to life, continuing their lineage. Find new stories at. But the Yang family. Only Elder Master Yang was left alone to command. However, for Yang family, having a divine base cultivator remaining was still good news. As long as a divine base cultivator was there, it meant the roots of Yang family were still intact. It's just, although Elder Master Yang was a divine base cultivator, he seemed almost 200 years old, unsure if his vigor remained. Could he still father children? Otherwise, the Yang family would ultimately have no successors and would gradually collapse. The rain fell from the thunderclouds streaking like electric snakes, seemingly roaring at the human world, silent yet deafening. In the distance, inside a luxurious carriage, brothers Su Heli and Su Baihu looked blankly at the one charred body after another being carried out, and the near annihilation of the Yang family sent a chill surging up their bodies. What a coincidence, too much of a coincidence. In the quietness, only the bubbling boil of hot water in the stove, Su Heli abruptly spoke. Su Baihu looked over, puzzled. It's Li Nuangzai again. Su Heli looked out the window at the endless storm, took a deep breath. Whenever it involves Li Che or Li Nuangzai, the bull demon is sure to appear. Without exception, from Sun Changbiao in the shop at first, to Lei Chunlin, to the later deceased Zhao Chuan Xiong and others, they all harbored ill intentions towards the spirit child Li Nuangzai. I had speculated before, but then denied it, yet now, it's unclear, I'm so confused, my mind is so confused. Su Heli lowered his eyelids, covering his face, but soon, his body suddenly relaxed. Too late. Even if I had guessed, what could I do? It's too late. Now, the bull demon is increasingly unbridled, he seems, no longer worried about exposing his identity. Killing Zhao Sunhai, killing Zhou Ruiguan, killing Yang Kaihe, annihilating the Yang family. Su Heli raised his head, his eyes revealing horror. He's already shown his confidence. Even if he guessed the identity of the bull demon, what can he do? He, Su Heli, now, couldn't defeat the bull demon anymore. So, should he go and be killed? Listening to the storm outside the carriage, after several deep breaths, Su Heli's eyes flickered slightly. If I can guess it, others who are keen might also realize the true identity of the bull demon. He won't be able to hide for long. Mechanisms, deadly poisons, hidden weapons, ambushes, disguises, such a refined and cultured person, who would have thought him to be this vile and cruel? Unfortunately, by annihilating the Yang family still has an elder at divine base realm. Su Heli's expression changed, as he clenched his fists. Your confidence, can it shake a divine base cultivator? Even if you, bull demon, can kill Zhao Sunhai, Zhou Ruiguan, and other divine catchers, when facing divine base, bull demon, you're doomed. The rain drizzled, gradually beginning to lessen. The dark clouds seemed to be dispersing. Li Che, holding an oiled paper umbrella and dressed in a black martial artist's attire, was spirited as he came to take his daughter home. He was fully aware of what had happened at the Divine Cultivation Institute. Although he now had the confidence of having his identity as the bull demon revealed, he still habitually concealed it whenever possible. Seeing Nurse Momo's pale complexion and the chaos throughout the courtyard, Li Che instinctively showcased his actor's self-cultivation. Nurse Momo, what has happened? He asked. Nurse Momo, seeing Li Che elegantly approaching through the rain, breathed a sigh of relief. As if she had finally found someone to confide in, she hurriedly recounted the Yang family's attack on the Divine Cultivation Institute and how the bull demon had brutally killed everyone. It was too terrifying, truly too terrifying. Li Che's face was filled with horror as he continuously shook his head. The enhancement of his physical strength also perfected his control over subtle facial expressions, making his acting even more exquisite. Big Head Lucci, tilting his head, was left speechless, quietly watching him perform. After listening to Nurse Momo's narrative, Li Che, still shaken, picked up Shi and took leave from Nurse Momo. Nurse Momo, for the time being, Shi will not be attending the Divine Cultivation Institute. I am concerned for her safety, he said. Li Che's face was filled with worry. Naturally, Nurse Momo would not object. The Su family's Divine Cultivation Institute was no longer safe, and given today's events, with no intervention from the Su family's experts, it was clear they had opted for dishonorable actions. Such incidents, having occurred once, could happen again. Trust was already lost. Thus, it was indeed too dangerous for Shi to stay any longer, and Nurse Momo could understand Li Che's sentiment. She, too, was unwilling to keep Shi behind. In the light, persistent rain, Nurse Momo watched as Li Che walked away with Shi in his arms, her expression tinged with a touch of wistful loss, soon replaced by a trace of consolation. Li Nuangzai had such an elegant and amiable, simple, and honest father. Although she had taken as her master the terribly cruel bull demon, her future path under her father's influence should not go astray. She should grow up well, and become an outstanding, cheerful female cultivator. Li Che returned to their house in the inner city with Shi. After putting away the umbrella and shaking off the rain, he held Shi and walked towards the warm room heated by a charcoal furnace. Casually, he transmitted inner chi to the young girl to dry the dampness within her body. Daddy, I don't have to worry about you getting killed anymore. Master Niu will make me very, very strong, and Shi will be able to protect you. Shi, held by Li Che and refreshed by the infusion of inner chi, snuggled comfortably against him, one hand naturally wrapping around his neck, she said happily. The girl's wildness had not yet subsided. Back home, as soon as she hopped down from Li Che, Shi changed her tune. Mom, woo-woo. Shi is so scared, there were so many bad guys. Shi threw herself into Zhang Ye's arms, sobbing, which confused Zhang Ye, who thought Shi had been bullied by children from the Yin family at the institute, and hurriedly held her daughter to comfort her. Mom, Shi was so frightened, I want to eat meat, braised pork. Finally, Shi peeked her head out from Zhang Ye's embrace, tears hanging on her cheeks as she cunningly spoke. Zhang Ye, heartbroken, naturally could not refuse. Mom, Shi loves you. Shi happily hugged Zhang Ye and said. Afterward, Shi began to boast about her master, pulling Zhang Ye along. Zhang Ya patiently listened, her pretty face involuntarily blushing as she glanced sideways at her husband, holding back a laugh. This was both a father and a master. This old father truly had it tough. The night grew deep, the storm gradually ceased, and a chill wind blew in the air after the winter rain. In the study, a lamp was lit. After his wife and daughter had gone to sleep, Li Che came to the study to tally the gains from his great slaughter of the day. Of course, what Li Che anticipated most was the divine method. Yang family's heart-shocking and sturdy and Zhou Ruiguan's chaotic joyful bewilderment divine. Unfortunately, there are only two. Zhang Xianjiang's terrifying trace of light from the divine catcher has not yet been obtained. Li Che raised his hand, his fingertips gently slid through the air, suddenly tearing it open to reveal the space inside. He spat out 2 Qinkan jade, broke the divinity seal on them using 1,000 analyzing hands, and all the contents stored within became perceptible to Li Che. The Yang family provided the greatest bounty. After annihilating them, aside from the collections on every expert's person, he specifically visited the Yang family's treasure house. The harvest was quite substantial. Let's not even mention silver notes, gold bars, silver ingots, and other wealth-amassing items. There were too many. Li Che counted a bit, then couldn't be bothered to count anymore. These noble families and clans, what they never lack is money. Apart from money, what surprised Li Che the most was the extremely well-guarded pill bottle in the Yang family's treasure house. Elixir. Li Che's eyes gleamed brightly. He took a porcelain bottle, poured out a blood-red elixir, the strong fragrance of which immediately permeated the whole courtyard. Even the channel-opening qi and blood inside his body faintly began to boil, stimulated by the potency of the medicine. Python Blood Martial Pill. Li Che did not recognize this elixir, but the Yang family's treasure house included a description next to the medicine, so he recognized it. Python Blood Martial Pill, containing vast medicinal properties, can only be consumed and refined by channel-opening martial artists, a single pill valued at 3,000 gold leaves, extremely expensive. In the Yang family's treasure house, a total of 11 martial arts pills were stored, obviously a foundation of the family. Li Che delightedly collected all these elixirs. Besides these externals, there were martial path cultivation techniques, martial arts, and so on. But what truly captured Li Che's attention were only the divine martial arts and divine secret techniques. Python Dragon Cannon, Cloud Harrier Treading on Clouds, 9 Luminary Level Divine Martial Arts, and 9 Luminary Level Divine Secret Technique. Joyful Flying Head Barbarian. The only 2 volumes of precious divine martial arts, as well as the divine secret technique obtained from Zhou Ruiguan, he kept. The divinity secret techniques were not preserved in either Yang family's treasure house nor Yang Kaihe's Qinkan Jade, which was quite regrettable for Li Che. Aside from these 3, he put away the rest of the volumes. Some middle and lower vehicle qi and blood martial arts, he even planned to sell in the black market later for money. The money obtained could be used to purchase elixir resources, as he would need money to raise children in the future. After finishing the inventory, Li Che had 2 yellow leather-bound volumes left in his hands. 9 Luminaries Heart-Shocking Steel Nurturing Scripture and Great Scenery Town Temple 8 Extremes Chaotic Joy Bewildering God Nurturing Method. 2 Methods of Nurturing Nature. Li Che's gaze fell on the one obtained from divine catcher Zhou Ruiguan. Previously he had acquired the Wrathful Methraya's nurturing method from Zhao Sunhai, also of 8 Extremes level. The method passed down by Dying Temple Bureau, a complete set of 7 Emotions series nurturing method. Li Che raised an eyebrow, pondering thus, it appeared dying officials were quite generous after all. A government job is indeed sought after. However, now it all belongs to me. Li Che's eyes sparkled, as he opened the book. In the chest Saint Dao Fruit, the chaotic joyful bewilderment divine chess piece, extracted from Zhou Ruiguan's corpse, trembled slightly, appeared one by one, and fell into his palm to assist Li Che in swiftly comprehending this nurturing method. When the sky was clear and the candle burned out, Li Che opened his eyes in the pitch-dark study, his eyes sparkling, divinity flickering, seemingly with myriad laughing voices, now far now near. He exhaled a breath of turbid air. Visit us at Chaotic Joyful Bewilderment Divine has also been cultivated. Within the inner scene of the energy center, the third strand of divinity was condensed, and nurturing nature like a lamp. In a single night, Li Che not only cultivated Chaotic Joyful Bewilderment Divine, but also through refining the chess pieces, stepped into realm of nurture nature like a lamp. Angry Cry Town Ghost, Wrathful Methraya, Chaotic Joyful Bewilderment Divine. The current Li Che had already cultivated 3 nurturing methods. 7 Emotions Divinity. He now possessed 3. Li Che's eyes shone brightly, his emotions surged. Could he possibly master all the 7 Emotions Divinity? If he mastered the 7 Emotions Divinity, and cultivated all to a high rank, what would he become? Would he become a god? Holding all 7 emotions, could one ascend to divinity? In the mysterious temple, the gods had fallen. Could he ascend to godhood by this method? Li Che did not know, nor did he have any concept of it. Such matters were too far removed from him at this point, and he had only just begun to grasp divinity, having not yet forged even a single divine foundation. It was indeed meaningless to consider such things. Li Che's advancement in divinity was rapid, mainly leveraging external objects. With the divine foundation fragment from the ancestor of the Si family contained in Angry Cry Town Ghost, he easily reached the cultivation as river-like realm. Wrathful Mithriya was refined using the 18 divine chess pieces Zhao Sunhai possessed, having achieved cultivation as river-like. As for the recently mastered chaotic joyful bewilderment divine, it was slower. After all, the divinity had just started to condense. It would probably take more time to reach cultivation as river-like. However, given his current pace of refining chess pieces, it shouldn't take much longer. There is also Yang family's heart-shocking and sturdy, the fourth type of divinity. I should probably try it once more, he thought. Angry Crytown Ghost and Wrathful Mithriya are both at the cultivation as river-like realm. Adding one to another. I wonder if it can match Divine Foundation. Li Che's eyes slightly widened, and different kinds of divinity intertwined wildly in the room, casting intertwining lights. There were lingering sobs, the roaring sounds of fury, and ethereal laughter echoing from afar. A myriad of divine phenomena appeared splendidly. Li Che sat cross-legged, a breeze fluttering his clothes, his black hair flying about. His eyes clear, the pure heart trembled, yet it shielded him from the influence of divinity, preventing distorted expressions, emotional outbursts, and chaotic thoughts. Like Simu by cultivating Angry Crytown Ghost, he would often burst into tears uncontrollably. Joruig when cultivating chaotic joyful bewilderment divine would end up laughing incessantly. These were side effects of cultivating divinity. Li Che paced slowly, walking to the window. The heavy east was beginning to lighten, but was quickly obscured by thick clouds. I've reached the limit. My physical body has reached its limit. Li Che frowned as he tried to retract the pure heart, which maintained balance in his form, letting the three kinds of divinity spread simultaneously. The Qi vein realm's blood and Qi burst uncontrollably, slightly trembling, his muscles and bones issuing a symphony, giving off a sense of uncontrollable divine influence. Had it not been for the suppression of pure heart, he might already display various embarrassing actions, such as tears on the verge of falling, speech mixed with unstoppable laughter, or sudden anger with bloodshot eyes. Even if he did not activate the Vajra transformation, with the talent enhancement from the dragon elephant Vajra's Dao Fruit, his foundation was extremely stable, his physical body unparalleled, yet bearing three kinds of divinity was becoming unbearable. Of course, it was also possible that the pressure from bearing three kinds of divinity was far greater than bearing one. It was far from being as simple as 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. However, if Li Che activated either Vajra transformation or Angry Vajra, he likely could withstand the impact of three kinds of divinity with ease. In short, his physical body's horizontal refinement was still not strong enough. No wonder Senior Qingshan said that to forge a divine foundation, the physical body cannot be too weak. When the physical body cannot support divinity, it will be manipulated by divinity, losing oneself. How then can one discuss divine foundation? Li Che now deeply understood this. Martial path cultivation is very important, still not to be neglected. Now he had only entered the early Qi vein, still needing to achieve mysterious vein, divine vein, and even strive for the Grandmaster realm. Although he could actively stimulate the unmatched horizontal refinement of the physical body with the Dao Fruit, the basic foundation also could not be ignored. The more types of divinity he condensed, the stronger his physical body needed to be. If the physical body could not keep up with the pace of divinity's growth, if he lost control of his emotions, would it lead to his death? For the whole day, Li Che did not leave his house. He did not go to the independent workshop, nor anywhere else. Enjoy reading at. It wasn't that he didn't want to, he was waiting. Li Che was not foolish, nor did he think everyone else was a fool. The more frequent the appearances and actions of the bull demon became, the greater the likelihood of exposure. And he had attacked the Yang family with Shi, witnessed by Zhang Xiangyang. Even if they could not confirm that the bull demon was him, Li Che, based solely on the connection to Shi, things should not have remained calm that day. There would always be some turbulence coming his way. Therefore, Li Che chose to stay at home, quietly waiting for a significant upheaval. Of course, while waiting, he did not neglect his cultivation. He spent his spare time studying the 2 volumes of Divine Martial Arts, Path on Dragon Cannon and Cloud Sparrowhawk Treading on Clouds, he had acquired. Divine martial arts were also martial arts, requiring mastery just like cultivating the martial path. As for the 9 luminaries level divine secret technique Joyful Flying Head Barbarian, Li Che did not start cultivating it. Divine secret techniques and divine martial arts were slightly different. Divine martial arts could be approached as martial arts, augmented by the boost from Dragon Elephant Vajra's Dao Fruit. But divine secret techniques required manipulating divinity in a unique route, belonging to the category of magic, necessitating an understanding of magical techniques. Mithriya Gold Armor was also a 9 luminaries level divine secret technique, which Li Che had only just barely begun to explore. Fei Lei City, City Lord's Mansion. A figure swift as lightning streaked back from outside and landed on the ground with a fluctuating breath. Trailing behind was another figure, gasping for air at the brink of death. Cao Qingyuan sensed it and hurried over immediately, shocked upon seeing their condition. Father. Cao Qingyuan was astonished. Wasn't it said that he went outside the city to intercept that mysterious expert thought to be from the divine sect? How did it turn out like this? With 2 old ancestors from the Yang family and Su family added, that made 4 divine base cultivators, including his father, who was a mid-divine foundation cultivator. And yet, someone was injured. Second grandfather. Cao Qingyuan looked towards the injured cultivator who had stepped into the divine base realm practicing the wrathful Maitreya, his mask shattered to reveal an extremely old face. At that moment, the old man's face was pale, blood trickled from his mouth, indicating serious injuries. It's fine. I'll just consume some divinity and heal after some rest, the old man said indifferently while waving his hand. Divine sect cultivators really are not comparable to us country cultivators. Even though the opponent's main divine base was not present and most of his divinity was concealed, he could still suppress us 4-1. This man is definitely not an ordinary cultivator from the divine sect. Which branch of the Qian Yuan divine sect does he belong to? His Qi and blood martial path must have already reached the Grand Master realm. He suppressed us using just Qi and blood martial path. With divinity not manifesting, divine secret techniques, divine martial arts were never used. It was purely Qi and blood martial path. City Lord Cao Guang removed his mask, his expression dark and unsettled. I have heard about the Yang family's matter. Capturing the spirit child failed, only the Yan family's spirit child was brought, and those two divine abilities from the Su family, especially the superior grade spirit child, failed to capture again. Was it that bull demon interfering again? City Lord Cao Guang sat in the Taishi chair, his divinity fluctuating, his expression indifferent. Upon hearing this, Cao Qingyuan's eyes flickered. The bull demon once again intervened, saving Li Chei's daughter, Li Nuangzai. It's definitely not a coincidence, and the bull demon has a very good relationship with Li Nuangzai, I surmise. Cao Qingyuan shared his guess. Cao Guang took a sip of hot tea. You're guessing. Li Chei is the bull demon. Isn't Li Chei merely at bone tempering cultivation? And wasn't he just a mud-splattered peasant who hadn't even begun cultivating 3 years ago? Could he be the bull demon? Do you think he could hide his cultivation in front of many of our divine base? Cao Qingyuan's neck stiffened, but he nodded anyway. Interesting. If he truly is the bull demon, that would be somewhat unbelievable. Cao Guang chuckled. The old man from the Yang family has also returned. Seeing that the Yang family has been wiped out, he's likely to be furious. The old man, usually so meticulous for his family, now faces the tragic end with his family's experts all perished. Even though there are still numerous family members outside the city, how could those members uphold a noble family? This old man is probably going to be driven mad. This is just right. Qingyuan, make a trip there, and reveal your suspicions to the old man from the Yang family. Whether Li Chei is the bull demon or not. To many people, no evidence is needed, a mere conjecture is enough. In fact, even if Li Chei is not the bull demon, he must have an extremely crucial relationship with the bull demon. That superior grade spirit child Li Nuangzai has also truly troubled me, costing the lives of many under my command. An ominous spirit child, better destroyed. Sitting solemnly on the tan wooden Taishi chair, Cao Guang expressionlessly drank a sip of greenish tea water. As if in few words, he had decided the fate of that innocent young girl. The sky gradually darkened. In an instant, it shifted from early morning to late evening. In the study, Li Chei finished refining the divine chess piece, and looked up at the sky. In the courtyard, she happily played with her twist car, laughing incessantly with joy. Zhang Ye earnestly practiced her martial arts, sweating profusely. Everything was serene and peaceful. It was as though, the calm before the storm? The tranquility lasted for an unknown duration, but when the sky turned completely pitch black, Li Chei abruptly opened his eyes. The Dao Fruit chess saint inside his chest quivered slightly. The heaven and earth chessboard shrouding the house vibrated as its lines interwove. On the chessboard, a tremendously powerful divinity manifested like a giant millstone-sized blazing sun, extremely conspicuous and stunningly dazzling on the chessboard map. It was as if there were screams everywhere, resembling cries, laughs, and madness, dense and overwhelming, sometimes far, sometimes near. That was the tyrannical divinity of a divine base cultivator, brazen and unmasked. Like a river tide raised tens of meters high by a tidal wave, it surged forth with overwhelming momentum. Li Chei swiftly looked up. Has he come? Old Deng of the Yang family. The sound of sobbing laughter was filled with intense anger. But what was even more terrifying and uncontrollable was the inexplicable thrill of a piercing scream. Mad screams, frantic screams, soul-shattering screams, sometimes distant, sometimes close, striking the ears like thunder, then exploding in the distance as if screaming at the sight of a ghost. It was a strange feeling. Between heaven and earth, the air seemed heavy and scorching, as if someone had raised their palm, captured all the air, compressed it into a mountain-like weight, and pressed down hard. Old Deng of the Yang family. Li Chei's eyelids lifted slightly, his eyes clear and bright. As expected, they've come. For those accustomed to standing at the pinnacle of Fei Lei City, a single guess is enough. The identity of the bull demon might be speculated by some, but they couldn't be sure it was him, Li Chei, because it was too exaggerated. What strength did the bull demon possess? He could effortlessly kill divine cultivators with a cultivation like a river. And what about Li Chei? Although he was a wood-carving master, he had shown only the completion of bone tempering, the initial stages of nurturing divinity through cultivation, and his cultivation time was no more than a mere 3 years. The gap was enormous, like heaven and earth. One could not even compare him to the ferociously evil bull demon. And many times, a single guess is reason enough to take action. The Chess Saint Dao Fruit network contracted, enveloping the entire yard, isolating the piercing screams, ensuring the ethereal heart-shocking and sturdy divinity between heaven and earth did not affect the people inside the house. Zhang Ya, Shishi, and Old Chen. They were all too weak right now. Facing the divinity of a divine base cultivator, it was very easy to be completely disturbed and suffer calamity. Li Che stood up, took down the conical hat hanging on the study room wall, and with a tug at his black attire, revealed the elastic black shirt underneath. Then his fingers came together, tore through space, and a cute bull mask fell out, covering his face. Old Deng of the Yang family was a divine base cultivator, so naturally, Li Che still felt the pressure. Could he now battle a divine base? Hidden weapons enhanced by the immortal craft Dao Fruit, entering the angry Vajra state, the physique to rival a Sunmei warrior, mastery of 3 types of divinity, 2 of which were at the cultivation as river-like level. Was it enough? Su Yu had once said that the gap between divine base and cultivation as river-like was a rank disparity that was insurmountable. Unless the method of nurturing nature practiced and the divinity condensed were of an extremely high rank, otherwise, there was no qualification to challenge the divine base. He composed his emotions, exhaled like thunder. The figure of Li Che, transformed into the bull demon, blurred and vanished. And then, he reappeared outside the courtyard. Li Che's body bang swelled larger, his blood surged, and he looked towards the distance, where Li Qingshan, dressed in green, stood at the entrance of the alleyway, nodding slightly to him. Finally, the wait for old Deng of Qingshan to return was over. With an old Deng to guard the rear, Li Che's heart suddenly relaxed a lot. He didn't have to worry so much about Zhang Ya, Shishi, and old Chen's safety anymore. He himself could let loose. As the bull demon, Li Che's stature reached 2 meters, and under the Vajra transformation, his blood and chi boiling without cease. He saluted Li Qingshan with a fist, then bent his knees, and when he stood straight, his body had already shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, disappearing in an instant. After the departure of the bull demon, Lu Qi poked his head from the courtyard and ran beside Li Qingshan. Touching his nezabrated big head, he looked at the old man with confusion. Master, aren't you going to make a move? Are you really letting the bull demon deal with old Deng of the Yang family on his own? That's a divine base cultivator. Li Qingshan patted Lu Kai's big head, the familiar touch giving him some peace of mind. It's okay, let him try if he wants. After all, your master is backing him up. That divine base of the Yang family, after all, is not one of those genius divine bases on the Yunzhou Divine Foundation spectrum from Lingnan Circuit. Although he has cultivated the Juyao Yangxing method, the divine base he has barely forged is just at the 10 cities level, and the rank suppression power isn't that strong. Moreover, this old ancestor of the Yang family took part in besieging me, and I've given him a beating, so he's carrying injuries. If the bull demon can't overpower, with his breath concealment ability, he should be able to flee if he wishes. Li Qingshan stretched lazily and said, Ah, they dared to besiege you, master? How could they dare? Why didn't you just kill them all? Lu Qi was immediately surprised and looked up at Li Qingshan, wondering why Li Qingshan's actions had seemingly become so gentle. That Cao Guang, there's an issue, a big one. Li Qingshan's eyes flickered, seemingly feeling a bit embarrassed, and he said distantly, but it doesn't matter, I have already communicated with my main body's divinity, which is on its way at full speed. When the divinity returns to the body, I must, at the first opportunity, smash him to death. Read now on. Fei Lei City, Inner City. The dark clouds had amassed for quite some time when winter thunder suddenly exploded with a roar. From the heavens descended a sharp winter rain, as delicate as cow hair, mixed with swirling snowflakes amidst the wind. Drifting aimlessly, it engulfed the entire world in a hazy veil, but this mistiness was suddenly torn and shredded amidst piercing screams of extreme agony. It was as if an invisible sword danced wildly through the heavens, slashing frenetically. A figure with a head of white hair, burly and robust, strode through the streets like a mountain of flesh. With each step he took, the cobblestone street trembled and shook, every inch of his flesh quivering as if screaming in twisted, shrill horror. The newcomer, his face unmasked, white hair flowing free, his body burly as a mountain, his blood and energy interwoven, transforming into a roaring python. His scarlet eyes seemed to weep blood, filled with pain, sorrow, and, most of all, an aura of murderous intent. The Yang family had almost been wiped out. His beloved grandson, the one most likely to forge a divine foundation, Yang Kaihe, had been killed. All of the Yang family's experts had been cleanly slaughtered. His family's century-old foundation had crumbled. Oh, how painful it was. He had only sent off Yang Kaihe to the Su family to capture a spirit child, so how could he have died? With so many experts in the Yang family, how could they all have been wiped out? A solid century-old foundation, how could it have vanished like smoke? Now there was only him, an old man, and his family was gone. Bull demon, bull demon. The low roar erupted from the throat of the old ancestor of the Yang family, his body inflating like a balloon about to burst, growing bigger and bigger, a divine foundation like a millstone suspended behind him, continuously overflowing with the heart-shocking and sturdy divinity. The divinity became nearly tangible, like the tentacles of an octopus, slowly draping over the elderly man's body that resembled a mountain of flesh, sinking into his sinew, driving his consciousness into frenzy. Boom! His foot stomped down, and the cobblestones cratered, creating collapsed footprints and a web of spreading cracks. That's how he walked, step by step, leaving behind dense footprints and fissures. Suddenly, that stomping foot halted with a crash, the water splashed by the impact shimmered outwards as though frozen in the air. Elder Master Ying of the Ying family, a cultivator of the primary god-base realm, suddenly looked up. His white hair fluttered wildly, his scarlet eyes fixatedly stared down the street. There, a tall figure in black clothes, wearing a brimmed hat, stood quietly amidst the stormy street. As the hat lifted, a rain-spattered cute bull mask was revealed. Bull Demon. Bull Demon. The old ancestor of the Ying family, Yang Jing, with his full head of white hair and a body as robust as a mountain of flesh, screamed in ultimate despair. Countless raindrops, countless water droplets that had splashed from the ground, all burst into a foggy mist amidst his high decibel, terrifying scream. It's me. The tall bull demon in the hat, mask, and black clothes, his blood and energy intertwined as he faced the exhausted, agonized screams of the elder Master Yang. He calmly replied, as though it were nothing more than a casual greeting between neighbors. The agonized screaming stopped abruptly. Yang Jing's scarlet eyes, manipulated by heart-shocking and sturdy, had, at that moment, frozen in slight bewilderment. But soon, ubiquitous screams and a dazzling air blast exploded, shattering the dense rain like a dragon. So you're the bull demon. The bull demon who killed my whole family. It was as if the air warped and blurred. Yang Jing, his divine millstone rising behind him, hair disheveled and savage, looked like a mountain covering the skies. Blocking all the light, he suddenly appeared above the bull demon. Thud. His fatty fist slammed into the bull demon's crossed arms in defense. Rip rip rip. The sleeves of the elastic shirt exploded, revealing steel muscles coiled like dragons. But Yang Jing's crazed will was momentarily baffled, his vision, stimulated by divinity, widening with shock. Because this bull demon, who had clearly not yet forged a divine foundation, had withstood his punch, and was completely unmoved. There was silence for almost 3 seconds. Behind Bull Demon, the ground's accumulated water and the suspended raindrops in the air exploded into white waves, as if two streams of extremely fierce blood and chi were colliding at high speed, bursting with scalding heat. Hiss. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at this moment. Old Deng of the Ying family, a divine base realm cultivator, a monstrous being as vast as a meat mountain, at this moment, even his previously frenzied will showed signs of regaining clarity. Why? He wasn't divine base, yet he could withstand his punch. However, very quickly, the heart-shocking and sturdy divinity, in the midst of rampage, grew tendrils from the divine disc hovering behind him, and fiercely stabbed into Meat Mountain Yangjing's body. Bull Demon. What a shocking surprise! Die. The shrill screams of shock and dismay instantly created a terribly extreme sonic shockwave. Li Che only felt like his eardrums were about to rupture, but beneath his mask, his expression was neither joyful nor sad, without any emotional fluctuations. Mysterious vein. This Ying family's old Deng, his martial cultivation, is merely at the mysterious vein rank. Thump. A dull thud. Atop Yangjing's Meat Mountain, countless semi-transparent divinities, like the soft tentacles of an octopus, entwined around that fleshly body. His punch became even heavier. Li Che boom resounded like a suddenly inflated balloon. His originally imposing figure suddenly grew even larger. Dragon Elephant Vajra's second transformation. The blood and chi power spreading through his muscles and bones made his inner chi suddenly grow more robust, horizontally refining his body towards perfection. His abdomen, chest, and shoulder blades rose high, his skin turning blood red, muscles and bones vibrated, rolling and wriggling like earth dragons. His arms thickened, muscles twisted like dough, and the muscles on his back stacked up as if growing a pair of wings. It was like a winged python. Mysterious vein. You are. So am I. Bull Demon roared with fury, his terrifying inner chi gushed out wildly, forming a powerful force that could shake mountains, shaking the air and creating ripple-like shockwaves, exploding countless raindrops and light snow. Boom. The Meat Mountain was blown away, nimbly rolling and landing on the ground. Li Che, whose body had grown even larger, only felt an unprecedented exhilaration. His hands, large as a fan, suddenly clenched into fists. Dragon Elephant Vajra Dao Fruit could increase its maturity through battle. The more spirited and strenuous the fight, the more it increased. Stay connected with. At this moment, Li Che felt in a state like never before. He could even sense the peculiar feeling of soaring maturity. The blown-away Yangjing did not show shock. At this point, he had lost all consciousness, leaving only one thought, to torment Bull Demon to death. And from Bull Demon's mouth, hear the terrifying screams of facing death. Li Che stared intensely at the formidable Meat Mountain. Feeling the rank oppression brought by that divine-based divinity, the three types of divinity in the Mud Pill Energy Center seemed frozen like a river in the harshest winter, unable to flow even slightly. Is this rank suppression? Li Che murmured softly. Divine base, an absolute suppression in terms of cultivation rank? Feeling the majestic divinity of that divine base hovering behind the opponent, at least 10 times more than cultivation as river-like divinity? Quantity is 10 times larger, and the quality is even higher. It's truly another level. However, Li Che sensed just a bit and discovered that the divinity of pure heart felt nothing. Besides, the divinity of Chess Saint within Dao Fruit of Three-Eyed Wrathful True Lord Spirit Child Temple God was also unaffected. Looks like there's a catch. Meat Mountain Yangjing seemed to have also noticed that this bull demon, on the martial path, was actually at the same level as him, a divine base cultivator. But that was all. His scarlet eyes suddenly dilated, his 5 fingers clenched, and the invisible divinity roared to life, condensing the rain and snow falling from the sky into a crescent-shaped blade. Spinning rapidly, he wielded it ferociously and slashed towards Bull Demon. The imposing figure of Bull Demon sprang into action, his feet tapping continuously, twisting and turning ambiguously, dodging left and right. The ancient stones of the long street instantly exploded, and the shattered stones burst and scattered like bullets. Li Chei's eyes were stern, his heart slightly chilling. Long-range attacks integrated with divine-based divinity. Very powerful indeed, even surpassing the strength of his Namo Gatling wooden crow single shot. Li Chei's feet suddenly accelerated, pushing hard, and the rainwater splashed forward like an upturned mushroom canopy. And he himself, rapidly retracting backwards. Want to escape? Bull Demon. Yangjing, with his silver hair flying, roared furiously. His bulging, mountainous body unexpectedly pursued with remarkable agility. His thick legs, as sturdy as elephant pillars, rapidly tapped the ground, causing ripples like skipping stones. His chubby arms suddenly spread wide. Cloud Harrier treading on clouds. The divine martial arts of the Yang family. Li Chei glanced back and spread his arms, imitating the Cloud Harrier treading on clouds with form and essence. Endowed with the dragon elephant Vajra Dao Fruit, Li Chei's martial comprehension was extremely high. Divine martial arts is still martial arts. He had already managed to execute it. Although he couldn't harness the divinity, he had entered the threshold of pure martial arts. Bull Demon. Seeing Bull Demon execute his family's divine martial arts, Yangjing felt a pain in his heart as if his most precious possession had been desecrated. The thought of the slain Yang family experts made him even more frenzied and furious, and this was exactly what Li Chei wanted. Would he face a divine base cultivator unprepared and reckless? Li Chei, who had been dashing forward relentlessly, suddenly flashed a glint in his eyes beneath his mask. He stumped the ground hard for a sudden halt, bent his body, and slapped one arm onto the ground. In an instant, he drifted sideways like a tail slide, shooting into the pitch-black alley beside the main street. Yangjing, trapped in his crazed will, paid no heed to this. He followed suit and crashed into the alley as well. The moment he entered the alley, Yangjing's frenzy didn't subside, and he unleashed the terrifying divine-based divinity's majesty. The bull demon stood at the end of the alley, feeling the divine base cultivator's rank oppression like a storm, his eyes emotionless beneath the cute bull mask. He raised his arms abruptly, fingers spread, as if playing a silent tune. They danced in succession, and the next instant, his fingers turned into hooks and he gave a fierce tug. In that instant, the entire alley erupted with countless fine silver threads, which vibrated at high speed and burst into a mist like exploded droplets of water, like a spider web set for hunting, sharp as knives. 1,000 spider threads? The tensioned and slicing web of 1,000 spider threads invaded the flesh of Meat Mountain Yangjing. Creak, creak. A grating sound of metal cutting was emitted. At the same time, Li Chei's sword fingers came together, sweeping through the void. One after another, the poisoned mechanisms Guanyin Blood Lotus were released and exploded in midair by his flicking fingers, showering dense, toxic hair-thin needles down on Meat Mountain. Having set the traps, flung the poisoned darts, and thrown the hidden weapons, the bull demon grabbed from the Kinkan space the Namo Gatling wooden crow, which then materialized 6,000 wooden ravens at once, all hovering in the air, aiming at Ying family's divine foundation Old Dang. When it comes to mechanisms, the bull demon was a professional, immortal artisan mechanism master. Welcome to my home turf. Rainwater mixed with cold snowflakes fluttered down. The commotion of the street fell into silence. White waves crashed against pairs of black boots, splintering apart. What a bull demon, so strong and unmatched in horizontal refinement, having reached the mysterious vein level of channel opening. It is commonly said that divinity is easy to nurture, but blood energy is difficult to refine. Yet this person managed to penetrate the mysterious vein in such a short time, truly deserving of being called a martial prodigy. Cao Qingyuan, with a side knife at his waist, watched Bull Demon engaged in fierce combat with Ying family's Old Dang, Yangjing. Even though Yangjing had fallen into a state of frenzy controlled by his divine base cultivation was undeniably real, as was the suppression of his rank. The Bull Demon hadn't been instantly defeated and was still fighting back. But he won't be able to resist for long. Divine base kills nurturing nature. Even if martial cultivation is at the same mysterious vein level, it is only a matter of a few more moves. Behind Cao Qingyuan followed the last remaining divine catcher Zhang Xiangyang. At this moment, Zhang Xiangyang wore a hat, his head lowered, his complexion shifting, his heart racing. This bull demon, too terrifying. Fortunately, he never turned back and joined forces with Zhou Ruiguan to counter-kill, otherwise, he would now be a chilled corpse. Young city lord, what should we do now? Cao Qingyuan smiled but did not look at the bull demon and Yangjing who had gone off to fight to the death. We go to Li Chei's residence. Li Chei being the bull demon, is, after all, just my conjecture. 3 years, in 3 years, from a mud-legged peasant to a fearsome and wicked devil like the bull demon. I can hardly believe it. Cao Qingyuan shook his head. If it were true, how would he balance his feelings? He'd probably go mad with jealousy. Right now the bull demon is engaged in combat with a divine base cultivator, bound to be unable to escape, and might even be killed. Therefore, going to the Li residence, we can use the pretext of having once asked Li Che to carve a wood carving, to check whether Li Che is present. If he's not there, when the mystery is no longer a mystery. Cao Qingyuan paused, and in the next moment, he couldn't help but laugh frantically. I am about to see the truth. Yesterday afternoon, I got the notification from the editor that the book could be launched, and we've decided to launch it tomorrow at noon. The launch will take place promptly at noon tomorrow. I want to thank my editor Yexiaoda, who has stuck with me for 8 years. I'm grateful for his persistence with so many of my attempts that haven't panned out, and for his invaluable suggestions for each book. Old Li was supposed to launch the book at midnight tonight, but since there were no drafts saved, the launch had to be postponed until tomorrow. He'll be up tonight writing into the wee hours, fortunately. Since having a child, Old Li has always been up all night writing. I have to say, after several unsuccessful attempts, it's finally time to launch another book, which, with everyone's hard work, even made it up the rankings. Though we lost 1 PK, it was already an extraordinary achievement. Old Li bows deeply to you all. I have mentioned before that, after so many failures, Old Li planned this fantasy novel to be his last, a sort of retirement from this martial world. Truth be told, initially, the performance was very poor. On the first day it was recommended, it gained fewer than 200 collections, and the conversion rate was only 19 per thousand, while the average for recommended books is 35 per thousand. But it was still better than the previous books, which barely got a few dozen collections per day when recommended, so I persisted and slowly it began to improve. With Old Li's promotion, it was eventually featured in the rankings. Although the effect was mediocre, it was nevertheless an honor. Regarding the strong push at the end of the new book period, the editor said to keep up with the reading. There were great hopes, so they decided to go ahead with the launch. Having written books for so many years, launching them isn't new to me, but I am still very nervous this time. After all, it's a time to see the actual results of the new book period, to see how many initial subscriptions there will be. The new book had reached 210,000 words before the launch, which is quite lengthy for Old Li. With back-end fake readers at 3,800 and real readers, according to the editor, at 2,400, whether the initial subscriptions can reach 2,000 is anyone's guess. These days, the market is so challenging and enigmatic, hard to understand, completely baffling. Therefore, I can only hope that everyone will give Old Li a wave of initial subscriptions during the launch to support, to give us a chance to eye the post-launch recommendations. Nowadays, recommendations post-launch are also competitive, judged on subscription data, no longer just the author's reputation. Writing at this platform has indeed been difficult lately. Over the last 6 months, it felt like being unemployed. Old Li can only rely on this book to earn some formula money for his 3-year-old toddler. Of course, I no longer have grand ambitions for this book, I only want to finish it well. After all, it is meant to be Old Li's last fantasy novel. The target is 3 million words. Finishing the book is a victory in itself. As for the updates after the launch, it's simple, 10,000 words a day. If you all want more, then it depends on the monthly tickets. For every additional 500 monthly tickets, we'll add an update, plain and simple. In the past, Old Li was like an octopus, with a record month of over 500,000 words, so everyone can rest assured and follow along eagerly. This book, Old Li's goal is just to finish it, completely and thoroughly. A decade of reign at night in the martial world, from the gourmet of 16 to now in 24, it's been 8 years, not far from a decade. I don't know how much longer I can write, but as long as I'm writing, I will continue to strive. I won't say too much. The launch is at noon tomorrow, just hoping for everyone's support with the initial subscriptions, to support Old Li, to allow Old Li a glimpse of the post-launch recommendations. Old Li can only offer more updates as a way to thank everyone. No more idle chat, I must get back to writing. Tonight, I'll pull an all-nighter, and tomorrow, we push. Finally, I beg for your subscriptions. Old Li bows to everyone. Thump 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 thump. Begging for subscriptions, for monthly tickets, for recommendation tickets. Begging for your fervent following. See you tomorrow. Be sure to come. Winter thunder boomed, mixed with icy snowflakes in the rain. Su family compound. Under the high wall with black tiles, within the courtyard, an old man in black robes sat upright on a high taishi chair, his face slightly pale. Below him, Su Heli, Su Baihu, and the family head Su Nanming sat quietly. The core members of the Su family were nearly all present. Yang Jing was injured by that suspected divine sex expert and then experienced the shock of his family's extermination. His heart-shocking and sturdy divine foundation was unstable, leading his emotions, diving him into madness. When the young city lord was chatting with Yang Jing, I was also there. The young city lord speculated that the bull demon, who is causing chaos in Fei Lei City, could very likely be Li Che. The old master Su spoke with a touch of laziness, interspersed with a light cough. Su Heli and Su Baihu had already guessed it, so their expressions didn't change much, but Su Nanming was utterly astonished. Li Che, he's really the bull demon. Su Nanming was somewhat disbelieving, especially since he still had Li Che's information on his desk. A squeaky clean native of Fei Lei City, an orphan from a young age, raised by his uncle, who seized the opportunity in his teens to enter the Su's wood carving shop in the outer sect as a laborer. 3 years ago, he passed the woodcarver assessment and became a woodcarver for Su's, starting to practice martial arts. In just 3 years, from a country bumpkin to a fierce and wicked bull demon who killed off the entire skilled clan of the Yang family, Su Nanming's mind buzzed with confusion. There's a very high probability. Everything is too coincidental. Since the spirit infant sex experts started targeting Li Nuangzai, their experts have been dying one after another, all at the hands of the bull demon. Even if Li Che is not the bull demon, then Li Nuangzai has an extremely strong connection with the bull demon. To capture or even eliminate the bull demon, Li Nuangzai is key. The old master Su started to cough violently. His face flushed red. Grandmasters are truly strong. Even without divinity, relying solely on their physical bodies, they can match or even suppress divine base. The old man shook his head. Young City Lord Cao Qingyuan has taken people to Li Che's home. As long as we confirm that Li Che is the bull demon, sell everyone in Li Che's courtyard, washing our hands off the affair. Don't obstruct Cao Qingyuan, whoever he wants to capture, it has nothing to do with us. The old master Su's eyes flickered. Yangjing is incapacitated, the old ghost of the Si family is dead, and with 2 divine base experts less to share the benefits after the 1000 Buddha carving banquet, it would just be me and the old man from the N family, the 2 of us, enough to take in such advantages. At this critical juncture, we cannot afford to give the city lord's mansion any excuse, otherwise, everything will be wasted. Su Heli's eyes twinkled, and he said respectfully, as for the bull demon. The old master Su smiled faintly. Don't worry, that bull demon is as good as dead. Yangjing is now a mad dog, biting anyone he catches, and of course, many divine base will not approach him easily. But during the fight with the bull demon, the surroundings were sealed off, making it impossible for the bull demon to escape. After ruining so many of the city lord's mansion's plans, someone already doesn't want this bull demon to continue living. The old master Su, watching the flickering rain mixed with snow. Today, the bull demon must die. Li Che, of course, knew the strength and difficulty of dealing with a divine base. He never underestimated the divine base. Despite harboring thoughts of challenging them, he wouldn't choose to simply surrender his life. He had long set up an ambush in a small alley, laying out all the hidden weapons and mechanisms he had at his disposal, creating his own home ground. The immortal artisan Dao Fruit had reached level 3, and its maturity was not low. Together with 1000 analyzing hands, Li Che's operation of mechanisms and hidden weapons had also reached a top-notch level. Originally, Li Che's trap layout was prepared for the divine base cultivators of the spirit infant sect, but when old Deng from the Ying family personally scouted the area, Li Che would not hold back. He pulled out the Namo Gatling and sent him to see Buddha. Da-da-da-da-da. Flames shot out. 6 metal barrels spun rapidly, spitting fire, resembling glorious flame lotuses blossoming in the bull demon's palms. One after another, the wood ravens ignited, screaming miserably as they soared out, vaporizing and twisting the rain and snow as they slammed into the burly flesh mountain wrapped in 1000 spider threads. Behind Yangjing floated his divine foundation millstone, his pupils blood red, with the heart-shocking and sturdy divinity constantly sweeping across and spreading. Like the pounding of waves, the first wood ravens to shoot out were struck by his formidable divinity midair, exploding instantly, sending out waves of fire and shockwaves. But there were too many. There were far too many wood ravens. To give the divine base cultivators sufficient respect, Li Che fired all 6,000 shots without reservation, bombarding them. The smoke from the burning gunpowder was pungent, permeating the air in the alley. The old Deng from the Ying family was instantly engulfed in sparks. The fireworks that exploded set ablaze flames that could not be extinguished even by the rain and snow. Like a mushroom cloud rising from the ground, the blast and shockwave shattered countless raindrops. Thick black smoke billowed up. Woo-yoo. Find more adventures on. After the last wood raven was fired, the metal barrels of the Namo Gatling in the bull demon's hands glowed red-hot, like branding irons, slowly rolling to a stop, hissing with steam. Li Che put away the Namo Gatling, his eyes beneath the bull demon mask calmly watching the mountainous figure at the far end of the alley. As expected, 6,000 shots, not enough? Or perhaps, at the heart of it, it was the explosive power of the wood ravens that wasn't strong enough. Although the number was high, the quality was lacking, and the damage was ultimately limited. But it wasn't without effect. The winter thunder rumbled and rolled, lightning snakes slithering through the air. It seemed as if violent storms were howling past, whisking away the dust and debris to reveal the figure of Meat Mountain Yangjing, his skin split and flesh open, body charred. Drip drop, drip drop. Blood dripped onto the ground, making shattering sounds. Yangjing's white hair flew wildly, as he gasped for breath heavily. It's really astonishing. I'm so surprised. Yangjing suddenly threw his head back, his face torn and bleeding from the bombardment of wood ravens, a maniacal look in his eyes. Behind him, the millstone of his divine foundation shone brilliantly, its trailing divinity enveloping him like a thin veil. It was this veil of divinity that had shielded him from the relentless bombardment of 6,000 wood ravens. But his injuries were by no means light, his flesh was a mess, and even his organs and spine were visible to the naked eye. Such injuries only fueled Yangjing's anger and madness. To think that a divine base cultivator could be pushed to such a state by someone who was merely nurturing nature? The dense divinity of heart shocking and sturdy surged out from his divine foundation like a tidal wave, turning into several rivers that filled the entire alley. Yangjing intended to use the sheer pressure of his rank to completely crush the bull demon before his eyes. Divine foundation versus nurturing nature, the most effective, and also the most domineering, method. Rank suppression. Bull demon had chosen this alley and set up traps, but for Yangjing, this was his home ground. Within such an alley, the oppression of the divine hierarchy was inescapable. The bull demon would have to face it head-on. Nurturing nature facing the divine foundation. The low-ranking, confronting the high-ranking. Get down on your knees, for this old man. Yangjing let out a long howl, blood dripping, the meat mountain, blurred by the flesh torn by 6,000 wood ravens, beginning to move, taking one step and then running. The 1,000 spider threads were all snapped. Like a terrifying avalanche of flesh, it came crashing and rolling down. The ground shook as the mountain trembled, coupled with the horrific divinity continuously screeching and wailing, it almost burst one's eardrums. In Yangjing's eyes, the bull demon was fixed in place, unable to move under the oppression of the divine foundation rank. All he needed to do was walk over and twist off the head of the bull demon to avenge his full Yang family. Winter thunder and snow fell from high above, yet before it could touch Meat Mountain, it evaporated and twisted into steam. The blood-red eyes of Meat Mountain carried a mad sneer. However, the next moment, his sneer froze. Because, under his effusive divine foundation divinity suppression, the bull demon seemed to be completely unaffected by the rank pressure, rebelliously raising its hand. In its hand appeared a fine iron great bow, drawing the bow, pulling the string. In an instant, the wailing of ghostly cries echoed through the alley. Divine martial technique angry cry town ghost. But that wasn't what primarily shook Yangjing. The main reason came from the bull demon, which burst into a dazzling golden color as if it had donned a golden garment, looking like a wrathful Buddha bellowing in anger. Divinity wrathful Maitreya? Maitreya gold armor? Wait, two divinities? And both at the cultivation as river-like level. What the hell is this? Hair standing on end and terror-stricken, Meat Mountain Yangjing's chaotic and frenzied will seem to awaken amidst this baffling scene. Impossible. Advancing two divinities to the cultivation as river-like extent. Impossible. Meat Mountain Yangjing let out a muffled cry of shock. He didn't know if it was the influence of heart-shocking and sturdy divinity or the emotional shock itself. As the bull demon fully drew the bow, arrows coalesced with divinity and wind and thunder intertwined. It was the divine martial techniques of the SI family, the angry cry hundreds of ghosts wind thunder arrows. With the Maitreya gold armor enhancing him, his horizontal refinement strength received a boost. Under the support of wrathful Maitreya divinity, the power erupted from the sinewy strength of his back muscles. The longbow creaked and groaned, almost as if it would snap. On the tip of the angry cry hundreds of ghosts wind thunder arrow, entwined with divinity, was a wood carving shaped like a teardrop, made from blood flesh red spiritual wood, ranked 7th in Tang's mechanism essentials as Bodhi blood tears. Two divinities entwined, plus the 7th ranked mechanism. This was Li Che's all-out firepower. He wanted to seriously test the foundations of the divine foundation. With a flick of his 5 fingers, he suddenly let go. In an instant, the bowstring vibrated, accompanied by countless wails and the sound of wind and thunder. An arrow pierced through the rain and snow, smoothly cleaving, rippling shallow waves in the air, the wind and thunder as if tearing the barrier apart. It's useless. A cultivation as river-like divinity can't break through my divine foundation divinity. Impossible. Huh? Ack. Pft. The angry cry hundreds of ghosts wind thunder arrow brutally slammed into the divine martial arts garment draped outside of Meat Mountain Yangjing. But the next moment, indeed the wind thunder arrow couldn't penetrate the divine martial arts garment, yet the teardrop-shaped blood pearl tied to the arrowhead smoothly pierced through the divine base cultivator's divine garment. With a pft, it penetrated the thick layers of fat and flesh of Meat Mountain, infiltrating his body. That terrifying penetrating power. Even Li Che himself was somewhat surprised. Such penetration. The eyes beneath Li Che's bull demon mask grew brighter and brighter. And penetration was merely an incidental effect of Bodhi blood tears, the 7th listed artifact in Tang's mechanism essentials. Its true terror lay in the explosion. Boom! A muffled explosion suddenly burst forth from inside the body of Meat Mountain Yangjing. Bodhi blood tears bloomed out thousands upon thousands of exceedingly fine needles, each needle as if alive, curling up like shrimps in an instant, bringing up clumps of blood and flesh. The next moment, Li Che saw Meat Mountain Yangjing's body, a divine base cultivator, riddled with hundreds of bloody holes, each hole dripping with large blood pearls, uncontrollably rolling out. Drip drop drip drop. Like blood-colored, broken tears. In an instant, it seemed as if all the blood from Yangjing's body had been completely drained. A person, even an Sunmei warrior if drained of blood, would probably be unable to withstand it. Dizziness, loss of strength, blurring consciousness. Thump. Yangjing knelt on the ground. Li Che then raised his longbow again, bending the bow, firing in rapid succession. Angry cry hundreds of ghosts wind thunder arrow, arrow after arrow, all blasting towards the enormous head of Yangjing. Finally, with a thud, the massive head, under the bombardment of wind and thunder, explosively shattered. The divine foundation millstone floating behind Meat Mountain, creak creak, became covered in cracks, bursting into pieces. Most of it dissipated back into the world, leaving only a fragment of the divine foundation, falling into the pool of thick blood. After delivering a steady and cautious barrage of arrows at the corpse, find adventures at. The stalwart figure of the ox demon moved in with heavy steps, unceremoniously collecting the divine foundation fragment, and continued to turn over the body, seizing the fruits of his efforts. City Lord's Mansion. City Lord Cao Guang, holding a spirit infant statue resembling the mysterious temple's spirit infant temple god extremely closely, was delicately absorbing the divinity within. On his forehead, a black stream seemed to be gathering, the brow occasionally swelling, then smoothing out, as if something was straining to break out. Suddenly, City Lord Cao Guang's eyes snapped open. After carefully placing down the replica temple god's three-eyed spirit infant statue, he flickered and appeared on the rooftop of the City Lord's mansion with its curved ridges, dark tiles twisting beneath him. The snow and rain swirled around his head. His eyes flickered incessantly, sensing the divinity that sealed the alleys, as surprise emerged like dense ink from his pupils. How did the aura of the Yang family's divine foundation disappear so quickly? Gone. Li family's courtyard. Wind and snow whirling. Cao Qingyuan, carrying a side knife, followed by the sole remaining divine catcher Zhang Xiangyang, along with several black yamen constables, formed a line and crossed the alleys, coming to Li Chei's courtyard in the inner city. The courtyard door was closed tight, laughter from children playing excitedly could be heard inside. Cao Qingyuan paused, seemingly not expecting Li Chei's household to be so peaceful and harmonious. This was not quite what he had imagined. With a slightly frowning brow, Cao Qingyuan raised his hand and knocked on the door. A moment later, with a creak, Li Chei, clad in a neat and tidy black martial outfit, cordial and composed, opened the door. The incessant winter rain, mixed with icy snow, fell without respite. And family courtyard, as silent as usual. As the most low-key among the four major noble families in Fei Lei City, the Yan family had a low profile, whether it was the divine base ancestor or the family direct descendant known as one of the three young masters of Fei Lei, and Ruosu. However, low profile as they might be, very few powers dared to underestimate the Yan family. It was rumored that the true direct eldest son of the Yan family was highly favored by the divine sect in his youth, taken to cultivate within the Qian Yuan divine sect, and possessing extremely high talent, he received great attention from a high-ranking cultivator of the divine sect. Therefore, this underpinned the Yan family's heritage. Having someone within the divine sect was an extraordinary foundation, a heritage incomparable even to the Yang family, Su family, and the former Si family. Today, in the Yan family courtyard, the old masterin, the only divine base cultivator in the family, with white hair and wearing a white robe, sat cross-legged on a divan, where a hurriedly placed furnace emitted warmth, dispelling the damp chill brought by the winter rain. Enjoy reading at. Yangjing and the bull demon fought fiercely on the long street. Nurturing nature battles divine base, brave indeed. Old Masterin stroked his beard and said calmly, "This bull demon acts recklessly and brutally, completely unreasonable. Fortunately, our Yan family never agreed to the city lord's request to raid the Su family's divine cultivation institute to kidnap the spirit child." Beneath Old Masterin, one of the three young masters of Fei Lei, Ruosu, frowned and said, "This bull demon has bizarre methods, skilled in the way of mechanisms. Perhaps that's why he dared to battle a divine base. Didn't the Tang family mechanism family, famous across the entire Great Vista back in the day, rely on their mechanical techniques to battle beyond their rank? Could this bull demon be a remnant of the Tang family?" Old Masterin looked at Ruosu gravely and said, "Mind your words. Such topics should not be discussed lightly. Be careful and prudent, evaluate the situation, and think of dangers in times of safety. That is the key to our family's enduring prosperity. No matter who this bull demon is, do not provoke him. Our Yan family cannot afford such a calamity." Old Masterin said solemnly. "As for the spirit child the city lord's mansion wanted, we have handed him over, and we will not interfere in the city lord's 1000 Buddha carving banquet. Our family affairs have also been settled. We will move out of Fei Lei City in 2 days and head to Golden Light Prefecture City to join your elder brother." Ruosu exhaled, somewhat reluctant, but still nodded. "Understood." Suddenly, the elegantly seated old master N's eyebrows fluttered up, and his gaze sharpened. In an instant, white smoke billowed from his body, gradually gathering into a blurred figure that drifted up to the roof, as if emerging from a dream. This was the Yan family's divinity, 100 turns of worried dreams. Whoosh! A sound like a sharp intake of breath as the smoke that drifted up to the roof instantly returned to Old Master N's body through his heavenly spirit cover. With a shudder, Old Master N wore a worried face. "Bull, oh bull. Old Yang is gone." Upon hearing this, Ruosu was profoundly shaken. "What?" Yet, Old Master N raised his head, his expression growing even more troubled. "This bull demon, what kind of monster is he? Si family, Yang family, could the next one be our Yan family? Too frightening. Can't wait for 3 days. Quickly notify our clan, the day after tomorrow. No, tomorrow. Tomorrow we will all leave the city." The cold rainwater accumulated at the edge of the bamboo hat, then overflowed, forming a curtain of water, constantly dripping. Cao Qingyuan's eyes narrowed, his hand knocking on the door paused in midair, frozen. The air seemed to have become stagnant. Seeing Li Chei open the door, seeing that scholarly and gentle face. For a moment, Cao Qingyuan felt dizzy and confused. Li Chei, how could he be here? Wasn't he the bull demon? Wasn't he supposed to be fighting Yangjing on the street, then brutally killed by Yangjing, the rampaging divine base? But why is Li Che here? Appearing leisurely and scholarly, showing no signs of having just fought a life and death battle. Could it be? Was he mistaken? Cao King Yuan's mind buzzed. His previous assertions at this moment seemed almost like a joke. Zhang Xiangyang, who was following him, also wore a confused face. Isn't Li Che supposed to open the door? According to the young city lord's guess, the likelihood of Li Che being the bull demon was 90%, but since Li Che is here, then who is the bull demon fighting Yangjing? Chaos, all guesses are now in chaos. Master Li, are you at home? Cao Qingyuan quickly recovered, his eyes flickering intensely, looking at Li Che with a somewhat forced smile. Li Che, surprised and confused, said, "What the young city lord is saying, now even the Su family's Divine Cultivation Institute has been raided. I'm worried about my daughter's safety. Where else should I be if not at home? I dare not wander around, I must stay by her side at all times." Cao Qingyuan smiled, "That's true, but all those who attacked the Su family's Divine Cultivation Institute have been severely punished. Master Li can be at ease now. That won't do. That bull demon is still out there, right? How frightening, that bull demon killed many people, truly terrifying." Li Che shook his head, his face full of fright. Cao Qingyuan paused. Something felt off. Very strange. His gaze lifted, looking into the courtyard, and instantly saw Shishi riding a twist car under the eaves. "What brings the young city lord here today?" Li Che asked straightforwardly. Cao Qingyuan's gaze fell back on Li Che. "The task I entrusted to Master Li some days ago. I wonder if Master Li has begun carving. My father greatly admires Master Li, so..." However, Li Che shook his head apologetically, took out the gold leaf, and handed it back to Cao Qingyuan. "I apologize, young city lord, but I must decline the wood carving task. I haven't even started carving. My daughter has encountered great evil and nearly got kidnapped. My heart. I can't calm down to do the carving, and the carving wouldn't be perfect. Imperfect work, I can't accept it, so, would you please convey a message to Lord of the city for me? That I genuinely feel unworthy of the city lord's trust." Cao Qingyuan's expression immediately turned frosty. "Master Li, aren't you taking this a bit too far? After all this time, you took the order, and with your grandmaster craftsmanship, you should have completed the wood carving by now. My father said, he doesn't require a divine wood carving, just one crafted by a grandmaster's hand should suffice. Surely a non-divine wood carving is not too difficult for you. It would be but a trivial task for you. Master Li, could it be that you are looking down on the city lord's mansion, unwilling to grant us even the slightest bit of face? Or is it that, over this period, Master Li has been preoccupied with other matters, with no time to carve the wood carving?" The air instantly filled with tension, and the rain and snow floating down from the sky seemed to take on the sharpness of the divine foundation divinity radiating from Cao Qingyuan. "Or perhaps, Master Li, are you that bull demon?" Cao Qingyuan's voice exploded like thunder beside the ear. Yet Li Che was far from intimidated, his face filled with faint horror. "Young city lord, slander, that's slander. Hunter Zhang." But Cao Qingyuan remained impassive. The rainfall seemed to suddenly freeze. Behind him, the lone figure of divine catcher Zhang Xiangyang stiffened, steeling himself to take a step forward. Terrifying trace of light seeks out the fear. "I do want to see if Master Li has been truly afraid of the bull demon these days, worried about his daughter's safety." Zhang Xiangyang, wearing his bamboo hat, suddenly looked up. His rough face and whiskers were flying, and his eyes seemed to shine with a faint blue glow. He stared at Li Che, and a river-like divinity surged out from Zhang Xiangyang. Terrifying trace of light. He was going to backtrack through certain fragments of Li Che's past? Li Che frowned deeply. This was too much. Cao Qingyuan's aggressive stance made him want to put on a mask. However, just as he was about to take action, a raindrop suddenly shot out from the courtyard with a whistling sound. With a snap, it shattered Zhang Xianjiang's dissipating divinity. Zhang Xianjiang's body shook violently, his bamboo hat cleaved in half down the middle by the shooting raindrop, the force of which caused Zhang Xiangyang to fall backward onto the puddle-filled cobblestone ground in the alley. A powerful surge of vital energy slowly dissipated within the raindrop. Zhang Xiangyang turned pale, feeling as if he had just taken a stroll at the doorstep of the King of Hell. If that raindrop had wished to kill him, it certainly could have instantly pierced through his head and divinity, ending him utterly. "Who?" Cao Qingyuan's eyes narrowed. He suddenly looked towards the courtyard behind Li Che. Then he finally noticed the old man sitting under the eaves, a wooden chessboard before him, pinching a black chess piece, deep in thought. The people from the city lord's mansion are indeed domineering, using divinity to pry into others' privacy at will. Do you not know that the use of terrifying trace of light can have a negative impact on a person's mind? The old man glanced at Cao Qingyuan, making all the hairs on Cao Qingyuan's body stand on end involuntarily. It was just a look, but it made him feel the presence of imminent death, as if facing some great, terrifying entity. "And you are?" Cao Qingyuan released his grip on the handle of his knife and bowed with folded hands, his attitude becoming somewhat gentler. The sound of ripping air suddenly filled the surroundings. A tall figure landed beside Cao Qingyuan, the man dressed in black and red official robes, his face gentle and scholarly with a well-groomed beard, smiling as he looked at the old man sitting across the chessboard in the courtyard. "Father." Cao Qingyuan respectfully bowed. So it's a senior from the divine sect. My son has been disrespectful. I hope the senior won't take offense. City Lord Cao Guang, however, did not pay attention to Cao Qingyuan but instead continued to gaze deeply at the old man under the eaves. Li Qingshan held on to the chess piece, his eyes fixed on the game laid out on the chessboard. Your journey starts at. Being ignored, Cao Guang didn't seem to mind much, as if it was something quite normal. He continued to smile, turning his gaze towards Li Che. Master Li, truly unwelcoming to fulfill my request for a wood carving. Even a non-divine wood carving is unacceptable. Li Che looked at City Lord Cao Guang and for the first time felt an extremely intense sense of danger, especially inside the chess Saint Dao Fruit. Those black chess pieces that had absorbed divinity from the temple gods seemed to tremble on the board as if agitated with restlessness. In recent days, I've been preoccupied with my daughter's safety and have been troubled, truly lacking the energy to carve. Please forgive me, Lord of the City. Li Che bowed, neither servile nor haughty. Very well, Master Li indeed is a good father. Since Master Li is unwilling, then let it be. As for my son's speculations, Master Li should not take them to heart. A gentle and accommodating man like Master Li, how could he possibly be the vicious and bloodthirsty bull demon? City Lord Cao Guang said, shaking his head and smiling. Then, he turned his attention again to the old man under the eaves. The senior came from the divine sect, perhaps to assess the spirit child? May I know which esteemed person of the divine sect you are? Might I be privy to the senior's name? Cao Guang inquired. The elder with the black piece gently placed the chess piece on the board. City Lord Cao has quite the appetite, deserving to know this old man's name. I am from Qinyuan's subdivision. Li Qingshan. At the sound of that, Cao Guang was momentarily stunned. Then, his pupils suddenly constricted. Li Qingshan? It was indeed him? Unbeknownst to him, the martial artist who had reached the Grand Master realm, the one wearing the cat-faced mask he had clashed with several times, was actually Li Qingshan. In Cao Guang's tightly drawn eyes, a sudden burst of tension and urgency erupted. So it's Senior Li, Qingshan's renown is indeed as loud as thunder. Who in the martial world does not know? I'll take my leave now. After speaking, Cao Guang quickly grabbed Cao Qingyuan and disappeared swiftly, leaving behind Zhang Xiangyang lying in the wet ground, drenched and utterly despondent. Zhang Xiangyang struggled to get up, then looked up into the deep gaze of Li Che. It seemed there was a hint of greed and desire in that gaze. Zhang Xiangyang hurriedly scrambled away and ran wildly through the rain. As he turned his back on Li Che, every hair on Zhang Xiangyang's body stood on end, a familiar feeling, like when Zhou Ruiguan was killed, the feeling of frantically fleeing. The feeling that his head could explode from a strike at any moment? Li Che, must be the bull demon? He must be. Li Che regretfully withdrew his gaze. Yet, he looked with a touch of astonishment towards Qingshan, who was arranging a chess game under the eave. The reaction of City Lord Cao Guang, Li Che felt it very clearly. Qingshan, is he that famous? Li Che couldn't help but murmur in his heart. While Li Che was marveling at Qingshan himself was somewhat astonished as well. He was astonished that Li Che had actually killed the Yang family's divine base. Nurturing nature killed divine base. Ignoring the rank difference? Could Li Che actually accomplish this? The rank of the divinity he cultivated wasn't that high, was it? Nor was it one of the 4 Imperials level, like the Fury Prince that Lu Qi cultivated? The most important thing was, after killing Yang Jing, when did Li Che return to the study? When Li Che came out from the study looking elegant and learned, Qingshan was taken aback, thinking that the bull demon was someone else. But after thinking carefully, it could only be attributed to Li Che's technique of concealing his vital energy, able to evade the perception of the divine base, a truly divine method indeed. How did you manage that, boy? Qingshan asked. Of course, he was referring to how he killed the divine base. Li Che smiled gently and spread his hands. Honest, but not entirely. It's the mechanism. After Qingshan left, Li Che comforted his wife, Zhang Ye, who looked worried, and then went to the study. The chess saint's Dao Fruit vibrated slightly, expanding the chessboard network, covering the surroundings, ensuring no powerful being was spying. All was safe and sound. Find exclusive tales at. Only then did Li Che sit in the wooden chair, relaxed his body completely, and let out a long sigh. In the room, the charcoal stove burned quietly, releasing heat and dispelling the biting cold. Every muscle in Li Che's body relaxed with cracking sounds. The battle with the divine base was very refreshing. Divine base cultivator is indeed strong, combined 2 types of divinity, still not enough compared to divine base, but the Bodhi blood tears far surpassed my expectations. Its penetration power, explosiveness, and killing potential all were much higher than the wood raven. It seems that Namo Barrett has some good points. Li Che grinned. But what made him even more emotionally stirred was, with a move of his mind, a hint of flowing light appeared. Dao Fruit, Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV 2,97%. High-pressure stimulation has a great effect on the maturation of Dragon Elephant Vajra, only 3% to go. Li Che's eyes shone brightly. Without any hesitation, using the complementary properties of the Dao Fruit, he channeled the divinity of Pure Heart Dao Fruit into Dragon Elephant Vajra, completing the Dao Fruit. The next moment, Li Che felt as if the blood under his skin was boiling. Suddenly, a golden light flashed before his eyes. Dao Fruit, Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV 3,0%. Dao Fruit LV3, upon further transformation, obtains the prototype of divine powers Dragon Elephant Vajra, Ascend. The cold wind whistled, and the falling rain turned to ice. At the entrance of the alley, a thick scent of blood pervaded and intertwined, striking the nostrils with its intensity. Cao Qingyuan galloped into action, his vigorous qi and blood whipping the air, emitting a mournful, whistling sound as he landed at the mouth of the alley, catching the scent of blood before even stepping inside. The ground was in disarray, with many of Fei Lei City's bluestone streets covered in cracks, traces of the aftermath of battle still present, indicating the ferocity of the fight. He stepped into the alley. Beneath his feet, it was not rainwater he trod upon, but a thick, sanguine liquid. How much blood had been spilled to dye the accumulated water red? When Cao Qingyuan saw the corpse of the divine base cultivator from the Yang family, Yang Jing, his complexion turned ghastly pale. Even he, who was accustomed to dead bodies, couldn't help feeling a surge of emotion at this moment. Yang Jing's manner of death was too tragic. His body was riddled with dense and numerous blood holes, his blood drained, and his head shattered by a blow. These methods were chilling to the bone, causing incessant shivers. This bull demon is too malevolent, too sinister. Truly earning his nickname, the bull demon is nothing but a devil incarnate. Claiming to be a hero, he doesn't even come close to having the skin of one. Taking a deep breath, Cao Qingyuan placed his hand on the side knife at his waist, his breathing erratic. Suppressing his revulsion, Cao Qingyuan picked up the decaying, mountainous corpse of Yang Jing. He had no desire to make this trip, but his father, the city lord, had ordered him to retrieve Yang Jing's body, so he had no choice but to come. How lamentable, a divine base cultivator who stood tall in Fei Lei City for 100 years, to die such a miserable death. The Yang family is truly unfortunate, their entire household of experts annihilated, their ancestral divine base founder cruelly killed, the Yang family completely ruined. Cao Qingyuan shook his head. Upon closer reflection, what did the Yang family do wrong? It seemed they hadn't done anything wrong. It was only from the moment they agreed to help the city lord's mansion capture the spirit child from the Su family that they started on the path to their doom. The bull demon alone slaughtered the entire Yang family. The reason? Capturing the spirit child from the Su family. Cao Qingyuan narrowed his eyes, thinking of Li Chei's daughter, that upper-class spiritual child. What a pity. Boom! With a surge of qi and blood, Cao Qingyuan shouldered the blood-stained corpse of Yang Jing and vanished from the alley. Golden light flowed, seeming like gilded gold in the pupils of the eyes. The physical body's qi and blood swelled and boiled ferociously, like the raging waves crashing against the riverbank. The Dao Fruit Dragon Elephant Vajra had finally reached LV3, undergoing a transformation and giving birth to the prototype of divine skills. Prototype of divine skills. Dragon Elephant Vajra, Ascend. This was the transformation that Li Chei had long anticipated. Compared to Dao Fruit Immortal Artisan, the transformation of the Dragon Elephant Vajra was much more difficult, a true test of patience and diligence. Mainly it required combat, of the highly stimulating and intense variety. Stimulating the Dao Fruit in battle would bring it closer to maturity. In fact, the reason why Li Chei's Immortal Artisan Dao Fruit progressed so quickly had much to do with Tang's mechanism essentials. The mechanisms recorded within, integrated with Li Chei's own concepts and attempts at reproduction and crafting, provided a wealth of experience for Immortal Artisan. Therefore, the Immortal Artisan progressed much faster. Prototype of divine skills. Ascend. Li Chei's eyes shone brightly. Different Dao fruits could give rise to different prototypes of divine skills, and the divine skills prototypes, could they transform into true divine skills? Li Chei couldn't help looking forward to the moment when these divine skill prototypes transformed into true divine skills. Perhaps, reaching LV4 or LV5 of the Dao fruit could trigger the transformation of divine skills. Li Chei pondered. With a thought, the Dao Fruit Dragon Elephant Vajra in his chest throbbed, each beat burning brightly like a fierce flame. Prototype of divine skills, Dragon Elephant Vajra, Ascend, boiling divinity, rising flesh and bones, perfect horizontal refinement, a sight to all gods. Lines of flowing gold appeared before his eyes. With furrowed brows and puzzled, Li Chei found the line of description somewhat enigmatic. After a brief sensation, Li Chei didn't activate Ascend in his study, but feeling the eager and nearly transformative surge of qi and blood, he speculated that Ascend must be a state enhancement more powerful than the Dao Fruit's own Vajra transformation. The angry Vajra transformation was already immensely powerful. If it could elevate Li Chei's qi and blood cultivation from the qi vein realm to the mysterious vein, would activating Ascend propel him directly to the divine vein level? Li Chei wasn't sure, but his mood soared. ALV3 Dragon Elephant Vajra provides a significant boost to qi and blood cultivation, even without relying on the divine skills prototype. It would be of even greater help to me. Li Chei's eyes shone brightly. However, he slowly suppressed his excitement, from killing old Deng of the Yang family to using the anchor point of the thunder chess piece left in the study to return. Li Chei's actions were swift, and it was precisely because of this that he managed to return to the courtyard before Cao Qingyuan and the others. He wasn't deliberately racing against time, but killing Yang Jing really hadn't taken much time, and secondly, escaping with the thunder chess piece was part of the plan he had already prepared. Whether the bull demon's identity was exposed or not, Li Chei truly didn't care anymore. Experience the journey on. With the divine sect strongman Li Qingshan backing him, the safety of this 22-year-old spirit child and his supreme spiritual child daughter was assured. His fingers came together, slicing through the air, tearing open the fabric of space. From it, he retrieved a Qinqin jade with intricate patterns. This was the Qinqin jade of the Yang family's divine base figurehead. Old Dengon could feel its superior quality immediately upon touching it, far exceeding the Qinqin jades Li Che had obtained from Si Mubai, Yang Kaihe, and others. A higher quality Qinqin jade. Li Che's mind stirred slightly, and in the next moment, the Dao Fruit pure heart trembled, releasing pristine immaculate heart divinity that erupted forth, engulfing the high-quality Qinqin jade. Boom! Li Che only felt the Dao Fruit of pure heart trembling at an extremely high frequency, and then it directly swallowed and refined old Deng's Qinqin jade. The Qinqin space expanded once again, becoming much larger. If it was originally the size of a small room, now the Qinqin space was as big as a basketball court. Li Che couldn't help but smile at the corners of his lips, marveling at the size of the space. To fill it with gold leaves, how many would it take? Killing enemies isn't the key, taking inventory of an opponent's wealth is the most pleasurable moment. That's the reward he earned through his own skills, and taking pleasure in it is only appropriate. 20 gold ingots, 1,000 gold leaves, 5,460 taels of silver. Li Che's eyes sparkled as he took inventory of the wealth of a divine base cultivator. These mundane riches were enough to shock him. That was a wealth that ordinary people couldn't even imagine in their lifetimes. However, Li Che's capacity to accept such wealth had also greatly increased now. Shifting his gaze, he began to take inventory of other items. Discover new adventures at. With a grab of his 5 fingers, a long spear with red patterns emerged from the Qinqin space and was caught in his hand. The moment he grasped the long spear, Li Che felt his head buzzing. Shrill screams seemed to ring in his ears, almost piercing through his eardrums and shattering his mind. This is a divine weapon. Li Che's eyes narrowed. Divine weapon? Nurtured with divinity, possessing extraordinary sharpness and abilities, extremely precious. For divine cultivators, items of divinity such as methods of nurturing nature, divine wood carvings, and divine weapons, are what they pursue. Li Che had never seen a divine weapon before, whether from Si Mubai, Yang Kaihe, Zhao Sunhai, Zhou Ruiguan, and other divine catchers, none had a divine weapon in their possession. Even Zhao Sunhai's fine iron long knife was not considered a divine weapon. His palm suddenly turned jade, immortal worker, 1,000 analyzing hands. Suddenly, information flowed into Li Che's mind. Divine weapon, 9 luminaries superior gilded blood shock spear. Craftsmanship, forged from century-old cold iron, blended with the blood of the ominous bird shock, infused with the awe-inspiring divinity, and after being hammered and refined by fierce fire thousands of times, it can activate awe-inspiring divinity, and when the spear is thrust, all spirits are shocked and hearts are captured. Appropriate for those with awe-inspiring divinity technique, nurturing river realm and above. Looking at the information analyzed by the 1,000 analyzing hands, Li Che was slightly stunned, never having thought 1,000 analyzing hands had this ability. It could even analyze the name of the divine weapon, the forging process, and so on. Perhaps, this is the true way to activate 1,000 analyzing hands? A divine weapon of the 9 luminaries superior level? Li Che took a deep breath. As expected of a divine base cultivator, their wealth was indeed far beyond the reach of paupers like Zhao Sunhai. Why didn't you use this divine weapon when you fought me? Were you careless? Or was it because at that time, old Deng's consciousness had already been occupied by the divine foundation divinity, so he couldn't actively mobilize the divine weapon? Li Che's gaze flickered, inevitably thinking, if the divine weapon had been used, Yang Jing's strength might have been even stronger, and perhaps he wouldn't have died so miserably, right? But, that's all post-event wisdom. Now, this shock spear belongs to Li? Apart from the divine weapon, Li Che also unexpectedly found many rare materials, including a piece of blood flesh red spiritual wood needed for the making of Bodhi blood tears, and several other types of spiritual wood, clearly prepared for carving divine wood carvings. Even if one's cultivation reached the divine base realm, one couldn't do without divine wood carvings. The requirements for the carvings just became higher. Just as martial practice needs elixirs, divine cultivation cannot do without items of divinity. He stored away the divine weapon and many pieces of spiritual wood. Li Che continued to take inventory. This is Divine Foundation Technique. 9 Luminaries Heart-Shocking and Sturdy Divine Foundation Casting Method. A 9 Luminaries level method for casting the Divine Foundation? What a treasure! Nurturing nature methods are valuable, but Divine Foundation techniques are even more so. They are the foundation that every noble family keeps hidden. Li Che didn't even find one in the Ying family treasure house, and old Deng had been carrying it on his person. With a method for casting the Divine Foundation, Li Che felt much more at ease. At least now he had a path to cast his Divine Foundation in the future. He sensed the 81 black Divine Foundation divinity chess pieces extracted from Yangjing's corpse inside the Dao Fruit of Chess Saint. Besides that, there was also a Divine Foundation fragment, containing vast heart-shocking and sturdy divinity, enough for him to quickly reach the nurturing river realm. After finishing the inventory, Li Che was somewhat dazzled by the bounty. Having stored all the gains in the expanded Qinqin space, Li Che stood up and walked to the window, feeling the winter rain mixed with snow spraying on his face. Li Che's fluctuating emotions slowly returned to calm. he returned to his study, intending to try out the enhancements brought by the advanced dragon elephant Vajra Dao Fruit in terms of martial talent. He took a meditation cushion and sat cross-legged, and then tore open the kinkan space. A jade vase fell into his hand. Python blood martial pill. He poured out a blood-red elixir, opened his mouth, and a pill went down, immediately feeling like a heavy stone dropping, a thud sound as it fell from his throat all the way into his stomach. Boom! Instantly, his stomach was like a furnace, his blood began to boil uncontrollably, pouring into his limbs and bones, impacting his meridians and channels. City Lord's mansion. Dense steam twisted and rose in the hall. Cao King Yuan's great-uncle, another Divine Foundation realm cultivator in charge of the City Lord's mansion, Cao He had stripped off his clothes, revealing his chest imprinted with palm prints, where mighty Grandmaster Tru Chi writhed like a venomous snake, making the wounds difficult to heal. Cao He had his eyes closed, clutching a three-eyed spirit infant statue, strands of black divinity spreading from it and being swallowed by him to treat his injuries. Cao Qing Yuan stood by the side, his eyelids drooping low. In front of him lay the mountainous corpse of Yang Jing. Cao Guang strolled around with his hands behind his back, admiring this blood-hole-ridden flesh mountain. The blood had been drained clean, and there was hardly any smell of blood in the air. What a bull demon, with only nurturing nature, yet he can kill those with divine foundation. Yang Jing is also pitiful, having become a stepping stone for this bull demon, Cao Guang said with admiration. Nurturing nature killing divine foundation, I'm afraid tales of the bull demon will begin to spread in the martial world, he added. Cao Qingyuan suddenly lifted his head, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Father, is that bull demon? Li Che. Whether it is or isn't no longer matters. Li Che, and his daughter, we can't touch them for the time being. Sighed Cao Guang, shaking his head slightly. Is Li Che the bull demon? For Cao Guang, this question lost its meaning. Is it because of the arrival from the Qian Yuan divine sect? Cao Qingyuan asked after a moment of silence. Although only experts from the branch sect came, it's still the Qian Yuan divine sect, the top sect of the Lingnan circuit, with its status clear for all to see, Cao Guang explained. Moreover, the arrival is none other than Li Qingshan. Cao Guang reached out his hand gently, touching the blood-hole-ridden corpse of Yang Jing, his movements tender. Li Qingshan, is he very famous? Cao Qingyuan asked upon hearing this. Cao Guang took a deep breath and glanced at him. I should have sent you to Yun province earlier, to gain some exposure. Then you wouldn't ask such a question. He shook his head slightly. Cao Qingyuan was taken aback. Just tell me I lack experience, instead of indirectly showing disdain, which kind of hurts. Have you ever heard of the Yunzhou Divine Foundation spectrum? Cao Guang inquired while his fingers probed a certain spot on Yangjing's corpse, pinching into it as he spoke evenly. The Divine Foundation spectrum. Cao Qingyuan took a deep breath. Is this Li Qingshan a master listed on the Divine Foundation spectrum? The Divine Foundation spectrum is published by the Grand Prospect Dynasty's Kintian Observatory, evaluating the martial artists across the Great Vista region. Besides, it contains the divine phase diagram. Those who are included in the spectrum have cast their divine foundation and cultivated their divine phase, at least reaching 4 imperials, explained Cao Guang. Li Qingshan ranks among the top 10 masters on Yun province's divine foundation spectrum, having reached divine base perfection, and preparing to observe divine likeness. Stay tuned for updates on MVL Novel Bin. Cao Guang, with his eyes closed, said, I had not expected that the greeter sent down to Yun province by the Qian Yuan branch sect this year would be Li Qingshan. To strike at divine phase, one needs to gather divinity to observe the temple god's true form. During the observation period, divinity cannot be disturbed. Li Qingshan hasn't descended the mountain with his divine phase, and with divinity not empowering him, now he can only rely on the Grand Master's physical body. No wonder. This is our luck. Otherwise, we would have been smashed to death a long time ago, he stated. This Li Qingshan, known as the Yun Province Hammer Tyrant, wields the divine weapon Purple Gold Hammer, smashing through countless masters' skulls. His notoriety is indeed widespread. Lucky, aren't we? Cao Guang exhaled. So, for now, we can't touch Li Che and his superior grade spiritual child daughter, he continued. Regardless of whether Li Che is the bull demon or not, since Li Qingshan has revealed his identity to protect him, we dare not touch him any further, Cao Guang affirmed. The 1000 Buddha carving banquet has to be accelerated. I worry that Li Qingshan is considering smashing my head in with his hammer, he mused aloud. Suddenly, Cao Guang abruptly opened his eyes, his brows furrowing into a character. Something's not right. Where is Yangjing's divinity? The divinity within his body, why is there not a drop left? Cao Guang, with his own divinity surging, pressed forcefully, and with a squeeze of his 5 fingers, there was a bang. The huge mountainous corpse of Yangjing in front of him twisted and writhed before exploding into pieces, with chunks of flesh and broken bones flying across the entire hall. Cao Qingyuan, standing nearby, was splattered all over, remaining utterly stunned in place. As for Cao Guang, he showed a hint of ferocity. Who is it? Who devoured all the divinity in Yangjing's body? Are there still people from our sect in Fei Lei City? No, that shouldn't be the case. Is it the bull demon? Could this bull demon actually be one of our own? Even if a divine base cultivator perished, the divinity within their body wouldn't dissipate in a short time, but would still remain. At that time, if one were to use some secret techniques, it would be possible to devour the divinity in the corpse and use it for oneself. Although there might be situations where the divinity doesn't match. But even if it didn't match, one could still refine and extract it, and remove the mismatched will of divinity. Such secret techniques originally spread from a high-rank mysterious temple, and later became a sect protection method of a major heretical sect in the Great Scenery Jianghu, leading to one massacre after another. Cao Guang's gaze flickered as his heart trembled slightly. He had obtained such a technique from the section. But now when he used it, he couldn't feel any divinity from Yangjing's corpse, which was very unreasonable. This bull demon. Cao Guang narrowed his eyes, and in a flash, as if he realized something, he appeared somewhat enlightened. No wonder the bull demon's strength increased so rapidly with each appearance. While extraordinary martial talent is certainly one reason, the enhancement of its divine power is equally fast. It turns out to be the same as me, which explains it. However, who passed the technique to the bull demon? Why did the bull demon appear in Fei Lei City? Is it to target me? Or, to pluck the fruits of my 1000 Buddha carving banquet? Cao Guang felt as though a dark shadow was watching him from the darkness, like the deadliest viper in the world. Ultimately, he chuckled coldly. No matter what, this bull demon is not my equal. Even if it is a member of the same sect, I am the senior, and juniors should respectfully stay juniors, and be content with just sipping soup. If you want the fruits, be prepared to leave your life behind. Cao Guang's eyes took on a few degrees of coldness. Afterwards, he glanced at Cao Qingyuan, splattered with rotten meat and broken bones, with full disgust. Clean up this disgusting mess. Then, go to other cities, send people to bring back a few spirit children to fill the empty spots. The 1000 Buddha carving banquet must be accelerated. As the words fell, Cao Guang stepped away and vanished around the corner of the hall. Cao Qingyuan respectfully performed a ritual, not daring to object. However, in reality, within his bowed head, his eyes were also ablaze. The 1000 Buddha carving banquet. The blessing of the temple god. He had also been looking forward to it for a long time. Kerplunk. A python blood martial pill plunged into the stomach, making a dull sound like a stone falling into a grand lake. This was an elixir that could only be consumed in the meridian connection realm. The blood energy broke through into the qi channels, forming a minor circulation of inner qi within the body, running along sinews and muscles, covering the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Each cycle was a blend of inner strength and blood energy, creating a powerful surge of inner qi. Li Che could feel the python blood martial pill rolling in his stomach, slowly releasing its medicinal properties as it dissolved in the gastric juices. Boom! The moment the outer coating of the pill shattered, it was as if a python was stirring up a storm in his stomach. The blood energy was lit up like fire, and his insides were heating up like a furnace. The dragon elephant Vajra Dao Fruit vibrated with a hum, as if there were dragon chants and elephant cries. The python blood martial pill was crushed in an instant. The overwhelming medicinal power rose like a gust of wind, propelling the blood energy and roaring through the meridians, scouring the 5 viscera and 6 bowels like a wild surge. Li Che's entire body made sounds of metal friction, and his skin turned reddish. How overbearing! Li Che's eyes opened, as if with flames burning within. For ordinary people refining a python blood martial pill, it required a slow and enduring process. The dragon elephant Vajra Dao Fruit directly crushed the pill, forcibly initiating the release of its medicinal power. Li Che's body buzzed and swelled out, his flesh expanding as thick python-like sinews vibrated on his back. His body had a unique rhythm, driving his blood energy and integrating with his inner strength. The Qian Yuan minor celestial circuit qi meridian technique was almost squeezed to its limit by his flesh. Inner qi kept generating, filling his limbs and bones. The qi meridian realm in the meridian connection stage, different from the external refinement stages like millstone, sinew transforming, bone tempering, etc., was a process of internal refinement of muscles and bones, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. It could be called internal refinement of sinews and organs. But while refining internally, it was also necessary to accumulate inner qi. The growth of inner qi was the foundation for enhancing the qi meridian cultivation. A python blood martial pill was almost completely consumed and absorbed by Li Che in just half an hour. Li Che's skin was steaming with heat, hissing noises emitted, and the inner qi running in the minor circulation grew from slender snakes to grand dragons in size. Li Che rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping over. Dao Fruit, Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV3, 5%. One martial arts pill directly increased the maturity of the Dragon Elephant Vajra by 5%, an astonishingly swift pace. Discover more content at MVLE Novelbin. However, Li Che could understand that it was his first time consuming an elixir, and it was normal for it to have a better effect. If he continued taking more, the rate of increase certainly wouldn't be as rapid. Then I just need to consume a few more. Li Che, dripping with warm sweat, checked his body's condition and, finding no issues, reached out for another elixir and swallowed it down. After all, these were martial arts pills scavenged from the Yang family treasure house, so he didn't feel the pinch using them up. The only downside was their limited quantity. Once consumed, he might have to find other ways to acquire more martial pills. Feeling the medicinal power of the pill unfolding in his belly once more, Li Che's gaze deepened slightly. With the Dragon Elephant Vajra Dao Fruit's ability to squeeze out the medicinal properties of the pills, my qi meridians shouldn't take long to break through to the mysterious vein. However, to obtain the Qianyuan mystic vein technique, the senior from Qingshan said I'd need to join the divine sect. But it seems, it won't be too long. Senior from Qingshan exposing his identity, most likely, is a signal that he's about to return to the divine sect. I will, just hold off for a while longer. I possess the Ying family's divine foundation technique, and the senior from Qingshan once said, a high-ranked divine foundation technique can override a lower rank one. So, martial arts can be held back. But for the divine nature, can I try to forge a divine foundation? The sky was tinged with the first light of dawn, and the winter rain had just stopped. The chill of the early morning grew even thicker. Distant mountains were enveloped and circled by ribbon-like mists, seen from afar as if they were ink washes sparingly applied in a landscape painting. The Su family, Divine Cultivation Institute. Nurse Momo had returned to tranquility. Without the noise and tumult of the children, the place seemed somewhat stark and cold. She held a python-headed cane in one hand and scissors in the other, trimming the flowers in the yard that were speckled with droplets from the winter rain. Suddenly, a figure in azure attire appeared, descending into the courtyard and gazing at Nurse Momo across the flowers. Nurse Momo paused for a moment but then ignored the visitor, snipping even more vigorously, the trimmed leaves and flowers falling in a rush. Still so temperamental. Li Qingshan watched Nurse Momo and couldn't help but grin. He reached out, intending to ruffle the girl's hair without a second thought. However, the sharp scissors clanged open threateningly, blocking the path of Li Qingshan's outstretched hand. I'm not the little girl I was back then, don't touch me, or I'll cut it off. Nurse Momo glared, brandishing the scissors as a threat. Ha ha ha, I am tough and robust now, try cutting me, why don't you? Li Qingshan laughed heartily, his lips curling up. This girl still had the same stubbornness as always, after all these years, she hadn't changed. Nurse Momo huffed and set down the scissors. Li Qingshan was now a renowned powerhouse in the divine base scroll. She knew full well how formidable his physique was. Too lazy to clip, she might as well save a pair of scissors from being ruined. An esteemed expert of the Qianyuan divine sect, what brings you to seek this old woman? Your grandson. Master Li has taken him away. Go to Master Li if you're looking for him. Nurse Momo pursed her lips and glared with a hint of sarcasm. Li Qingshan's hand finally landed on Nurse Momo's head as he intended, gently rubbing it. That big-headed boy isn't my grandson, just my disciple. When I first threw the kid to you, it was partly to tease you but also to find an excuse to protect Shishi. That girl Shishi has a good divine talent. I plan to take her to Mansion City. With her talent, she should easily pass the sect entry examination of Mansion City. On hearing this, Nurse Momo's eyes briefly brightened, but they quickly dimmed again, and she grew cold. Okay, I get it, old lady. You can leave now. Having said that, she leaned on her cane and walked further into the courtyard. Li Qingshan watched the old woman's staggering figure and sighed softly. Come with me, Momo. Although I have been observing the divine likeness, I specifically fought for this opportunity to descend the mountain in my physical form just to see you. This time, I'll see who dares to stop me. I will pulverize them. Nurse Momo's steps faltered. Li Qingshan, I am old now. Old, huh? Li Qingshan gently walked up to Nurse Momo's side. It was just like the old days, green hills and clear waters. He tenderly patted the maiden's head. Li Qingshan could smash countless heads, but only showed tenderness towards the girl. Looking at the distant mountains, Li Qingshan's voice was soft and tender. No worries, we can still watch the twilight together. The greeters from the Qianyuan divine sect to select the spirit children had arrived. City Lord Cao Guang personally welcomed them and, as per tradition, would host a banquet at the Golden Splendor Pavilion in 3 days. At the same time, he would summon the noble families and clans from Feilei City's inner city to send children from the Divine Cultivation Institute to test for divine talent. All the noble families from the inner city of Feilei City would attend, even those Divine Foundation ancestors who usually remained in seclusion would make an appearance. This was considered a major event in the city every few years. It was a formality that both the Divine Sect and the Imperial Court needed to uphold. The Yin family is leaving the city en masse, heading to Golden Light Prefecture City. In the courtyard, while guiding Shishi in martial arts, Li Che listened to old Chen, who was back from a stroll and bringing news, and was momentarily stunned. The Yin family. So decisive? Yesterday, old Deng from the Ying family was just killed, and today they're promptly leaving the city, taking off without looking back. Your journey continues with MVL Novelbin. The resilience of the old patriarch of the Yin family was truly as his reputation suggested, and he was taking the whole family with him in a hasty retreat. Old Chen too was smacking his lips, incessantly marveling. A trace of regret and pity flashed in the depths of Li Che's eyes. His worry divine nature had fled. Now, getting the worry divine nature method of nurturing nature might need a different approach. The nurturing method was precious but not easy to find. After all, it might not even be available on the black market. After guiding Shishi and his wife Zhang Ye in their martial arts practice, Li Che went to his private workshop. Sitting in the workshop's wooden chair, Li Che grasped a bright white carving knife, etching a divine wood carving. The shavings trembled and fell, scattering with the winter breeze. In a moment, a vividly lifelike wood carving formed, capturing the divinity in the heavens and earth and infusing it into the wood carving. Before him, a prompt with flowing light emerged. Dao Fruit, Immortal Artisan, LV3, 29%. Progress in Immortal Artisan was slow. It seems I need to create some new mechanisms. Tang's Mechanism Essentials has some mechanisms I can create. Besides, my conceptualization of Nemo Fairy Craft Barrett is also worth a try, with the penetrating power of Bodhi Blood Tears being quite fitting. Additionally, I need to enhance the power of Wood Raven. Craftsmanship indeed becomes hard to improve as it reaches the later stages. Li Che's fingers moved agilely, as the carving knife danced over the wood, began crafting a smaller Nemo Fairy Craft Gatling intended for Shishi, for this girl had been nagging him lately. Of course, he would deliver it to her in his bull demon guise, and also give her a piece of Kinkan jade to store the Gatling. It also served as a method for Shishi to defend herself. Li Che felt himself quite busy, with martial paths to cultivate, immortal artisan tasks to do, and divinity to refine. He stood up, his bones crackling loudly. His potent chi and blood vibrated. With his bare hands, Li Che drew out the cute cow mask and covered his face with it. In front of him, light flickered. Explore stories at MVLE Novel Bin. Dao Fruit, Chess Saint, LV 1,89%. The rate of enhancement of the Chess Saint's Dao Fruit. It was somewhat beyond Li Che's imagination. But, it was also within expectations. After all, it integrated the divinity of a divine foundation from the Yang family's old Deng, turning it into a chess piece, which substantially increased its maturity. With a squeeze of his fingers, the Divinity Thunder chess piece from the three-eyed wrathful True Lord Lingyiang Bazaar Temple outside the city was immediately grasped in his hand. Upon opening his eyes again, he already appeared inside the flickering candle-lit mysterious temple. During this period, Zhao Sunhai's wrathful Methreya divinity had already been exhausted, and Li Che had replaced it with the temple god's fury divinity, which worked surprisingly well with hardly any rejection. Now, the wrathful Methreya divinity had reached the peak of cultivation as river-like. He was also not far from forging a divine foundation. However, I have yet to master the wrathful Methreya divine foundation technique. This Dharma, the city lord's mansion should have it. Having finished absorbing the divinity, Li Che leaped down from the altar. He glanced at the increasingly numerous various Lingtong wood carvings arranged around him. Li Che's brows furrowed slightly. City Lord, or should I say, the leader of the Spirit Infant Sect's Thousand Buddha Carving Banquet. The purpose of the Thousand Buddha Carving Banquet should be a sacrifice, through which, to awaken the temple god. Specifically, how is it operated? Li Che glanced around, feeling the Spirit Infant wood carvings seemingly flowing with various emotions, which inevitably caused irritation and anger. Pure heart Dao Fruit, pure white divinity surged out, calming and peaceful, suppressing the urge to destroy these Spirit Infant wood carvings because Li Qingshan had said that these carvings worshipped the temple god and had developed a special connection with it. If destroyed, even if just one Spirit Infant wood carving, the temple god would sense it and subsequently awaken. With an unknown temple god, Li Che was still somewhat wary, unwilling to confront it lightly. He only wanted to quietly absorb the temple god's divinity, and as for fighting the temple god, he had no such intention. He let out a breath. Li Che glanced at the three eyes wrathful true monarch spirit child placed on the altar. Smiling, with the bull demon mask on, Li Che leaped onto the altar, standing firm and unshaken. Looking at the patina-covered head of the temple god wood carving, Li Che reached out his hand. His palm suddenly turned jade-colored, as if thin jade-colored mist was entwining around his arm. It looked like it was carved out of jade, delicate and splendid. Boom! A powerful siphoning force erupted from the thousand analyzing hands, beginning to absorb the divinity contained within the temple god wood carving. One by one, dark divinity chess pieces slowly floated around Li Che, emanating dark streams of air. The temple god wood carving, seated high on the altar, seemed to express an increasingly intense fury, much like a child whose treasures had been snatched away. The vertical eye on its forehead almost seemed angrily twisting. Unfortunately, it was always slightly insufficient. Li Che concentrated, and as the dragon elephant Vajra Dao Fruit entered LV3, the siphoning power of the thousand analyzing hands seemed to strengthen as well. The speed of absorbing divinity grew faster and faster. Originally, in one session of 2 hours, he could only absorb half a temple god divinity chess piece. Now, Li Che condensed one in half an hour. One after another, black-aired chess pieces floated, 2 each hour, and 4 pieces floated around him. Together with the previously condensed pieces, there were a total of 9 temple god divinity chess pieces. Perhaps feeling somewhat unfinished, when Li Che was about to absorb the 9th temple god chess piece, the robust siphoning power of the thousand analyzing hands erupted. But, Li Che's eyes narrowed in astonishment, as he didn't absorb any divinity. The temple god seemed to have been drained by him. Not that this could even be drained. However, soon, Li Che felt the temple god wood carving burst forth with an extremely scorching sensation. He saw the covered head of the temple god wood carving, the third vertical eye on it. Its eyeball peculiarly began to roll around. Snap! Suddenly, one hand of the three-eyed wrathful true Lord Lingyiang temple god wood carving suddenly snapped up, fiercely grabbing Li Che's patina-covered palm on his head. Rumble! Outside the mysterious temple, it seemed as if thunder rumbled in winter and lightning snakes slivered. Inside the mysterious temple, all the candles flickered violently, casting twisted shadows of the spirit infant wood carvings, as if thousands of fierce ghosts were dancing wildly. The atmosphere seemed to chill in an instant. Between heaven and earth, there was a moment of silence. It seemed one could only hear the beat of the heart within the chest, like thunder, and resonating like a great bell. But none of these mattered. What mattered was, Li Che felt a scorching current flowing from the temple god wood carving into the 1,000 analyzing hands. The 1,000 analyzing hands jade color flowed. Information passed through the 1,000 analyzing hands into Li Che's mind, slowly unfolding. Divine Foundation Technique, 8 Extreme Superior Grade 3-Eyed Wrathful True Lord Divine Foundation. The candlelight flickered dimly, casting shadows of countless wood-carved spirit infants that resembled gnashing demons and ghosts. The cute bull mask reflected the firelight as the temple god wood carving clenched his arm, with the vertical eye rolling in its socket, as if a heated atmosphere was exploding forth. In the air, it seemed as if soundless roars were cresting like waves, beating down one after another. The temple god looked furious, all 3 of its eyes radiating anger, as if it were bellowing at the insatiably greedy bull demon before it. That's enough. Take it and scram. Don't be too greedy. However, Li Che remained completely unaware. His eyes, visible through the mask's eye holes, burned quietly, a keen observer amidst the fire's glow. Divine Foundation Technique, 8 Extreme Superior Grade 3-Eyed Fury True Lord Divine Foundation. Origin, Branch of Wrath Divinity, the will of thousands in fierce anger, siphoning through the Trinity Divine Eye, arranging 1,000 infant wood carvings to contain God's intent, blessed by the true Lord of the Divine Child, hence obtaining the technique. Advancement, if granted the Divine Foundation techniques of the 3-Eyed Merciful True Monarch and the 3-Eyed Intimidating True Monarch, one could forge together the 7 Elements Superior Grade 3-Eyed 3 Spirits True Lord Divine Foundation. Condition, Wrath Divinity, nurturing nature at river-like peak. The prompts of flowing light text slowly dissipated before his eyes. Overwhelming information surged into Li Che's mind. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of pleasant surprise. Breaking free from the temple god wood carving's grasp, Li Che instantly shot down from the altar and landed on the ground. He stilled his emotions and silently received the information flowing into his mind. This is the Divine Foundation Technique. Moreover, it's of the 8 Extreme Superior Grade. The heart-shocking extreme firmness Divine Foundation Technique I got from old Deng of the Ying family was only of the 9 Luminaries Inferior Grade. 8 Extreme Superior Grade Divine Foundation Technique. Li Che was pleasantly surprised, decidedly unexpected. Discover more stories at mvlenovelbin.net. Senior Qingshan mentioned that one could receive gifts from the temple god within the mysterious temples. Many divine methods and divine foundation techniques are obtained from mysterious temples. Therefore, many wild and unexplored mysterious temples have numerous cultivators coming and going. So this is the so-called gift from the temple god. Even though it more closely resembled an impatient dismissal from the temple god, Li Che was quite happy. This temple god divine foundation technique, it seems like it can advance further. If I obtain the divine foundation techniques of the 3-Eyed Merciful True Monarch and the 3-Eyed Intimidating True Monarch, I can cast together the divine foundation of the 3-Eyed 3 Spirits True Lord, which would be a 7 Elements Superior Grade divine foundation. Li Che pondered, his emotions slightly fluctuating, his eyes growing increasingly bright. Surely, I am not the only one in the world who has thought of forging a 7 emotions divine base. Although it involves casting together, the approach actually shares some similarities. Casting 3 types of divine origin bases into one divine foundation, whereas I intended to forge 7 divine bases. Great similarity with slight differences. The approach in the cultivation paths was actually the same. Li Che felt an inexplicable happiness, with a clearer vision of his future path and something to look forward to. Additionally, Senior Qingshan said that this mysterious temple is a branch of the 4 royal mysterious temples. Could it be that in the future, my divine foundation can be further enhanced and modified through those 4 royal mysterious temples? If this 10 cities mysterious temple can yield an 8 extreme superior grade divine foundation technique, would the 4 royal mysterious temples yield a divine foundation technique of the 3 clears level? In his mind, the divine foundation technique was completely assimilated. He had lingered a little longer in the mysterious temple today. Li Che's ears twitched ever so slightly, his enhanced martial senses after his cultivation had sharpened all his perceptions. He heard hurried yet extremely faint sounds coming from outside the mysterious temple. Someone was coming. After leaving a thunder chess piece as an anchor point, Li Che clenched his fingers and vanished. The doors of the mysterious temple opened. A figure in white, wearing a faceless mask, streaked swiftly into the temple, the mask reflecting tens of thousands of distorted lights. Temple god divinity moving strangely. Was someone in the temple just now? Who is it? Without even opening the temple doors, they appeared inside the mysterious temple? What kind of specter is this? The white figure's hair flew about as the eyes beneath the mask showed immense solemnity. Winter thunder rumbled, and lightning slithered like a snake. Suddenly, the figure in white stiffened their neck, tilting it back slowly. The gestures had changed. The temple god wood carving, it was different than before. Looking at the altar, where the temple god wood carving now seemed to be grasping for something. The figure in white felt their divinity obstructed, acutely feeling the temple god's overwhelming rage crashing like a torrential wave. They couldn't help but grunt, as strange black patterns seemed to emerge on their body, writhing slowly. The figure in white trembled, and then, their knees bent, and they slowly knelt down. Li Che returned to his private workshop. His tall figure stood silently. Removing his mask, he shed his garments. An unexpected fortune indeed, to have acquired a divine foundation technique in the mysterious temple. 8 extreme superior grade. Li Che looked up at the darkening sky, as nightfall approached. The evening sun set the black roof tiles ablaze with a fiery glow. I have now cultivated wrathful Mithraea to the peak of cultivation as river-like, just one step away from the divine foundation. This is the perfect time to attempt it. Li Che mulled over the thought, yet he knew that forging a divine foundation was no easy feat. Creating a divine foundation will certainly provoke intense fluctuations of divinity that cannot be hidden. It will expose me. The most crucial thing is, should the process be disrupted, one might even suffer backlash, which is entirely different from the martial breakthrough of channel opening. Li Che sat in his chair, toying with a finely carved wood sculpture, but his mind was preoccupied with considering the preparations needed for forging the divine foundation. First of all, it can't be done within the city. I need to find a tranquil place outside. Next, I must set up traps and hidden weapons. And, my chi and blood martial path must be strong enough. I should take these days to consume and refine the remaining python blood martial pills, transforming them into chi and blood cultivation. I possess the dragon elephant Vajra Dao Fruit. My physical body is robust, even without the mysterious vein cultivation. My physical strength is by no means weaker than that of the mysterious vein, perhaps even stronger. This should pose no problems in forging my divine foundation. After Li Che had arranged everything, he calmed his mind in the workshop, took out the blood-flesh red spiritual wood he had harvested from old Deng of the Yang family, and started crafting the Bodhi blood tears mechanism. The power of this device was immense, posing a significant threat even to divine base cultivators. Unfortunately, due to its high difficulty of production, Li Che only had one and had to prepare others after its use. Luckily, the piece of blood-flesh red spiritual wood collected by old Deng of the Yang family was large enough. Li Che estimated he could make 3 Bodhi blood tears. After working for a while, Li Che stopped his hands. Seeing the skies had darkened completely, he did not stay any longer in the workshop. He left the workshop and headed to the Golden Splendor Pavilion, because with Li Qingshan's situation, the city lord's mansion had completely retracted its claws, no longer harboring any intentions toward Li Che and Xi. With the fall of the Yang family, the weakening of the Si family, and the relocation of the entire An family, the noble families and clans within Fei Lei City were reduced to just the Su family, leading to an oddly improved order within the city. Having ordered a good table of wine and dishes, Li Che returned to his own courtyard. Back in the courtyard, Xi was sitting under the eaves with Grandpa Chen, eating fruits on large and small bamboo chairs. Grandpa Chen doted on Xi, often buying her lots of delicious things. Even in the winter when fruits were expensive, he was willing to spend the money for her. Daddy. Seeing Li Che return, Xi excitedly bounced off the chair. She ran towards Li Che and crashed into his embrace. Daddy, are we moving? Can we take Grandpa Chen with us? Xi's eyelashes fluttered lightly, her eyes watery and full of reluctance. Grandpa Chen on the chair was instantly stunned, his eyes much softer. He grabbed his gourd, pulled out the stopper, and took a swig of wine. This girl. You are going to Mansion City to cultivate. What would Grandpa Chen do there? Upon hearing this, Li Che smiled and said, Grandpa Chen, stop being shy, let's go together. Xi has been training under your guidance since she was little. When we get to Mansion City, there will be assessments. Don't you want to see Xi suppress all the spirit children from various cities and powerfully enter the divine sect? Upon hearing this, Grandpa Chen was momentarily speechless. This girl, though sweet and lovely, has the strength to pull mountains and the spirit to overshadow the world. Stay tuned to mvlnovelbin.net. At the age of 3, no one can rival little Stinky Xi. Grandpa Chen laughed heartily, as if envisioning the dominating scene of Xi beating up spirit children from other cities in Mansion City. Xi, with one hand around Li Che's neck, scrunched up her little nose and said discontentedly, Grandpa Chen, I am Xi, Li Nuangzai, not little Stinky Xi. Haha, okay, Grandpa Chen knows, little Stinky Xi. Grandpa Chen responded with a laugh. Xi was annoyed and puffed up her cheeks, staying silent. Grandpa Chen, prepare yourself. In a couple of days, come with me to bid farewell to your position as a woodcarver at the Su family, Li Che said. Grandpa Chen still hesitated a bit. A spirit child can only bring their own family, right? Isn't it inappropriate for me to go? Don't worry, your spot won't be missed, Li Che pursed his lips and said. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Chen no longer resisted. In a couple of days, after the selection of spirit children at the Golden Splendor Pavilion ends, Li Che planned to discuss with his uncles about them also relocating to Mansion City, mainly because Fei Lei City was no longer safe. As night fell, Li Qingshan returned with a radiant face, his steps brisk. Lu Qi, who was wrestling with Xi for the twist car, looked up puzzledly at his master, who seemed rejuvenated. Despite his young age, he had already discerned many adult secrets. Rolling his eyes, Lu Qi resumed competing with Xi for the twist car. I don't want to play anymore, brother Lu Qi, you can have it. Xi generously gave the twist car to Lu Qi, then sat down under the eaves, her chubby hands propping her chin, seemingly a bit melancholic. From a distance, Li Che, teaching Zhang Ye a martial technique, immediately turned his gaze. Lu Qi shivered, jumping off the twist car as if it was scalding his bottom, feeling Li Che's gaze like 1,000 cuts. With a tearful heart, it's not like he had provoked Xi. Li Che approached Xi. Are you not happy, Xi? Xi pouted her little mouth. Xi misses Master Niu. He hasn't visited in several days, and I miss him. Li Che paused. That bull demon, Clearly no good, yet this girl misses him so? However, as her father, Li Che naturally wanted to fulfill her wishes. Don't worry, perhaps your master Niu Niu knows you're moving, and he's preparing a gift for you. Li Che pinched Shishi's chubby cheek. Shishi's eyes immediately brightened. Meanwhile, Lu Qi, unseen by Li Che, rolled his eyes in the direction his cheek wasn't visible. He, Lu Qi, had cunningly seen through the adult's secrets. An old man deceiving a lady, forever young. A father coaxing his daughter, pretending to be a master. The world of adults is all fake. The next day, dark clouds piled up, winter lightning darting through them, flashing with electric light. After assisting his wife Zhang Ya with deep exploratory bone technique the night before, Li Che felt spirited and invigorated. In the courtyard, Li Qingshan sat in a wooden chair, dressed in green robes, flipping through a book. Beside him, a stove boiled water for tea, the steam billowing. Lu Qi sat cross-legged below, cultivating his divinity. The book Li Qingshan was reading was the Tang's Mechanism Essentials, obtained from Grandpa Chen. The elderly man furrowed his brows, looked at the book, and said to Li Che, "Mechanism. Is it with the mechanisms in here that you killed the Yang family's divine foundation?" Tang family mechanisms are indeed formidable, but they are also complex. This booklet is just an incomplete copy, and the recorded mechanisms are mostly ambiguous. You actually managed to make one? Your craftsmanship is truly not bad. Li Qingshan looked at Li Che, smiled, and a hint of intrigue flashed in his eyes. The way of mechanisms requires talent. It's not something that can be dealt with merely a bit of skill. Back then, the Tang family of Great Vista was so glorious, but ever since the demise of the family's divine fetus who presided over the clan, rarely have any mechanism geniuses been born. Gradually, the Tang family also fell into decline. Because many of the Tang family mechanisms, even if there are diagrams, can't be made without talent. However, your talent for the way of mechanisms should not be wasted. Once you join the divine sect, I will introduce you to someone. He should be able to teach you a lot about the way of mechanisms. Continue your saga on .com. Upon hearing this, Li Che did not refuse. He was indeed interested in the way of mechanisms, and if he could learn more about mechanisms, it would also be a great help in maturing towards the immortal artisan Dao Fruit. After chatting with Li Qingshan for a while, Li Che went to call old Chen, intending to go to the Su family to resign from the woodcarving shop's position as woodcarver. Going to Su's? I'm heading the same way, let's go together. Li Qingshan languidly got up from his seat. Li Che was startled. The same way? The same way to where? However, he did not say much as Li Qingshan's public identity in Fei Lei City was basically allowed to do as he pleased, and even the Su family would treat him as a distinguished guest. Soon, the three of them arrived at Su's wood carving shop in the inner city, and Li Qingshan wandered off on his own. Li Che then explained his intentions to old Chen, and shortly after, Su Heli, dressed in a suit of white, and Su Baihu hurriedly arrived. Master Li, are you planning to resign from your position as woodcarver at Su's woodcarving shop? Is it because your daughter's status as a spirit child has been acknowledged by Elder Qingshan, and she will soon be heading to Mansion City? Su Heli looked at Li Che with a smile. His expression was complex and he found it hard to imagine how a commoner could have risen so quickly in just 3 short years. As for whether Li Che was the bull demon, Su Heli could not confirm it. Because at the time Cao Qingyuan and Zhang Xiangyang went to Li Che's courtyard, they were also watching from afar. The bull demon had fought against the Yang family's divine foundation while Li Che appeared in the courtyard. Thus, they ruled out the speculation that Li Che was the bull demon. Moreover, whether Li Che was the bull demon or not, no longer mattered. With divine sect powerhouses backing Li Che and his daughter, no one in Fei Lei City would dare to touch the father and daughter. Even if it were confirmed that Li Che was the bull demon, what then? The incident of the bull demon killing the Yang family's divine foundation had already shocked the entirety of Fei Lei City. When Su Heli heard the news, he was completely stunned. He never imagined that the bull demon could actually counter-kill after the Yang family divine foundation took action. Su Heli immediately felt that there was no way the bull demon could be Li Che. How could Li Che, who had only cultivated for 3 years, possibly reach the level of killing a divine foundation? Head shopkeeper, as for the honorary position, let it be. It doesn't seem quite right that we aren't in Fei Lei City, yet we are taking the Su family's honorary wages. Li Che shook his head, refusing Su Heli. Naturally, Chen Dabao also followed suit in the refusal. Su Heli wasn't surprised, he had evidently anticipated Li Che's attitude. The Su family's attitude towards Li Che after he became a woodcarving master was not enthusiastic, and Li Che had only worked at Su Ji for 3 years, of which one was as a laborer, so it was normal not to have much attachment. After a symbolic attempt to retain him, Su Heli agreed to Li Che and Chen Dabao's resignation. Head shopkeeper, has the third shopkeeper not returned yet? Before leaving, Li Che turned to Su Heli and asked. Su Heli narrowed his eyes. Third brother has gone to lead a team to exterminate evils outside the city. It's possible he went quite far, and a trip like that takes at least half a year, which is quite normal. Hearing this, Li Che nodded, not saying anything else. The two left the wood-carving shop. The winter rain pattered against the oil paper umbrella. Old Chen's entire body stretched out, feeling an unprecedented sense of refreshment. Being semi-retired, he had little attachment to Su's wood-carving shop. Che, let's go, I'll treat you to a drink. Su's courtyard. Su Heli informed the family head, Su Nanming, about Li Che and Chen Dabao's resignation from their positions as woodcarvers at Su's woodcarving shop. It's normal. Li Che plans to accompany his spirit child daughter to Mansion City, and as for Chen Dabao, his heart hasn't been in woodcarving for years, so it's fine that he resigned. But his thoughts of following to Mansion City, assuming he can latch on to Li Nuangzai, this superior grade spirit child, and get into the divine sect once he's there, are somewhat presumptuous, Su Nanming said while dealing with numerous documents in his hand. The Si family, the Yang family, and the An family, some collapsed, some exterminated, some relocated. The Su family suddenly became the largest of the noble families and clans in Fei Lei City. So many businesses were taken over in one go, keeping Su Nanming incredibly busy. Having failed to break through the divine foundation, he had long since given up on attempting to advance, thus focusing all his efforts on expanding the family's enterprises. Now, as things were going his way, Su Nanming was in a great mood. After all, under his leadership, Su Ji had grown to its largest in 200 years. How could he not be pleased? Even if it was a victory handed to him, it was still his, Su Nanming's, achievement. And Su Yu? Is he still hunting evils outside the city? Send a message for him to come back. The city lord's mansion sent word, as soon as the guiding envoy from Qian Yuan divine sect leaves, the 1000 Buddha carving banquet will be held immediately. So, call Su Yu back. At these words, Su Heli paused, taken aback. Why call the third one back? Su Heli frowned. With the Si, Yang, and An families gone, and he being the only one left of the three young masters of Fei Lei, he would surely benefit the most from the 1000 Buddha carving banquet. There was even a chance to strike at the divine foundation. At such a time, to call Su Yu back to share the benefits, Su Heli was understandably reluctant. However, Su Nanming simply looked at him quietly. Do you think your success rate in forging the divine foundation is high? The old master has high hopes for you. If our Su family could produce another divine foundation, then after the 1000 Buddha carving banquet, even if we move to other cities, we could continue our 200 years legacy. Therefore, your attempt at the divine foundation must succeed, and not fail. Su Heli replied, I understand, so I will strive. Strive? Ridiculous. Your qi and blood cultivation has barely stepped into the realm of qi channels. Your failure rate in forging the divine foundation is extremely high. Take advantage of the 1000 Buddha carving banquet, draw on the temple god divinity, and let Su Yu and North Tiger become your support. Only then can you succeed, understand? These are the old master's wishes. Su Heli was startled, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. Su Heli swallowed, feeling his mouth become dry. How can they provide support? Hearing this, Su Nanming paused in his handling of the documents and lifted his head from the many files. He revealed a chilling smile, full of white teeth. Early morning. The warm sun of winter rarely broke through the dark clouds, casting down fine and gentle rays of light. Under the eaves, icicles formed from the frozen winter rain began to melt slightly in the sunlight, shrinking to the size of a pinky finger. 10 miles outside Fei Lei City, a bamboo forest. Deep within the bamboo forest stood a bamboo house. This was a residence Li Che had found outside the city, quiet and free from disturbances. At least, it was sufficient for the time being. Li Che, dressed in black, filled out his clothes with his muscular build, the fine and continuous muscles like those of a mighty python plainly visible. His blood and qi created waves of heat, surging throughout the bamboo courtyard. It seemed to transform into a living, breathing blood qi python, coiling and hissing around him. In his stomach, it was like a sea turned upside down as the python blood martial pill he had ingested was crushed and refined, extracting the vast medicinal power and turning it into qi and blood, circulating within the pathways of the minor circulatory cycle of qi vessels. His 5 fingers became like hooks, fiercely grabbing down, as a chaotic wind abruptly started, with a white tiger seemingly roaring with bared teeth behind Li Che. White tiger chaotic wind fist? This middle vehicle martial technique had been refined by Li Che to the level of transformation realm, and after his improvements, had already become a superior martial arts technique with formidable power. Each move was filled with the domineering and lethal nature of the white tiger. The Su family's 8 consecutive bone-breaking spears, which he had also modified, had reached the level of the transformation realm, becoming another superior martial arts technique. The benefits of the level 3 dragon elephant Vajra to martial arts talent were enormous. Not only was he unparalleled in cross-training, but his understanding of martial arts was also unique. It seemed he could deduce myriad techniques from a single glance. Practically any martial art could be mastered to minor accomplishment within a day. This was the level 3 talent of cross-training. A martial technique needs to go through several stages from the beginning: minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, master, and transformation realm, which can be understood as levels of proficiency. Once the transformation realm is reached, a martial technique's power reaches its peak. Beyond that lies the martial art's true intent. Stay tuned with .com. This was what Li Qingshan had told Li Che. And to cultivate martial art's true intent, the rank of the martial technique has to reach the level of true intent ultimate study. Although the White Tiger Chaotic Wind Fist and the Su family's 8 consecutive bone-breaking spears had been improved by him to the standard of superior martial arts techniques, there was little hope of cultivating martial arts true intent or reaching the level of Jushui with them. Moreover, divine martial arts cannot generate martial arts true intent. Only pure qi and blood martial techniques can derive martial arts true intent. The qi and blood slowly converged, and the crushed martial pill was gradually digested. Transforming into a rushing energy, it strengthened Li Che's internal organs, giving rise to an inner qi like that of a jiao dragon. Boom! As Li Che performed each technique, the practice of martial arts accelerated the movement of qi and blood, speeding up the volatilization of the martial pill's medicinal properties. After executing the White Tiger Chaotic Wind Fist, Li Che's fingers clenched, and the air silently tore apart, expelling an oblong spear adorned with blood-colored patterns. It was the Nine Luminaries' superior divine weapon, the Lu Blood Shock Spear. With the divine spear in hand, dancing with its scattered forceful winds, and the currents of air agitated, amidst its low whistling, sounds like a screeching roar reverberated through the forest, ceaseless to the ear. A divine weapon, even without carrying divinity, inherently possesses hardness, toughness, and sharpness far surpassing ordinary weapons. When a blood python roared out, and the air transmitted 8 consecutive sounds of explosion, Li Che then put away the divine weapon's startling spear. The last python blood martial pill, it should be enough. My martial cultivation has already reached the Qi meridian peak, and my inner Qi is as strong as a Jiao dragon. All that's left is the mysterious vein method, and I can naturally make a breakthrough. Li Che exhaled a breath of turbid air. Without hesitation, he swallowed the last python blood martial pill. Thus, all the martial pills acquired from the Ying family treasure house had been consumed, and the tens of thousands of taels worth of resources successfully pushed his cultivation to the Qi meridian peak. When the last martial pill's medicinal properties had been completely refined and consumed by his body, a surge of intense heat rolled through the courtyard, waves of heat rising high. Li Che opened his eyes, which sparkled brightly. The foundation of my physical body is now solid. Even without activating Angry Vajra, I could easily kill a common Sunmei warrior. It seems, it's time to try casting the Three-Eyed Fury True Lord Divine Foundation. Casting a divine foundation ultimately wasn't something that could be done with just passion. According to the Temple God's divine foundation technique, quite a few preparations were needed. It was more akin to a ritual. Li Che compared it with the heart-shocking extreme firmness divine foundation technique obtained from the old ancestor of the Yang family. Apart from the objects required for the preparation, both involved some form of ritual. The most important part was the need to prepare 3 items of divinity, such as wood carvings, jade carvings, and scrolls, among others. But wood carvings were more encouraged, preferably carved from spiritual wood. Among the old ancestors' collection, there was a piece of wood stump from a type of spiritual wood called spirit flower willow. Though it was the same rank as blood flesh red, the two differed greatly in value. The spirit flower willow was bigger yet cheaper by quite a bit. As for the blueprint of the wood carving, it was also provided in the divine foundation technique. Being a wood carving master himself, this matter wasn't troublesome for Li Che. As for the blood of 3 animals and 5 grains, it just required some time to prepare. After concealing his qi and blood and only displaying the bone tempering completion cultivation, Li Che changed into a clean set of black clothes, looking refined and mild, clutched the thunder chess piece, and returned to the predetermined anchor point in the study of his own home. Today was a big event in Fei Lei City. It was the day that City Lord Cao Guang set a banquet at the Golden Splendor Pavilion for the Divine Sex Guiding Envoy, where the noble families and clans of Fei Lei City would bring their spirit children for the Divine Sex Guiding Envoy to assess, hoping they might be recruited into the sect. In previous years, in addition to the Divine Sect recruiting spirit children, the Dejing dynasty's official court would also recruit. However, with the expansion of the disaster from the mysterious temple, the imperial court had given up on recruiting spirit children from various places, letting the noble families and clans train them on their own, while the divine sect continued to send guiding envoys. Perhaps some noble families and clans may still hide their talented spirit children, but the majority of small noble families and ordinary families pin their hopes on their children entering the divine sect and changing their fates. The status of the divine sect in the hearts of the people of Great Vista is exceedingly unusual. However, just how many spirit children there will be in Fei Lei City this year is unknown. Inside the inner room, his wife Zhang Ya was busy braiding Shixi's hair. After waiting for a moment, Li Che left with his wife Zhang Ya, now prettily dressed, taking Xixi with them. Li Qingshan and Lu Qi had already gone to the Golden Splendor Pavilion early. As representatives of the divine sect, they naturally could not accompany Li Che and his family. Old Chen wasn't idling either, carrying his big wine gourd and following behind, planning to join in the excitement. Discover more stories at .com. Just out of the alley, the family of his elder uncle, who had also moved to the inner city, was already waiting in the cold wind. His uncle was still wearing that scholarly robe, with a cotton garment underneath, smoking a dry pipe. Li Che's cousin, Li Zhengran, and his family were waiting nearby. Li Che's nephew, Li Qingzhou, was now 3 years old. Quieter than Xixi and tenderly fair, he was already showing hints of handsomeness. Upon seeing Li Che's family, his cousin Li Zhengran immediately showed a smiling expression, as their family had been living very well in the inner city thanks to Li Che's help. Once Xixi left the alley, she wriggled her hand free from Li Che's and ran to Li Qingzhou. "Qingzhou, little brother." Xixi confidently took Li Qingzhou's hand. Li Qingzhou's tender face flushed red instantly, and he became somewhat flustered for a moment. "Little brother is so good-looking." Xixi stared at Li Qingzhou. Li Qingzhou instinctively struggled and hid beside his aunt Lu Chunming. "Don't be afraid, Qingzhou, sister is playing with you." Lu Chunming quickly comforted him. Unperturbed, Shi approached with a cheery bounce. Li Che paused for a moment, somewhat speechless. This girl is so obsessed with looks at such a young age? You didn't treat Big Head Lu like this. Li Che pursed his lips and suddenly felt alarmed. Wait, out of all the things to be wary of, could yellow hair actually be my daughter? Along the way, the inner city folks, who had rarely gone out since the Ying family was wiped out, were now appearing one after another, all holding their children and heading towards the Golden Splendor Pavilion. When they arrived at the Golden Splendor Pavilion, it was packed with people outside. Li Qingshan had already arranged for Lu Qi to wait outside, and upon sighting Li Che's group, he led them into the pavilion, seated at a round table covered with a red cloth. Why are there so many people? Li Che was slightly surprised. The number of children in Fei Lei City seems to be more than I thought. Li Che had thought that after the incident with the Spirit Infant sect, the number of children in Fei Lei City would decrease significantly. Lu Qi looked at Shi, who was holding Li Chen's palm, with a somewhat displeased expression, as he seemed to have never received such treatment. Hearing what Li Che said, Lu Qi shook his neza braid and said, despite the large number of children who have come, there really aren't many spirit children. The Spirit Infant sect is only interested in spirit children, not just any child. If they're not spirit children, the sect won't even consider them. Lu Kai's words were simple and direct. Everyone sat down for the banquet, which was arranged by City Lord Cao Guang and funded by the government. Enjoying things for free, Li Che ate with great delight. Although he had amassed a huge fortune from the Ying family, he felt a different kind of joy in growing rich all of a sudden and another kind of pleasure from getting something for nothing. Midway through the banquet, after a brief speech by City Lord Cao Guang, Li Qingshan stood up gracefully, his gaze sweeping over the Golden Splendor Pavilion and the bustling crowd outside. He saw many curious children blinking their eyes. Some people even brought out babies from their cradles, hoping to try their luck. To such a scene, Li Qingshan remained composed and said lightly, next year, on the spring equinox of the second lunar month, Qian Yuan Divine Sect will open its mountain gate and recruit spirit children. All children of citizens under the jurisdiction of Golden Light Prefecture City, aged 3 and above, will be tested, and those who are identified as spirit children will be allowed to join our divine sect. The recruitment assessment will take place in Golden Light Prefecture City during the spring equinox of the second lunar month, separating the outer sect from the inner sect. Li Qingshan's voice was not loud, but it echoed throughout the entire Golden Splendor Pavilion, reaching almost everyone's ears. At once, the crowd became restless. Of course, apart from spirit children, those with decent martial path roots can also obtain the opportunity to go to the prefecture city and participate in the sect recruitment assessment. Li Qingshan added another sentence. The atmosphere below grew even more eager, but Li Qingshan merely shook his head slightly. He glanced at City Lord Cao Guang, who still wore an unwavering smile filled with joy. Children aged 3 and above may enter the Golden Splendor Pavilion, and I will use my observation skill to assess whether they are spirit children and if they possess the requisite roots. Those who don't meet the conditions should not bother entering the pavilion, Li Qingshan announced. Upon hearing these words, City Lord Cao Guang gestured, and immediately Divine Catcher Zhang Xiangyang went to arrange for the eligible children to be brought into the Golden Splendor Pavilion. The surroundings quietened down. I will assess them using the Divine Sect's observation skill. Those with the divinity of a spirit child will emit a purple glow. 1 purple light for low grade, 3 lights for mid grade, 6 lights for superior grade, and 9 lights mark a supreme spiritual child. Parents should pay close attention, as the Divine Sect selects spirit children with fairness and justice. Li Qingshan spoke evenly. As soon as the words were uttered, City Lord Cao Guang's expression slightly shifted, and the smile on his face stiffened, turning somewhat gloomy. Li Qingshan was clearly doing this intentionally. Traditionally, greeters from the Divine Sect would secretly select the spirit children using the observation skill, but Li Qingshan insisted on making such a big fuss, obviously intending to make City Lord Cao Guang the butt of a joke. After all, most of the spirit children in Fei Lei City had been taken away by the Spirit Infant sect. Those who remained were not spirit children. A scan with the observation skill revealed only a handful of spirit children, and it seemed that the Flying Thunder City Lord might be facing some embarrassment and awkwardness. However, Li Qingshan paid no attention to Cao Guang's expression. If you dare to do it, what do you need a face for? Ladies and gentlemen, watch closely. As his words fell, Li Qingshan's hands formed the seal formula, and his eyes instantly shone with a purple halo. A surging aura swept out, filling and intertwining throughout the entire Golden Splendor Pavilion. Everyone looked around in astonishment. However, inside the Golden Splendor Pavilion, only a few bursts of purple light could be seen. How could it be so few? There were at least several hundred to nearly 1,000 children present, and yet, only 4 bursts of purple light? Although Cao Guang knew the result, he still subconsciously looked in the direction of the 4 bursts of purple light. Coincidentally, all 4 beams of purple light were converging on one table. Upon seeing this, his complexion changed drastically. He first saw Shi, with 9 beams of purple light, full of purple aura. A supreme spiritual child? Could it actually be a supreme spiritual child? Cao Guang had always thought Shi was merely superior grade. He had misjudged. If he had known that Li Che's daughter, Li Nuangzai, was a supreme spiritual child, he would have personally taken action before Li Qingshan's arrival. A supreme spiritual child was the best offering. Next to Li Nuangzai, there was also an extremely dazzling light, even comparable to the 9 beams of purple light, bursting forth. Another supreme spiritual child. Cao Guang's face turned sour. 2 supreme spiritual children had slipped by right under his nose. However, as his gaze shifted over, Cao Guang's eyes suddenly stiffened. Underneath the flickering of the 9 beams of purple light was Li Che, who was heartily enjoying his meal. This 22-year-old old man. Could he also be considered a spirit child? The atmosphere in the room seemed a bit odd. Many people also noticed the purple light flickering on Li Che. Is there an error in the observation skill? How come Master Li is also exhibiting the purple light unique to spirit children? And there are 9 beams of it. Right, isn't it said that divinity of a spirit child must be essence cultivated from birth? After a person reaches adulthood, the newly essence cultivated divinity would have long been integrated with the divinity absorbed from the world, no longer qualifying as a spirit child. Could it be that Master Li has just become a woodcarving master and that new divinity has emerged within him? The surrounding whispers and murmurs resounded incessantly. Li Che's face showed a hint of helplessness. His identity as an old spirit child was exposed. Ultimately, his identity as a 22-year-old old spirit child was laid bare. Li Qingshan had not mentioned this part of the process. In response to the doubts raised by many in the audience, Li Qingshan simply said with utmost confidence that the divine sex observation skill could not possibly make a mistake. That meant that Li Che truly possessed the divinity of a spirit child. The Su family ancestors and Su Heli, along with the other members of the Su family, looked at Li Che with strange expressions, a 22-year-old old spirit child. This was as challenging as being a 22-year-old virgin. However, it was just a surprise, and even then, there remained skepticism in their hearts. Their attention was primarily on Li Nuangzai, a supreme spiritual child. The Su family had misjudged. If they had known earlier that Shi was a supreme spiritual child. The patriarch of the Su family breathed slightly heavier, his eyes burning with greater fervor. The difference between supreme and superior grade was almost like heaven and earth. Apart from Li Che and Shi, the other 2 beams of observation purple light came from Lu Qi and Li Chengzhou. Lu Qi was a superior grade spiritual child, and as for Li Chengzhou, with just a single beam of purple light, although he was low grade, he still qualified as a spirit child. They were the ones who slipped through the net right under the city lord's watchful eyes. Even the city lord Cao Guang couldn't help but take another look in surprise, for he found that Li Chengzhou was also related to Li Che. For a moment, city lord Cao Guang felt nothing but bad luck in his heart. You there, who possess the divinity of the spirit child, will surely enter the gates of the divine sect mountain. In the 2nd month of spring next year, Golden Light Prefecture City will hold an entry examination. As spirit children, your entry into the divine sect is guaranteed. Thus, the examination is more about the allocation of your disciple status. As for the others who have merely passed the martial roots test, they must stand out in the entry examination to avoid elimination. Li Qingshan gathered the selected spirit children together and said succinctly. Following that, the Qinkan jade vibrated, and a succession of jade pendants floated out, descending to the chosen spirit children. Li Che also caught one with a beaming smile on his face. Li Qingshan glanced at him, but said no more. A spirit child plucked by his own observation skill had to be acknowledged, even through tears. This is a low-grade Qinkan jade, which contains a small universe that allows storing and retrieving objects from thin air, but it requires certain guidance time. It is the identity proof for you divine sect spirit children. Once you enter Golden Light Prefecture, you can use this credential to participate in the entry examination. Li Qingshan explained. In addition, there's a bottle of nurturing spirit pills, 10 in total. Take one every 5 days to accelerate nurturing your nature. There's also one turtle martial pill, which strengthens the foundation, nourishes the vitality, and warms the blood. Upon hearing this, Li Che's eyes suddenly brightened. Spirit children, could there be such benefits? He delightedly scanned the items inside the Qinkan jade. Li Che's smile grew even more intense. The surrounding people looked at him oddly, but Li Che was quite at ease. What he earned with his ability, why should he feel guilty? As for those who passed the martial roots test, Li Qingshan was not so generous, merely giving them their identity credentials before sending them off. After all, among these children, Li Qingshan had not come across any with extraordinary gifts or roots that caught his eye. The banquet concluded. Many familiar woodcarvers from Su's wood carving shop gathered around. Congratulations to Master Li, for both father and daughter have proven to be spirit children. Master Li, congratulations, congratulations. Entering the divine sect is the first step to soaring high. It's truly remarkable, a family with 2 geniuses, both supreme spiritual children. A delightful tale indeed. Li Che greeted his former colleagues, the woodcarvers who came to celebrate, with a smile. Then, with a grand gesture, he announced that he would host 100 tables at the Golden Splendor Pavilion tonight for his daughter. No gifts required, all are welcome guests. Experience tales at .com. They would celebrate his daughter Li Nuangzai's entry into the divine sect. Night fell. Below the octagonal pavilion of the city lord's mansion, Cao Guang stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the brightly lit Golden Splendor Pavilion, where the feast was in full swing. The darkness swallowed the light, casting his expression into an undetermined shade of gloom. A moment later, soft footsteps sounded from behind him. It was Cao Qingyuan and Cao He. Li Che's daughter is actually a supreme spiritual child? I was mistaken. I trusted the Su family's assessment too much. It's normal, supreme spiritual children are difficult to distinguish from superior grade ones without the divine sex observation skill. If one only relies on experience, it's easy to be confused. Cao Guang exhaled. Cao He, the second elder of the Cao family, narrowed his eyes, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his aged face. Do you need me to take action? Shall I personally kidnap that Li Nuangzai? I'm aware of Li Qingshan, but I'll only kidnap the spirit child. If it doesn't work out, I'll leave? Cao Guang was somewhat tempted. The allure of a supreme spiritual child was indeed too great. As for Li Che, who was a 22-year-old supreme spiritual child, Cao Guang still had doubts in his heart. What man has such a long shelf life? Thus, he was more enticed by Li Nuangzai. However, he restrained himself. Forget it, with Li Qingshan there, even if his divinity is absent, he is still a martial arts grandmaster, it's not worth provoking him. Li Qingshan won't linger long in Flying Thunder City, he has other cities to visit to recruit spirit children. Li Che's family will surely follow him. For now, don't create unnecessary complications. The most important thing is the successful conduct of the 1000 Buddha carving banquet. Wait until they leave. If we have missed a supreme spiritual child, then let it be, no matter. Qingyuan, how goes the task I gave you? Cao Qingyuan bowed respectfully. Father, I have successfully brought back 2 middle-grade spirit children from the neighboring city. The spirit child blood and bones are now complete. Good, now that we have all the spirit child blood and bones, once Li Qingshan, this big trouble, leaves Flying Thunder City, we can start the ritual at the 1000 Buddha carving banquet. In the darkness, Cao Guang's eyes shone faintly. As the words ended, between the octagonal pavilions, deep breaths mixed with greed, ambition, and anticipation rose and fell in succession. The banquet ended, and Li Che returned to the courtyard with his family. After calming his wife and Shi to sleep, Li Che went to the courtyard, while old Chen, who was completely drunk, had already fallen asleep. The night breeze gently stirred as he sat quietly in the courtyard in a suit of blue clothes, reading a book. Although the night was hazy, for Li Qingshan with his extraordinary eyesight, he could see clearly even in the darkness. Back. Li Qingshan closed the book and spoke indifferently. Huh. Li Che exhaled a breath reeking of strong alcohol, expelling the alcohol from his body, his eyes clear, showing no sign of drunkenness. Discover hidden content at .com. Now, his qi and blood martial path had reached the peak of qi meridians, and ordinary alcohol could hardly intoxicate him. After today, Shi is officially a member of the Jian Yuan Divine Sect. The entrance exam held next February at the spring equinox in Mansion City will just be a formality, said Li Qingshan with a smile. In 5 days, I plan to leave Feilei City. Without my presence to deter and protect, there might be unrest in Feilei City. So, gather up and prepare to leave the city with me when the time comes. 5 days later, Li Che was slightly taken aback. So soon? I have already stayed in Feilei City long enough, and now that I have revealed my identity as a guiding envoy of the Divine Sect, I cannot continue to stay in Feilei City. Golden Light Prefecture governs many cities, all of which have spirit children for me to guide, Li Qingshan explained, lightly patting the volume of Tang's Mechanism Essentials he had been studying these days. Senior, won't you travel with us to Mansion City? Li Che asked, puzzled. Lu Qi will accompany you. I need to visit other cities. By the spring equinox next February, I will arrive in Mansion City to attend the entrance exam. See you then. Shi has great talent, and I definitely plan to take her as my disciple. I just fear others' jealousy and attempts to snatch her. Moreover, going to Mansion City, the Imperial Court might also take an interest in Shi. A supreme spiritual child is quite tempting. The Imperial Court. Yes, the Dying Temple Bureau. Although the Dejing dynasty has lifted some restrictions and allowed noble families to cultivate spirit children, when it comes to snatching talents from the Divine Sect, the Dejing dynasty will not be soft-handed, said Li Qingshan with a cold laugh. Poaching talent is common practice in both Mansion City and State City. They may offer you great advantages, but once you enter the Temple Control Bureau, you will find that though the benefits are real, whether you can live to enjoy them is what's truly important. The Dying Temple Bureau is very strong, no weaker than any divine sect, but the casualty rate is also extremely high. They suppress temple gods and accrue benefits through the lives of others. I can only tell you this much. Once you arrive in Mansion City, the decision will be up to you. Li Qingshan gazed into the night. Actually, my departure in 5 days is deliberate. Some people can't wait for me to leave, and only when I've left, will they dare to truly reveal their fangs. The disappearance of so many spirit children in Feilei City is related to the Spirit Infant Sect, and the Spirit Infant Sect. Li Qingshan glanced at Li Che. Li Che was very calm, related to the City Lord. City Lord Cao Guang is the leader of that Spirit Infant Sect. You know, I know, actually, many people are aware of it. I really want to smash him with a hammer, but for now, I can't. Most of my divinity is left at the mountain gates, gathering temple god divinity for a god-gathering appearance, so, relying on just Grand Master cultivation, I can't kill Cao Guang. After all, my strongest aspect is divinity, explained Li Qingshan. Li Che was startled. This Cao Guang, is that strong? Both of us are at the divine foundation level. Divine Foundation also varies in strength, depending on the Divine Foundation technique practiced, as well as one's own martial body. Moreover, there is a serious issue with this Cao Guang. He is likely deeply connected to the corpse god cult, and that 1000 Buddha carving banquet he held indicates his huge appetite and ambition, Li Qingshan said, his expression growing more somber. Upon hearing this, Li Che couldn't help but feel a sense of heaviness. The corpse god cult? Another bizarre sect? Senior, what is the corpse god cult? The corpse god cult is a major bizarre cult sweeping the Dejing dynasty. They advocate practicing the orthodox law of the three pure ones corpse divine nature consumption, which allows them to consume the divinity of corpses and convert it into their own divinity. Extremely malevolent, the divinity technique of the three pure ones level wouldn't be handed down, but the corpse god cult's simplified corpse-eating divinity technique has corrupted many cultivators. Li Qingshan eyed Li Che, hesitated for a moment, but decided to disclose some secrets. Li Che's eyes narrowed slightly, and his mind buzzed. This description. Why did it sound so familiar to him? The orthodox law of the three pure one's corpse divine nature consumption, able to siphon the divinity from a corpse and convert it into one's own divinity? How different was that from his 1000 analyzing hands siphoning divinity, transformed into the Dao Fruit of a chess saint's chess piece? Li Che took a deep breath, his teeth slightly aching. So malevolent. Li Qingshan did not doubt Li Che's reaction, as it is typical for people to react that way when they first hear about the corpse god technique. Indeed, malevolent. After all, it's a divine method from the three pure bizarre temples. However, I've heard it's extremely difficult to cultivate, easy to lose one's will, and fall into a monstrous state that's neither human nor ghost. And the consumption of divinity often leads to being tainted with corpse chi, eventually leading one to become a living corpse. In short, Li Che, techniques and methods of the corpse god cult, you must never touch them. If you do, your path of cultivation will be ruined. Once you've tasted the pleasure of rapidly increasing your cultivation by devouring someone else's divinity, then to ask you to settle down and slowly practice, I fear would be difficult. Your nature will be completely corrupted, the martial path extinguished, the cultivation path destroyed. Li Qingshan spoke very seriously, with a gravity in his tone.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.